welcome to the final day of Blast Slam 6 Malta. Yeah, it is one to be excited for. That is without doubt. We've got our grand finals coming up. Obviously, no real spoilers, but Liquid and Na'Vi going to be taken to the stage. And joining me at the desk, that has always been here at Blast Slam 6.
Still here.
Still here. How are you still here, Kazu?
I don't know. You tell me. Apparently, I've been doing good enough to still make it to the final day.
I think you've been doing
Unlike
excellent.
this guy, I feel like he should go.
I barely slid through, skated by the skin of my teeth, whoosh, but I'm here. I'm here.
You're here. And T, staple as always, how are you going today?
Luckily not in question, so we're great.
God damn.
This boy's a beast.
This guy's good, huh?
There it is.
How excited are you guys for today and obviously what we've seen so far of over playoffs?
I'm super pumped. I think today is honestly very exciting. I think Na'Vi being in a best of 5, genuinely that alone is really, really awesome. I think there's great storylines for Liquid too, and I think it's a treat, and it'll be very exciting regardless of which team wins.
Yeah, and look, I'll ask to you later. He needs a little time to think on it because we're going to dive into having a look at how these two teams got here and what happened yesterday in our second day of playoffs.
Deep attempt here under the tier 2. They came in with the smoke, make the jump over the ward scan. They will kill him off. See if they can get out though, because OG, they want to fight back. They get the setup on the walls. Nisha, the Red Grim comes up. Burst was already there. They've killed Nisha off. Jumping forward, they get the full combo. They don't care. They're going to try and close in on them. They'll jump Tofu, but Tofu's still able to get the golem off. He gets the golem down on towards them. Natsumi commits him with the BKB, trying to chase Tofu with the Stampede. The Crimson keeps Tofu alive a little longer. He'll finally fall, but it took so much coming out from Natsumi. They get the jump. Nisha's in. He finds the opening more. They manage to get the setup on towards him. Someone's going to bail Natsumi out of here. The Abyssal Blade slammed down on towards him. He's gone. They've killed Natsumi off. Death for 90. Get it. Another turn towards him. He's got the Eldest to protect him. He's going to get the chance to get back down to the low ground with the axe here. He's going to look to survive a little longer, but they'll kill him off. Nisha in with the jump. Natsumi on towards Natsumi. Natsumi's in trouble. He's gone. Can they look for the killing blow? They're ready to go in. Nisha makes the jump. Straight to look for Scam first, but the Eldest keeps him fine. They're able to turn him. He's in advance to get back in on this. They're looking to just end it. They're on to the H of the fortification comes out. Heads up play. But the base needs it. It's going to be an immediate back team. They're trying to end it. They're going to get the control here. Ice Spice, a huge ice blast. They pretty much go full of them. Can they finish the H of the time? They can.
First target they run into underneath the tier 2 tower, and they easily hit it. And now the roar goes out on Got the Juice. Half HP already. Trying to save him with the arena. It's not going to do much, though. The drums just keep on banging. No silence on this Tide Hunter. Ravage goes out, and the Weaver will die. Actually, Ravage with the shotgun on the side. Watson, he catches both Riddies and Niku. Now Niku, whoa, big turnaround, though. That is going to hurt a Raptor dance. See what he can hit. Goes for the Kez. Cataclysm out, and Niku. No, man, that's just not fair. That's not fair. You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. Science will get the toss back, tossing him into the Ember Spirit here. They'll run him down. Watson gets his level 6 off the neutrals, and he got away. What a sick move from Watson. Giants will follow through with that. Got the toss back on Malady. Jump in the middle of this. The Aeon-Disc sparing Giants a little bit, but the Nico is going to be in some trouble here. Got off the Sleight of Fist. Does manage to jump back. Just a sliver of HP. Watson, though, to travel in. He's about to go for it. Go straight to the root. Oh my second. What? 5 HP is all that's needed. He just needs 2 shots. A dead shot hits him. Got the juice. Needs some trouble. Oh my. Go finish it off on the Ember Spirit.
It was so crazy how best of 5s played out yesterday, but we're seeing the full run that these teams have made to the grand finals. Most notably Liquid, who have been in there since the quarterfinals. Their best of 5 against Falcons going all 5 games. They eventually win out that game. And then to come up against OG and kind of just have this clean 3-0 is what I'm going to say.
Clean.
No, I think game 3, it wasn't close at all, T.
But I mean more like that was exactly what you want to see in any series, in any playoffs, right? That game 3 encapsulated everything that you want in a Dota game, right? Like OG, like clinging on, doing everything that they can. The final moments where you're trying to kill an Ancient, and like you could even argue OG could have won that game. We'd have had a whole new story. But yeah, Liquid, they are looking very, very scary, looking very, very good. But I just want that game 3. I want one of those games in this grand finals.
The one where we're like at 80 minutes and there's mega creeps against
buying
mega
Abyssal
creeps.
Blades on support, and you got double mega creeps. Like it was, again, all the intensity. Of course, you can see OG not being too happy, of course, but for Liquid, again, I think it's just relief, right? When you look at like this roster, like the fact that they are looking towards this, maybe getting another trophy under the belt, it's Yeah, relief.
I mean, so far, like every BO5 has given us something, like whether it's crazy or different picks or going to 80 minutes. I will say Liquid, from the start of the playoffs, I had pretty high hopes like in this team. And I think every single series, they're doing something better. They're improving. How they play, how they pick, and what they do together just looks super, super clean. Just to go back to OG, you know, obviously it's still a better placement than what they have shown us. I think they still have a lot of room, you know, to improve. They haven't been together all that long. So, you know, I still got very high hopes for them. They just didn't really get to show, I think, their full power yesterday.
Yeah, but it is great practice, like that we've talked about it before. The best of 5, it is important reps that will be very, very good for them in the future. And I also, just as a side note, I think it's really, like, I think best of 5s are awesome because you get so much more emotion from these series. Like, you can see they're so much happier. Like, they're like genuinely, oh my gosh, we won, thank goodness. You know, and they're like, the hug, like, you can see more. And I think you don't see that often in Dota because people are locked in. They're like, we got another series, we got another series. But when you win the best of 5, there's way more of like a release of tension. And I think that's really cool to see.
And there's no silly lifeline, you know? This lower bracket is boring, you know? But when you have one series...
One life, brothers.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to make it
YOLO.
count. So again, I am really just enjoying like the last 3 days, or 2 days.
Yeah, and that was the question that I posed yesterday, where it's like, normally a best of 5, you see a lot of emotion because it's a grand final. That's all we really see it for in Dota. So now it's seeing it in the quarterfinals and the semifinals for a best of 5. There is just so much more tension in a game, a lot of experience that can be earned as well, which is exactly what the young roster of Na'Vi got to have yesterday when their best of 5 went to all 5 games. It was game 1, you get dominated. Game 2, you dominate. Game 3, you lose a close game. Game 4, you win a close game. And then game 5, I don't even really know how to sum that one up.
I mean, game 5 was just super chaotic. Like all of these things, like also going back. And we could also see, I think it was after, maybe it was after game 3 or game 4, like Na'Vi, they took a lot of time on the stage. Like
Quinn was game 3.
Yeah, like it's like after these games, you need to understand what are you talking about, and you can tell what Quinn was saying. You know, the emotions, like understanding what do you need to talk about, but you know, they put it together, went outside, had a good talk, and obviously they brought it back, and they gave us some banger games.
Yeah, they really did. I'm just really happy for them. It's such a fun experience to get to win these close games when a series goes to 5 games and you're actually able to clutch out. Like they're just jazzed.
Look at you.
Yeah, he is flopping around like a fish.
Yeah, he doesn't know, like handshake, hug, like it's just everything. You know, just filled with emotions. Like hands in the air, we've got it all.
I mean, historically for this roster, right, they've just not made it to the final day. So for them winning this, like, wait, we're going to play on a Sunday? We're going to play on in a series where we can actually lift a trophy? Like, to them, like, their best result was 5th SIP. So, of course, even after that, then he's jumping onto an interview with Maincast as well, you know, sharing emotions with, you know, all his fans and stuff. But, yeah, I think for Na'Vi, this is just, like, I'm not going to say, like, once in a lifetime, but it's more like it's the potential kind of, like, peak for what this roster was built for, right? When it's the junior to now, it's like they wanted to be a trophy lifting team, especially for Na'Vi. You know, they're craving something for, was it 10 years of drought? But no, I am just really excited to see if these young guys can do it.
Yeah, I hope we see it more because Niku's winner interview, I've got to say, for doing it the first time in front of an audience, this man really delivered. I think it was one of my favorite, like, debut winner interviews we've gotten.
Yeah, this guy's got charisma, and so I really look forward. I hope they keep winning more because I want to hear this guy with a microphone in front of him more because he is actually hilarious. He's no inhibitions. He's got that like super young, like I'll just say whatever the heck I want. I don't care.
Right, no repercussions.
Yeah, exactly, and that's very refreshing to see.
He might need a little bit of media training though, you know?
Nah.
That's what makes it good.
You know, like the upper TO, you know, like the slam dunk, you know, we might need to like just for that, you know. He wants to play other tournaments and stuff, but you know, yeah, he's got charisma for days.
It's the no filter stuff, you know. It gives like a different side to people, and I think also you could see it in like one of the pictures when after you win a game that it's so important that I mean he was FaceTiming, you know, maybe it's his mom or his dad saying like, yeah, we're making it, you know, we made it this far.
It was an interview with
on the phone.
Yeah, with the Ukrainian broadcast maincast. So he was doing.
That's good enough.
Instantly jumping on.
Yeah.
So it wasn't his mom and dad, but it was
still good.
There we go.
Still good.
Back to you, Kwezu.
My point was done. You just dunked on it.
Bam! No quick point for you. Back to you.
It's actually going to be way more enjoyable than listening to me talk. It's going to get to see our play of the day done in SFM by Demuria.
Liquid might go for a Roche first and then go for the all-in because there's no glyph. But there's a lot of summons too. Heads up play. But the base needs it.
It's going to be a big game. They're trying to end it. They're going to get the control here. Ice Blast, a huge Ice Blast. They pretty much got full of them. Can they finish the engine without this time? They can. They've got the damage here. Liquid, they've finally managed to close this game up. And with that, of course, get the 3-0 here against OG.
Yeah, it feels like maybe that winning moment for Liquid was almost as good as that SFM of it.
My God, I wish the clip lasted longer so we could hear Owen and Fogg cast more. It's actually like, it's such a treat. These long games, they're such amazing casters, and getting this long, extended hype game with like some of the goats of Dota casting, maybe the goats. It's like, it's actually sick. It's so hype.
We should have given Demir like a week to make that one, so then he could do like the final 5 minutes maybe, and then he could have done like the
clip after clip after clip.
Exactly, turn it into like a short film, and yeah. But again, amazing as ever.
It is a lot of joy to get to see that, and it's going to be joy to get to see some more Dota today. We're going to take a look at our very limited schedule, because all that is on the cards for us today is our grand final. It's going to be starting it pretty soon, and it's going to be up against Team Liquid and Na'Vi.
2 teams, 1 final, 1 trophy. Liquid took the long route. No shortcuts, no free passes, obstacles on their way. Na'Vi never blinked. Group stage locked, semifinal handled, a clear path. The bracket split them early. Liquid had to fight through it. Na'Vi had full control. Now the paths collide. Momentum versus control. Rhythm versus preparation. Pressure tested versus pressure avoided. Everything on the line. No tomorrow. No second try. Liquid wants to finish what they started. Na'Vi wants to prove the direct route was the right route. Only one team walks out as a champion. This is Blast Slam 6. This is the grand final.
Well, Na'Vi and Liquid are making their way to the grand finals. We've already talked about how they've done it in such 2 different fashions. Liquid almost making it into that direct semi-final slots, but having to see themselves play in a best of 3 just to get to Malta, push through a game 5 in the quarterfinals, have a much easier semi-finals, whereas Na'Vi, they got to sit back, relax, enjoy, and really test their limits in their series against Yandex yesterday.
And it's a lot of pressure, I think. It's a game 5. It's a best of 5 once again, but it's a grand final. And I think it always feels a little bit different. That final day, you're the only ones playing. You get in that bus. There's the whole trip there. You're thinking about it the night before. Maybe you sleep a little less because you're tense. Like, there's so much build up and tension. I think to these grand finals, it is a very, very different feeling, and I think it changes the way the series feels.
Was that like, from experience from the first time you were going into your first grand finals?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I think it definitely feels a different way. There's like an electricity in the air. The trouble sleeping is very, very true. I think, and it's not just me that has experienced that, I hope at least. Gracious.
You didn't talk to your teammates about it?
Huh?
You didn't talk to your teammates about it? You're like, guys, I slept really bad last night.
There was some trauma associated with some of those finals.
Okay,
I don't
sorry.
we didn't talk about them too much.
I mean, I guess also sometimes when you have those things, you kind of want to like keep it to yourself and not like, alarm the people around you like too much. And I think something else that matters a bit is like, how did you get to these, like to the grand finals, like your road? I think Liquid, after their initial match against Falcons, that was a big one because that was a very tense series. And same for Na'Vi. Yesterday you go up against Yandex, you win out in 5 games. You have an insane ending to one of the games. So both teams, they're on it, obviously very pumped up, and they've had to play very tough matches to even make it here.
Normally when you look at a series and it's a close series, it's a bit scary, right? When it's like one team 3-0s, another team 3-2s, and then they meet together, you always lean towards the 3-0 team. But I think, especially with how the best of 5s have been played out, you do learn so much more that I think, Liquid, 3-2 into a 3-0. Na'Vi, the only series they played was a 3-2. So it's like, as long as they're learning from this, it doesn't matter if you've had this like nerves or whatever, because through the coach, through the management, everyone kind of communicating, I feel like you should just be improving coming into the day. So I feel like this kind of Liquid being the better team, I'd like to think that Na'Vi are going to be very prepared for it.
Well, even in that interview that we keep referencing that Niku had after their winning moments, he actually credited a lot of what they were able to do yesterday to their coach with CY, right? He's saying he brought a lot of knowledge to the team, sort of being that rock for them. And you can see by the way that they've upskilled so much since he's joined, looking at the tier 1 placements for them over that last little bit of when they were either Na'Vi Junior or now the full Na'Vi roster.
Yeah, like I just wanted to show, because this team, they haven't been on like the international scene, or at least the tier 1 stage for that long. And like you said, ever since CY joined him, and you can tell, Nico and him have like a really funny but also like cute relationship. They talk to each other all the time. He shows him like these plays, but just to look at their placements, this is already their best placement by far, and I think this is also the best form that this team has shown us since, you know, they have been together. So I just really feel like this team is on the up. It's super cool to watch people that are like very much bros with each other, and also their coach and like all the management. It's like one, you know, little family, 5 friends playing together and just making it happen.
Yeah, because what was it? It was CY that was telling us a little anecdote as well, that Niku will just randomly message him on Discord.
Exactly.
Like, bro, get on a call with me, it'll be super quick. And then it's like 3 hours later, Niku's run through like all of his past pubs of the last week and like everything he should get to play mid.
I mean, that's just such a treat. The idea of actually like looking at Dota and trying to like invent your own ideas and have your own thoughts, like I think that is so refreshing. A lot of players, especially, you know, a couple years ago when we had Pro Tracker, you'd load up the Pro Tracker in the morning, you'd copy some guy's build, and then,
true.
oh, I'm a pro player, like whoopsie whoop.
Oh, I'm a pro player!
It's so boring.
Yeah, that's me.
It was so soulless. So I think now, like having players having to think about their own ideas, thinking about like the ways to like navigate these problems, hearing Niku having this idea, it's like if you can harness it, craft it, understand it, make it less volatile, then that is going to be like the new generation of Dota players.
There is a little bit of volatility though in Na'Vi that we would like to see reined in, because what we saw yesterday in the semifinals that maybe was a bit of an oopsie in a lot of places, it wasn't that draft. It was the way that they were pushing towers. They were trying to take map control that you got to wonder, are you overextending because of nerves that you're on the stage, or is this just how the Na'Vi roster plays?
Yeah, because we need to show very crucial moments. Like this is, if you're in the grand finals, you need to clean up these plays. Look at the minimap. This is Na'Vi pushing. They have a lead. You don't see anything. All you see is Watson on the top, but all these 3 heroes are missing. You don't see the Puck, you don't see the Mars, you don't see the Muerta. At this level of play, you have to respect your opponent. So like, look how they're pushing. They're just kind of showing all their bodies. Even Riddy's on the Warlock. He's out of position.
What is he doing?
Like, they cannot be pushing like this. Because then, like, look how the fight starts, right? They start with the arena. It's kind of simple even for Yan. He's like, yo, bros, I'm gonna help you out, but you cannot help. You cannot have the, you know, help your buddy system. Now, this is 30 minutes at Aegis. They just picked up the Rapier. Same story, minimap. You don't see anything. They're all missing. Look at how they're pushing. He's basically even standing still. Like, they're just inviting Yandex to find this opportunity. And this is like, again, they're leading. They have an Aegis. They have a Rapier available. This is like game-winning moment. You cannot mess up these opportunities. You're gonna play against Liquid. You're in the finals now. These are the type of plays, and these are the moments that I hope Na'Vi have talked about to make them more clean today. Because if you don't make those nicely, you will throw the games away.
But luckily what you showed us are very easy things to fix. Like other map plays was like the wrong TP, the wrong positioning on cores, like rotating, like that's harder to fix in the moment, but that type of move there is like whoever's the shot caller, again, probably got the juice, like he's got to tone it down a bit, respect other people's positioning. Because I think with Na'Vi, their carry being the primary shot caller and a very vocal point in the game, you can sometimes like ignore other like smaller calls getting made. So clearly that's maybe a problem, but I do feel like it's fixable overnight as long as you have that honest conversation together.
Yeah, I mean, the point about Got the Juice being the shot caller I think is interesting, especially you get into higher pressure situations, because I think there's a fine line you have to tread whenever you are a core who communicates a lot, of talking too much and trying to lead the game from sort of a third-party perspective as opposed to speaking about your game and I want to do this, I want to do that. Because I think if you get sucked into this black hole of communicating about what everyone wants to do, sort of this Nightfall-esque communication of like, do this, do that, you do that, like I think
micromanaging, I think is the word you're looking for.
Yes, exactly. I think that can be very damaging, and so I think treading that line and all of them understanding that we're playing our individual games, we're pieces of a bigger puzzle, and what COI worry about the big stuff, okay, we're playing our game, and that they focus down on that, then I think they have much, much better odds.
You could also argue it's maybe on even Riddy's there, right? The fact that he's dead, he's not even there on the Warlock. Like, why, as a support, you should be warning your team, hey guys, maybe we should wait 10 seconds. Like, of course, that's kind of an argument on like who's got the loudest voice in the team, and maybe they're the problems that you can't fix overnight. But again, I think there are some room for improvement for Na'Vi, and again, I'd hope, really, really hope, for the sake of this series, that they have kind of cleaned up that aspect.
Yeah, and so we're giving this advice for Na'Vi, whether they're listening or not. You know, it's up to them.
Probably not.
I probably wouldn't, honestly, as much as I love these guys. But we can also talk about Liquid, because it feels like we've been much less critical of them, and that is just because they have been playing fantastic Dota. We've already talked about it. To push 2 of 5 games in their first best of 5, come out victors, and then 3-0 against OG, it is really hard to sit here and say things that they haven't done wrong.
Yeah, I think the tempo of their gameplay and the speed, some of these early games they've had, some of the dominant performances, I think are like Liquid of old. And when you think about that team, it was always like they will get to the finals, they will be top 3. There was never a question, it was just almost a fact. And I think while they're not quite at that same level, they are getting back up to that state, and I think people are starting to believe again. There's sort of that re-instilled faith that when you see Nisha on a team, they will just be in the finals. It's just, it's just fate.
I feel like Liquid's had some calibration throughout this slam, where it's like they're trying to find what is Ace's role, like what type of offlane does he want to be, how are you enabling like the hero pool of Mickey, even Nisha to some degree, but I feel like the last series, like they've locked it in. Like they know exactly what they want, they know how to punish certain people, and of course, coming into this, it is going to be a battle of like Nisha shining in the last playoffs. Can Niku step up to that? Can he, just survive the lane in Nisha in the form that he's currently in?
It's like also to me when I look at Liquid, I think people weren't too sure, myself including, how are they going to mesh together? Of course, they had a lot of changes. They brought in Ace and Tofu. Tofu had to do a lane swap, but I think they've all like proven their individual skill and excellence in this tournament already. But not just that, I think now it's starting to click as a team, like starting to understand how do we want to play, how do we want to draft, how do the heroes function together, and this is really what is making them, I think, look so dominant in this tournament so far.
I mean, their drafts just feel better.
Yeah, they do. They really, really do. There was a real problem with that earlier, I think, where you look at some of their heroes and they just didn't mesh well together, and I think that's a huge part of it.
Yeah, and my boy Boxy, I know I talk about it a lot, but this guy, you need to keep your eyes on him. Like, the heroes he has played in the playoffs, because this is for the entire tournament, but in the playoffs, he has only played the melee bros. And the funny and interesting thing is too, like, he mainly sticks to like the Tusk and the Tiny, but when those heroes are banned or when those heroes are picked, like he will always find like, he will find the backup. Yesterday, he had the Marcy. In other games, you have the Earth Spirit as well, where it's like, it's kind of interesting because if you take the Tusk and Tiny away, like the Earth Spirit himself is pretty good at saving from those heroes as well, because like you can see it here. And in these games, this is the only times they actually played Earth Spirit, because Earth Spirit +4, it's not good. No one else really does it, but they like find these ways, against the Tusk, you can then save. If they take the clock, you can then also save from the clockwork. So I think Team Liquid have like a very interesting thing where they have their best heroes, but if you contest them or have something against them, they have like the next level. And I think that's really when you're drafting is like the best it can be. When you're ready for what they can do against your heroes and you even have the answers to those.
I mean, the Earth Spirit itself is just so refreshing to see because he's playing on the repositioning of the hero, but also it's not an Earth Spirit game where he has no one to play on. Like in all of those 3 drafts, like there's a support or a core where he can go to and go, I have purpose in the early game. And I feel like Earth Spirit to me, it's a hero that's been just lost for so long. And now Boxy bringing it back, knowing that he is going to be this map-playing 4 hero in the melee role, then I would argue Na'Vi needs to maybe think about that, be ready for his rotations. But again, it is just a treat to watch. I love seeing these type of 4 players in the game.
Yeah, it's honestly super exciting, and it reminds me of like the old days with Crit and Jarex playing this hero. Like when I think of Earth Spirit 4, I think of those 2 players specifically, and I think Boxy fits in with them in terms of this like killing playstyle, hunting for kills. You're always the one starting fights. This, we talked about it, this dog on the leash mentality, and I think he very much fits in with them, and it's like a blast from the past. And whenever people like sort of dig back to old heroes, old concepts, I think that's always like very refreshing and just cool to see because it reminds you of like older areas in Dota. I think that's awesome.
But there's a mix when it comes to Liquid. You're talking about like those old play styles, those old theories, but they're also incorporating the newer heroes, right? We've got to talk about Largo here because when Ace has had his hands on this hero.
Yeah, I gotta give a shout out to production because they cooked on this one. But like you're saying, they've got the new stuff too. Ace, look at what Largo will do to Riddy's hero pool. He's sucking the Ringmaster so hard, he's even starting to fry. This guy, Riddy's will have to pay attention to what's going on in this game because Ace on the Largo, he's gonna sing those tunes and he's gonna lick his hero pool.
I mean, you just dispel it for days. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Ace is becoming one of the better offlane Largo players. He's doing exceptionally well. One little critique might be the balance
critique?
Yes.
Please
if
go.
I may. Am I allowed?
You may.
You may.
Mother, may I?
Thank you very much. I feel like Ace is a very strong Largo player, but because it's such a new hero, the ceiling of Largo is so high that the pro players still haven't, mastered the heroes. Like we're seeing very good play, but I still feel like there's still room to grow. There's like managing the use of your Rhapsody to then go for the lick, to then reset, go back for Rhapsody. Like you can do so much more on the hero, but again, Liquid, one of the best Largo licking teams in the game.
Oh my god.
Amen.
Can't spell Liquid without Liquid next time.
Oh, it's true! Yo, give me that.
I mean, you can. Liquid literally don't have a K in their name.
It's
You're thinking way too deep.
Stop that.
Sorry, my bad. Apparently everyone else can offer critiques, but not me. Instead, I'll just talk about the fact that maybe Ace getting the Largo, we've hyped it up. Boxy, his melee position 4 is what we're really overlooking on this side of Liquid is Nisha, and just how uncontested it feels like he's been in that mid lane.
It really has, and I think we looked at some of their past games, and for almost all of their recent games, he has had a favorable matchup, or at worst, an even one. And I think going into this matchup, while I think Nisha is probably a more consistent and dominant player than Niku, I would say on average, I think there is a slight mix-up in this best of 5 because I think Niku is actually someone who's willing to counterpick him. I think the past couple of mid players he's played against are very much, we're just going to draw. We're like, it's whatever, shmeep shop. But Niku, you heard it in his interview last night. He said, I'm going to smash Nisha tomorrow. And while he may be meaning a little bit, I think the mentality is very, very good. And I think actually trying to stick it to him and say, you're going to play hard lanes tomorrow, or we're going to play contentious lanes that I can actually beat you in. I love that mentality, and I think it's really important against Liquid. Because if you give this guy a free lane, you know what happens.
But that's why I'm so excited for this series, because of course, team versus team, but in the mid lane matchup, the way that Niku was drafting, he tried picking a Bristle into a Beast, it didn't work out. Like, what other ideas does he have to try and play into Nisha? Because Nisha is like, it's a Lesh or a Storm or a Puck. Like, you kind of know the style of hero coming. Maybe Niku has cooked up an idea. So game 1, game 2, Na'Vi can kind of go a bit more creative to try and test it, and then they might recalibrate themselves if it doesn't go out. But I am really excited to see like what is in play for the grand finals for them.
Yeah, we've had a lot of celebration around Liquid, them making it to a grand finals in what feels like almost an eternity. It's not that long, but it has been a while. Of course, yesterday as well, we had Mickey and Boxy celebrate their 1000th win as a duo, but there's another duo that we haven't really given the limelight on, and that is Ace and Tofu.
I guess, when did it actually start? Was it, what team was that? It's like so many years, like 5, 6 years ago, so I don't even know.
Like the stack started with Misery. I think we were called Hellbear Smashers at first, where was also the first pro team for me. And I was like trying to get in, playing tryouts and like be with the team, and he gave me a shot. And I was supposed to play 5, even though I was a post 4 player back then, and it was laning with Ace. And like I knew his name before from pro, but he wasn't at the ladder bot at that time because he was also at like some break before that and was teamless also. And I don't know, it was like just a new guy back then, and I was like asking.
I had no idea who you were.
If he wants to play like some
know.
duo queue to like, I don't know, get to know each other better and play. And then from scrims and play, I don't know, we just like started playing games together every day, and that like kind of clicked right from the get-go.
Because I remember I got invited by Misery at this time, and I wasn't really planning to like really like try hard in pro at that point. I kind of just wanted to chill. But I got the invite, I'm like, okay, whatever. I have this, I might as well just try it a little bit for fun. And I didn't even know who he was. But then we played a bit together, and I don't know, it was a pretty good journey. Like, it was actually fun, it was nice. So it was like a lot of motivation, and then, I don't know, we click well, and that's kind of how it started. And like, we play at the evenings as well, and like other games and shit. Yeah.
And fast forward is like, I don't know, like 5 years by now.
Yeah, that's right.
They're just such a funny duo where it's like you put them to interview each other and they're like, I actually don't really know this guy, but they know each other really well.
Yeah, that's classic. It's classic guy friendship.
Yes.
You're like, you know everything about their favorite Dota hero and this and that and the other, but like,
And
what's your
that's it.
birthday? How old
Yeah,
are
I'm
you?
like, what's that full name? No idea.
Where are you from? I don't know. So, I think it's one of
literally
those.
classic.
Yeah, it is.
You're going to talk about the important things, you know, and we're going to talk about something else important. When it comes to Na'Vi and Liquid versing against each other in a grand final, is their coaches. We haven't talked about it at all, but CY and Blitz have a very long-running history of grand finals against each other. And Quinn, you could give us the insight. How single-handedly is it advantageous to CY against Blitz?
Well, I believe we were 5-1 against Liquid. Now, the tournament they won, we don't need to mention what tournament that was.
Okay.
But before that,
We won't talk about that one.
Yeah, we won't talk about that one. But before that, we're 5-0, and CY is very, very confident in grand finals. I think he is a very, very good drafter. He is the one clicking the buttons for the team, and I think his prep is very good. He's very confident in his ideas, and I think also you heard it in Niku's interview. I think they believe in him a lot. I think he's someone who's very good at sort of binding his team together and being someone that people believe in. And so I think it's very good for them that he is drafting for this finals.
I mean, it's also that they don't really talk about, but CY entry to coaching was with gaming, right? So you enter as gaming coach, you then of course then win a lot of stuff together, and then your next job after that is joining Na'Vi. So for him as well, it's like a true test as a coach. Like after gaming, can you bring another team up to be lifting trophies to get them to a grand final? Is already very impressive, but I think there's already kind of that thing where this could be the start of lifting many more teams up.
For sure, CY has added a lot. Blitz as well, long running with his team on Liquid as well. And whilst we love talking about them so much, we really just want to get to talk about Dota. And so we're going to begin our grand final with a Game 1 draft. Well, a best of 5, we're all very familiar with at this point in time in the Blast Slam 6 format. But at the end of this best of 5, either Na'Vi or Liquid will be lifting that trophy. And so you want to get off on the right foot here for a game at number 1. And so banning out Nature's Prophet, I'm surprised I'm even saying that hero in the first phase ban. Nature's Prophet, Jakiro, and Ursa is what Na'Vi takes out. Liquid right now taking out the more stable, or I should say the more constant bans, Treant and Batrider.
So Na'Vi, of course, banned out Jakiro and Ursa in this position yesterday against Shandex, but they banned Viper instead of the Nature's Prophet. I could see an argument for Na'Vi taking Nature's Prophet away because of, you know, how static they can sometimes feel, the fact that, like, the supports don't want to get teleported on, the pacing, but it's also a hero that Liquid hasn't been rushing towards. This isn't like, you know, a TI draft where Liquid's like, if Prophet's available, we're picking it every game. So there clearly has to be some reasoning and some rationale behind it for future picks, but the Jakiro and the Ursa, we praised it a lot yesterday. But yeah, it is enabling Viper to potentially enter the next phase.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Ursa ban is also really interesting because it was being banned first phase last series because of the Underlord, right? It became super high priority in that specific tournament or in that specific series. I don't know if that's going to be the case in this series, and Liquid might have a better answer than Yandex did for that hero, especially with Razor still in the pool. So I'm curious to see how that priority works. If Liquid does leave the Razor, then Na'Vi will take it, and Liquid can't take the Underlord. So that's what they're thinking about right now. And oh, okay, I forgot that Shadowfiend's still in the pool.
Out of the trifecta of heroes, SF is definitely like the upper one. I think he's good against both of them, so makes a lot of sense. I like that you're also taking out the faster paced heroes that you guys already mentioned with the Nature's Prophet and the Jakiro.
I'm a bit surprised they banned the Viper of all that trio, but they are going to do an SF Razor trade. I think generally SF would be considered good against Razor, but it's not some super black and white matchup, I think, by any means. This is relatively... I think because Razor's such a strong hero right now, it's quite... both heroes are good.
I mean, it really depends on kind of the support duos. Like, is Razor laning into the Shadowfiend? Does Shadowfiend have like a Tusk or a Clockwork to utilize to kind of lock down for the Razors? And then if Razor isn't playing into Shadowfiend, are you buying auras and playing on a quicker timing while Shadowfiend's still needing a bit more farm, right? So there is kind of like a back and forth between it. Liquid being in second pick will decide whether Razor goes potentially at the end of the draft. But yeah, I think both teams are going to be pretty happy with how they've opened up the draft so far.
I mean, so because I like the Razor a lot, especially from second pick. Like you guys said, you can flex him in a lot of lanes. And while you don't have the best one-to-one matchup, I think SF hates being like collapsed on in those. So if you have offlane Razor, other heroes can like come to you, or if you put Razor mid, you end up picking like some offlane Primal Beast, what have you. Just lanes that you can just be very obnoxious to this hero, that he doesn't have like this stable like first 7, 8 to 9 minutes. So I think both teams are probably quite happy with their openers here.
Yeah, and Na'Vi, they realize that Boxy has so many of these melee 4 positions. Other teams has kind of utilized this second phase of bans to take away a Tusk and a Clock, not respecting the Earth Spirit, and then of course Boxy finds another one to kind of fill that void. So yeah, Na'Vi not wasting any bans on Boxy as of yet.
No, I fully agree with that. The concept of banning heroes whenever there's just another random replacement is a very crap. I think a lot of teams get baited into it.
Yep.
So I totally agree.
Yeah. But they go for the Beastmaster ban.
I mean, it would make the most sense, like for Liquid, you could just open up, you know, with insert Boxy melee 4 hero, you know, because then, again, if you lane with Razor, you're pretty happy with most of them, whether it's a Clock or a Tusk. If he's somewhere else, you can also always gank for him, so that's also kind of nice.
Do you look towards maybe banning out a mid laner, start chipping away at the hero pool of Nisha instead of looking at support? Oh, they just do Centaur instead.
So Na'Vi will close out the phase in this second phase, and the way that Niku does draft, I feel like I don't think it matters, because if Liquid wants to open up their mid pick here, you then can just hard counter it.
Yeah, I think they're banning stuff that is either flex or just comfort heroes for Liquid.
Yeah.
Both heroes are also good against Shadowfiend. I think Na'Vi has sort of taken the route of, we're not going to try to ban like the signature heroes, I think, per se for Liquid, aside from the Furion. We're just like, you're going to pick your heroes, we're going to pick ours, and we're going to play Dota. Because I think it is a bit difficult right now with the hero pool that Liquid has to actually ban them out. And so I think it is correct to take the approach of, we're going to ban heroes for the game specifically, we're going to ban for our heroes, and we're going to just go to toe-to-toe with you because we can't actually ban you out. And there's that Huskar respect ban. Okay. Interesting. I mean, that begs the question, what is Na'Vi going to counter it with, right? We saw them massively prioritizing the hero yesterday. They banned the Ursa probably for it, and now it's here again. So have they thought about it more? Do they have an answer for it? Do they think Shadowfiend is good against it? There's a lot of questions around this hero because it is very powerful, and I think Ace is probably the best Underlord.
And Shadow Demon is still in the pool. Being able to throw kind of, you know, you've got a purge on either Razor or Underlord, it's going to feel quite good. Eventual breaks down the line, just slowing up, but it could just make your draft a little bit too slow in the early game against Liquid. That's something that we need to remind you, right? Liquid is the team that is just better in the early game than Na'Vi. They're a lot more aggressive, even though there's kind of, I think, one game in Na'Vi Best of 5 yesterday that they kind of showed it through the Huskar, but kind of on average, Liquid just has better pacing early on.
I would prefer the SF, I think, to maybe just be straight up as a carry. I think he has an okay matchup against Underlord, like about as good as it can be. You're good against the Razor. And I would prefer a mid hero, I think, who's a little more mobile than just putting the SF mid where like Underlord can gate on you. I think you don't really enjoy ganking this guy. So I would look for Na'Vi to maybe pick a +5 that helps the SF lane. Like whether it's perhaps an Undying, I think, could work.
I think you want strong rune fighting stuff, whatever it is. Because you've already got Underlord on Liquid, which means your draft is actually going to be a little bit slower. Underlord is a pretty slow hero generally. He farms up quite a bit of items. So to me, this looks like already a very mid-centric game where Liquid hasn't picked either of the supports. They're going to pick strong rune fighting ones, and I think Na'Vi needs to be able to fight back.
Okay, so Na'Vi picking up Disruptor. I think my slight hesitation is with Razor potentially going thrown into mid lane. Like you buy one aura, Underlord buys the other aura, and then you don't really care about static storm on this. You just dump them all down and you survive through it with a pipe and a crimson to protect you from magic and then right click. So yeah, but Na'Vi, they are going very much, we want to be in your face. Tiny, be it 4 or mid, hopefully 4 position. They all want to find kills in laning phase.
I mean, maybe there's a world where they like the Disruptor, because generally when you look at Boxy's pool, it is like a melee 4 pool, which they don't mind Disruptor as much, but I think when you have a double melee lane against like 2 counter picks, you can sometimes have like a super strong, I think, safe lane. Maybe they want to play with this. I will say for now, the Tiny SF Disruptor, it worries me a little bit, but it depends a lot on like the follow-up, because Disruptor needs pace. He wants lanes he can play with, lanes he can go to where you can collapse. But I think Liquid for now also, they have quite good heroes at like holding their own ground.
Yeah, they're very robust, and Tiny Disruptor together. If you're not snowballing, now you have these 2 heroes that need to kill. If they're not getting kills, they're not getting gold, the map's not developing, and it can feel very stale and static. And now you're playing against 2 saves. Like he mentioned, you're playing against the auras. Like, I think already from these heroes, the clock is on Na'Vi that you need a good early game, you need some snowball, and you need actually to make them bleed on the map.
Yeah, and that's of course going to come either from Nico in the mid lane, and then the off lane. They're kind of the next 2 picks available. And for off lane, I'm trying to think what PMA can go to be a bit disruptive, but you're playing into potentially a Razor or a counter pick. So I don't think you can really rely on PMA being like the fix to this. Of course, Niku, that's now kind of gonna take the pressure.
I mean, what pick do you go for here as Na'Vi? I feel like you do see the double melee. I think Underlord is kind of like hard a lot of the times.
Oh, off lane, you know?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, this to me fits their draft. Like you picked Tiny Disruptor. I think you can't go back and like even it out really. I think you're kind of committed to the bit and that you need the snowball. And I think Phoenix off lane is very explosive. It is not something people play against very often, and so I think you won't have as good of an understanding of laning against this hero as you will against other heroes. And if you die one time in lane against this hero, he gets his urn, like the game can collapse to a ridiculous degree. And Liquid's heroes are all really bad against Phoenix. Like they can't kill this egg at all. They need attack speed, all of these heroes to function. And so I think it's a pretty cool Phoenix game, and I think PMA is kind of a specialist on this hero.
Yeah, also I like Phoenix a lot against saves. Like let's say you start the fight with some Tiny and you just drop the egg. Like if people get, you know, disrupted or snowball saved under an egg, well, they're straight up coming to an egg that is even closer to exploding, still keeping you there in the area. So I like this a lot, because they needed like these other heroes they can play through, and like Quinn mentioned, they don't really kill the egg. It's also a super good Sunray game, at least for now. You know, you have Underlord, Razor, they're kind of tanky heroes, so I like what Na'Vi are doing here.
But in regards to the carry picks for Liquid, let's say you do put the Razor mid, then there's still like Weavers and potential range heroes that Mickey can pick up to, again, lane's not going to be good at all, but I'm talking like once you sort of get into the mid game, the egg's not a problem. You've got Shadow Demon with the shard for the cleanse, so then you can get rid of the fire spirits.
Yeah.
And it's a matter of, does Liquid want to respect the laning of Phoenix and pick a real strong laner, or do you want to play for the, let's just delete the egg and this core can never really play the game because you're just in a bad, you know, one-to-one matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the cleanse is definitely an important point. Like Phoenix in the mid game, like going toward the late game can already be a little bit dicey pending. So if you have ways to purge off all of his garbage, then his impact can fall off some. That's where I think you need to rely on the Shadow Fiend in this potential last pick. But Nisha or Mickey will have the guaranteed last pick, so they'll have that extra counter pick up their sleeve still, which can change some dynamics.
then do ban Gyrocopter. To be fair, if you put Tusk into 5 with Drinking Buddies, just keep flacking the wave, then it would have been hard for Phoenix to kind of just dive underneath the tower. So that's another option as well. Liquid just finds like a wave shoving carry.
Coddle carry.
I don't know how to respond to that.
I was gonna say that was a real hit with the audience here.
I feel like Coddle carry is like some Na'Vi stuff, you know, some CY cooking up some Pugna carry, some Coddle carry, which we do not really want to see.
Wait, which team do you want to win this best of 5, sorry?
I'm an unbiased caster. Well,
Very
analyst.
unbiased.
Yes.
I am normally very unbiased, but I'll be honest, I'm actually, I'm leaning Na'Vi. I actually, for the first time in my life, I actually want Na'Vi to do it. Niku Ember.
This is an okay Ember game. I would say it's good against Razor, Tusk, and Shadow Demon. It's generally pretty bad against Underlord because Ember is sort of mid-range poking damage. Underlord gives you all that HP regen, and then of course the classic Pipe and Crimson. So it's a mixed bag, but it is very good with Shadow Fiend. And I think when you have Shadow Fiend in your team, you need to enable him with lockdown, with catch, so he can actually get these right clicks off. The hero is a hero that needs help. He doesn't provide all of that for himself.
Let me see, what is there? I mean, I'm pretty sure you can put Razor mid against Ember, right? If you want, it's not like a bad matchup at all.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah, I think for carries there's like Weavers, maybe for mid. I mean, what do we like mid against Ember? Maybe there's like Slardars, but I think Phoenix is quite annoying for this hero.
Slardar is okay. I don't think it's anything crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the best ones are already banned, like Huskar Viper, Batrider, Beastmaster.
Yeah, and we're not really in a meta of picking up carries that have natural dispels in them, because that's one way to deal with a Phoenix, but again, you don't really want to put yourself in that position. It's kind of like an odd thing.
I guess I was going to mid-Razor.
Yeah, I mean, I think Liquid is just going to accept that there will be some difficulty in lanes, but as long as you don't over-rotate and try and save each other, you will inevitably have one Pipe, one Crimson, and then of course the Shard on SD, and that's when you play for the fight. So I feel like it's on Na'Vi to be the ones utilizing the Phoenix, have the Ember make the move. I want to see the Tiny Disruptor holding hands, like it's go, go, go from them. And it's kind of, you just got to make Liquid overlap their farm at some point. Like, don't allow them to get to 15 minutes double aura, and you don't really have a major kill lead.
I think there's a lot of pressure on Niku in this lane because Liquid supports are good at fighting around mid, but Na'Vi wants that snowball. They want it too. And this is a lane that can go very poorly for Ember, or it can be drawish. And I think if Ember hangs on and you get the drawish start, then I think in the game it's pretty bad for Razor because you don't actually do anything to Ember. So this is one that Niku, he needs to play the lane well. He needs to do all the small things right. And if he does, then I think he can be set up for success this game.
Yeah, it's also a matter of if he does well, then he can actually play onto the Wisdom room. If you get double Wisdom on the side of Na'Vi or Liquid, it's so important for your draft. For Na'Vi, it's for survival, continuing the aggression. And for Liquid, if you get double Wisdom, you delay the aggression of Na'Vi to buy time for the cause to be happy. So I'm really looking at 7-minute mark of the game to be really important.
I mean, I just like that both teams have the drafts where they can fight into each other. Like, we've seen it throughout the entire tournament. If you're not ready to fight back, you just get kind of owned, especially by Liquid. And I think Na'Vi have a pretty good draft, like, you know, fighting back. They've got the Phoenix. They have good team fight around it. And I also agree, like, the first 7 minutes and also, like, the first skirmishes, like minute 10, are super important for this game.
Would you guys say then that you're favoring one side if you just had to put it blankly?
It's kind of hard to choose. I'm leaning slightly Liquid just because I think Underlord is really, really good in this game, and if Na'Vi don't get off to like a very good pace, I think he's going to be incredibly toxic with like his double aura and also the Axe to like catch the Ember later. But Na'Vi have like the type of draft where if they get off to a good start, they can definitely snowball.
You guys only get to pick one team. You don't get an explanation.
Liquid.
I'm going to say Na'Vi every time.
T the contrarian, but also a ride or die right now with Na'Vi. We do like what they've gone for as it is so Na'Vi-esque, but Liquid right now on an absolute steamroll. Let's see if it continues for our very first game in our best of 5 grand finals.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into the action here of the grand finals here at Blast Slam 6 Malta. I'm ODPixel, joined by Fogged, and we have got the treat today of getting to witness this best of 5 between Na'Vi and Team Liquid. Fogged, we're getting some fun stuff coming in. Na'Vi bringing in some of these supports that they like to play, no one else likes to. You know, Riddies, for example, coming in with a Disruptor pick. And then Liquid, getting to make a bit of a switch up towards the end of their draft, right? They sort of see the situation mid. They're like, absolutely, Nisha, he's happy to take the Razor against that Ember in that mid matchup, and they get Mickey, the Wind Ranger, as the last pick. What are you expecting from this this showdown here, Fogged?
A lot of fighting. I'm so excited for this one. You know, these two teams, the organizations we can talk about as well, too. Sure, it's not the same players on Na'Vi, not the same players on Liquid or anything, but 10 years that these teams haven't met together. And Na'Vi, right, this is their first grand finals with this squad. So for me, I'm super gassed for them. Very excited to see what this game does entail. And I do think they've gotten themselves a really good draft in order to fight around these early timings. Liquid is all about kind of this pace setting, all about this tempo going. This is a bit of a slower one, I would say, from Liquid. So I do think Na'Vi, with these two supports, Tiny Disruptor, they're super active. They can make a lot of moves. So I'm very hyped up for this one. I think we should be very hyped up with our sponsor, Polymarket. So be sure to put your bets in, etc.
Let's see what they've got going on here off the back of the pause. I mean, who's going to go for the smoke first? You know, is there first blood potential? I feel like we never really see it happen too much. You know, why is that?
Yes.
Are teams just being super careful when it comes to bounties? There's no point taking the risk trying to get that first blood?
Yeah, I mean, there's way too many. It's like too many risks versus Shadow Demon, too many risks versus Tusk. A lot of these heroes that can just either increase damage, reposition, or just... Yeah, I mean, Shadow Demon tends to be... If you have Shadow Demon on your team, I feel like most times you're the team that gets the first blood just because you can isolate a target, but teams are just careful right now, man. You don't want to mess up your lane, skill the wrong ability, can just mess up the matchups that you ideally want to look at.
So apologies for the pause here, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we're just getting things sorted with the players on the stage, so we can get this game underway.
I'm glad that we did get what looks like... Honestly, Na'Vi with 5 of their most comfortable heroes, I would say. You know, maybe you can replace here and there slightly, but like Niku, this is, I think, his favorite hero that I like to see him play. Riddies, I think his Clockwork and his Disruptor are my 2 favorites. Zayats, it's like... Zayats is a little hard because his hero pool is weird because he used to play tree techies all the time, and that's what I usually like to see, but I love his Tiny. I like his active movement heroes, so...
See some lines being drawn. I'll see if they actually make anything happen with that. And in terms of
too, this, I'm just going to talk about the one aura side versus no aura side, right? Which we have to always mention. One team you can maybe look at and has a better team fight lineup. You know, Navi's is pretty explosive. Egg, Shadow Fiend, Disruptor, right? Tons of team fight. Liquid's maybe more about small skirmishes and specific timings, and maybe waiting for that timing. Like we said, this might be a bit of a slower game for Liquid in general until they do have pipe, because it's a like S-tier pipe game, as it tends to be. But yeah, everyone's magic damage, at least early on, until that SF gets online.
I guess that's... I mean, is it going to be as slow of a game as we did see, obviously, the other day against OG, right? We had that sort of 80-minute in which it took for Liquid to sort of take it over in that later stage of the game. If the game goes on, could we see that happen here? Or do you think that the sort of results should be a bit more volatile between these two teams with these lineups?
I would say more volatile, but hey, never write anything off in this tournament, honestly. Yesterday's, I honestly thought that OG was going to get steamrolled in that game. I thought it was going to be some 35-minute dislike and maybe pivots away from some of these damage items and goes auras, because there was only one damage hero, right? So I thought that game was actually going to be pretty explosive too. But I think best of fives call for pretty much anything. Teams can be a bit more careful, and let's get underway.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. We're ready to go here with game 1 between Liquid and Na'Vi. And very much looking forward to see how these two teams match up. And indeed, the mid lane, always going to be somewhere that you want to focus when, you know, Nisha in particular has been playing at the level that he has. Up against Niku on the Ember Spirit, it's absolutely going to be a test for Niku, right? Obviously, super skilled on the Ember. He's been coming in with some hot performances as well. Grandmaster tier on this Ember Spirit. But you're a melee hero up against a static link. It's not the most fun situation to find yourself in the laning stage.
No, and even just without static link, right? Just with
the plasma spam.
Hits you and just the storm surge, extra little pokes of damage. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The other thing I do want to talk about is the change in dynamic, though, right? Nisha's not playing an active, you know, Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, Puck. That's the difference. So we'll see if that causes any type of results in the mid game where Niku's able to thrive, even if his lane goes badly with these rotations with the two supports. We'll have to see.
Let's find out.
They're going for a sneaky first blood play.
Tofu and Boxes is not necessarily a position you expect to find them.
This is dangerous.
Mess around with Zayats. They've got the blood grenade to set things up. He'll turn with the avalanche. Mickey's heading over as well to help out. Should be a pretty surefire first blood. They'll try and give it to Mickey, and they'll succeed in doing so. So first blood here for Mickey as the carry to start his lane off.
Yep, and he does just go Link level 1, so that was first CS in terms of that first wave. He's got 20 damage. That's going to be tough for Niku to deal with. Yeah, smart setup. Don't see that too often, that positioning for people to go.
No, absolutely not. No, absolutely. That catches them completely by surprise. We've obviously sort of seen teams do this whole kind of, start with a tri lane and one of the side lanes for that first blood attempt, but making the move there away from the lane, not something that we're seeing a lot of teams doing at all.
And we did have to mention something too. I did want to say this because Shadow Demon made it pretty far. This hero has been a first ban, first pick of the tournament, so we're going to have to see what results that has too, because this hero just has like infinite potential in games. Either with Demonic Purge, either with saving targets. All of his toolkit just feels incredible, and in this game in particular, there's some pretty clear Purge targets and some pretty clear Cleanse targets that he can protect his allies with versus Change, Fire Spirits. Definitely has.
And I guess that's because the interesting thing there as well is because it's such an obviously strong hero that we've seen being respected in the majority of drafts and matches that we've had so far, that the only reason why it would be let through right is because Na'Vi believe that they've got ways to play against it.
It's got to be just like, most of the job is going to be Zayats. Zayats and Niku, they've got to be the hunters, catching the back line, causing chaos, making sure this Tofu can't play the game. But it can be a bit difficult. I've seen these Shadow Demons either be very tanky or very sneaky, and he's going to have auras, so we have to factor that in. Niku's doing pretty good, by the way. Watching those couple waves, he was doing pretty good in terms of last hits on those. Very close.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, getting quite a few denies in actually against Nisha. You can only imagine that it's probably going to get harder and harder as the levels come in. The Razor gets stronger in the matchup. Niku's going to end up taking more damage, losing more right-click damage to the Link. See top lane Tofu in trouble. Zayats and PMA able to get the kill as he's caught out just outside of the lane. So Na'Vi getting themselves their first kill on the board.
This is a fun lane to watch. I like PMA on his Phoenix quite a bit too. I think they strayed away from it for quite a few days, if I'm not mistaken. I actually didn't get to see all of the games yesterday. I don't believe that he played it. No, he didn't. So it's been some days since he did play, but I do like when they play this style. Goes for that bearing build that we've seen a lot of times. Shiva's very valuable.
Well, bottom lane.
Lane.
They can get the glimpse back, but it's snowball save. Got the juice. Can he still get in range? He's not going to quite be able to there without a good snowball save from Boxy. Obviously something they will always have to try and stop that sort of move, which is very important, right? You get glimpse back into a couple of raises, it could set up for easy kills for the safe lane SF. So a lot of focus is going to be on Boxy to be ready to make that counter play anytime. Got the juice and Riddies go for that.
Yeah, and in the game, right, we were talking about it us like when this draft was going on, but they have Shadow Demon and Tusk versus Glimpse, so they will have two different ways to bail each other out in terms of either laning phase or in the mid game. Riddies going for it again. Boxy.
See if they can get it this time. They're actually going to turn aggressively with the snowball straight onto Got the Juice. He'll get a raise out. Can he bring down Ace first? He can't. Nope. Ace will survive a little longer. Does still die to Riddies, but survive long enough to get the kill, get the XP, killing off Got the Juice back over in the mid. We were seeing a Niku. He was playing aggressive under the tower. He was doing a pretty good job with it, honestly. Getting a lot of pressure onto Nisha, getting him low, but was ultimately playing with fire, or at least in this case, electricity. Nisha's able to turn, run him down, and get that kill. It's one of those just super dangerous lanes, right? Niku's trying to push it to the limit. It costs him his life there.
It does, and I mean, we hear Quinn talk about that all the time when he plays versus Niku, right? Niku sometimes just does have a little bit of these random deaths where he pushes the limit a bit too hard. Then
got the juice. Yeah, very nicely chasing him down there, catching him just on the edge of that long distance raise. So, whilst he did get taken down in that lane, they're starting to kind of get the action going down here, get some of the kills going the way of the SF. So got the juice despite dying. He's going to be pretty happy. Farm's still good. He's matching that of the farm of Mickey on the other side of the map. Both of them very similar CS. See mid, TP coming in from Zayat. He does have a mango, and he's going to get the toss onto Niku, closing the gap with the chains, but Niku's very, very low.
Oh my god.
Well, that was a risky toss there. You know, that was nearly one of the tiny airlines gone wrong. He does live, he does get out, so you can see what they were trying to do. But it's not just Niku apparently who likes to take the risks around the mid lanes. His supports like to help him take the risks as well. He gets away with it this time, but that was a bit close.
Nisha's really bullying now that he's 3-2. 2 points in that static link. Niku's having difficulty dealing with it. That was 71 bonus damage. I don't think the Tiny saw it at first. Is Tofu?
No.
He's trying for like a solo play, but that's quite a bit of mana used.
Zayats will be able to walk back to base, get the refuel. TP's going to be coming into the mid now from Riddies. They couldn't do it here with Zayats. Maybe they could do it here with Riddies. They certainly can. Thunderstrike and a quick glimpse back. I mean, these sort of moves, very important for Na'Vi, right? You got to be bringing in this backup, allow Niku to get the chance to get kills. Could be in trouble here. Tofu is around, Snowball's coming in, so Liquid in return, they bring both of their supports and will manage to punish Niku after Na'Vi were able to make that initial move to take Nisha down. So we're seeing that focus around the mid. It's kicking off as we'd hoped for it to be, and it's coming up now to that first power rune. We'll see if both teams keep the supports around and who's going to be able to get their hands on it. At the moment, Liquid's got the numbers. Still Nisha, backed up by both supports here for the 6-minute rune spawn.
Hard to contest the SD Tusk. These are just a bit too strong around that one. See if Reese can maybe even go for a deny on it. No, they can't. So Nisha, he'll get that one. He's 6 now too, so Eye of the Storm is ready. Looks like he wants to be active with it. It is seen by the ward. Looks like that'll get dewarded pretty soon. Riddies?
Does Nisha just want to settle for Riddies, or does he want to try and go for the lane and see if he can catch out Got the Juice?
Riddies sees him
down. Gonna get the quick glimpse onto him. So should keep him safe. I mean, well, actually not with the shards like that. They should be able to get him. Boxy, make sure that he still gets the catch on Riddies. TPs are coming in. Nisha wants to finish off the kill, but won't quite be able to dive the tower. Now he's taking huge damage indeed from the Razors coming out from the Got the Juice. Nisha, he wants to swing back and he's refueling up here with the bottle. They'll get the root onto Got the Juice. The Razors, though, come through. Got the Juice able to take Nisha down. He dies at the end of it all, but Liquid, they took a lot of damage for this aggressive move. And now with Zayat's coming across, they'll pick up the kill against Ace as well. Boxy's got to run. It's a bit of a hectic play there from Liquid to get the kills. And they might still lose Boxy as Zayat's. He's not really got mana to play of anything. Riddies, he's only really got a glimpse to use. That might be enough, though. Snowball is going to be coming out from Boxy and the shards. Nicely done to block them off on the high ground. TP is coming in though for Got the Juice. So he actually might be able to line up the raises. And he will. Couple of hits and a raise. Got the Juice. He's more than happy that his supports didn't kill Boxy off, because as he comes back into the lane, he gets to pick up another kill as the SF. I mean, we're seeing so far, now Liquid, they're trying to bring the action. A very aggressive move there for Nisha to come and look to use this invisibility rune. It kind of comes back to bite them. Nisha ends up dying for that play.
This is a really interesting kind of sequence of things that happen too. PMA dies top, so immediately they start running for the Wisdom, and I think Niku was actually recovering in terms of farm in mid because Nisha had left, but I think his team made the call. Niku, we need you to go steal the Wisdom, because otherwise we're going to lose both the Wisdoms. So he kind of, even though he could have probably recovered more on net worth there, he actually sacked the net worth to go get the Wisdom for his allies. So he did recover slightly, but he could have recovered more on net worth, but yeah, you know, that's what you got to do for a team.
Riddies trying to keep Zayat safer and all that. See if they can get the snowball in. They're going to be fine in Na'Vi. Na'Vi can back away. Liquid can't quite get the grab on them. Na'Vi able to keep Zayat safe. Now the Tiny to walk back over to the tier 1 here to stay safe around the mid.
No one wants. This is how both teams like to play. I mean, Quinn's gonna have a lot to talk about this too, right? Because it's a CY thing, right? There was this Gaming Gladiators versus Liquid year of meta where it was sitting in mid around the 2 mid. So both teams are kind of doing that similar thing right now. Sharing the experience. Riddies very close to having the 6. This is gonna be an early disruptor level 6. This could catch Liquid off guard if he's able to finish it up here. Very close. I'm surprised they didn't give him a creep or 2 more.
Also, the stacks has been happening elsewhere. I mean, Mickey's kind of been left with a lot of space top, but as we're seeing, just the fact that there's been so much involvement for Got the Juice that even with the deaths, the kills are out, absolutely outweighing what he's losing with each of the deaths. He's top of the net worth right now on the carry SF. Very happy to sort of be down here and be involved in the action, which it just goes to show really how mobile Na'Vi supports have been, making sure that they've not only been able to just sit around the mid, but also managed to still connect with the carry on the safe lane when needed. Niku's going for him in the mid. He's got the Remnant out.
Can't quite.
Yeah, can't continue to force for the kill.
No. I wanted to point out Mickey's skill build. This is actually pretty interesting. They might actually go for a glimpse play bottom, so I have to hesitate for a second here. Looks like they can't. But yeah, he maxed power shot. I think it's because he's playing versus the Phoenix. Even though he's tangled, he can't actually get the attack, so he wants that big nuke damage. So, I mean, it makes sense to me. Usually you see 4-0-4.
Absolutely, yeah, especially when you're going carry and you're taking tangled, yeah, so definitely a different approach.
Probably about that lane. I think it is more about just helping the lane, and then afterwards he'll have the points for tangled for the movements. So a bit of an interesting adaptation.
Yeah, definitely also, yeah, just letting you push the lane out a bit easier, right? When, you know, your supports have kind of probably said to you, you know, sorry, Mickey, we've got problems elsewhere. We're going to be hanging around the mid lane, making moves down bottom. We don't want to be up here on the safe lane. You know, you're going to be completely solo. And he's able to handle that situation with this build.
Zayats.
Shackle him. PMA is here to try and help out, but focus fires in. Zayats doesn't stand a chance there with the focus fire and tag team combo. PMA's going to attempt to run down Boxy. Niku's got the chains. Tofu has disruption to buy some safety for Boxy. Still has the shards and the snowball. You know, Boxy's making them work for it. Niku, he's not going to be able to continue to run him down. Yeah, just between the two of them, the supports, saves upon saves. Ends up just being a bit of wasted time, unfortunately, for Na'Vi.
These saves are always going to be a problem. There's a reason, as we said, Shadow Demon's banned or picked in the first every single time. Just the power that this hero can do. Just the disruption. And, I mean, of course, Boxy with some sick shards. We've seen him do a couple times here. Na'Vi getting the pressure on top, though. Playing around, got the juice. As you said, top net worth on this SF. They've got this Static Storm ready, so if... Liquid, if they're not properly set up, they can't actually go for this defense. They also are always going to have Glimpse versus the Fiend's Gate, so... We'll see how Liquid wants to be able to set up the defenses. The Tusk is coming.
Yeah, they're coming in. But it has been hit by the scan, so Na'Vi know that these sort of TPs are coming in.
Juice.
Got the juice. He wants to push to finish the tab, and now the fortification comes out. They get the shards on the water. He's going to go for the Requiem. It'll actually be a bit of a toss to the side. Gets him into a bit of a favorable position, as they're actually able to just kill off Boxy without the Requiem, just to sort of the right clicks alone. They get the tower, Na'Vi. Now they can try and push on for more. Liquid, of course, were able to kite out the Supernova coming in from PMA. It works, you know. It did look a bit, you know,
it's a lot
kind of having the Requiem being interrupted, but why not the Requiem? You know, Zayat says, no, you don't need to use that yet, son. You know, keep that safe for the next fight.
He had the right idea.
They get a kill.
Right?
Yeah.
Zayats is like, my guy's stuck in shards. I want to toss him out. There is a Static Storm and an Egg and everything on top, but either way, he's thinking about just saving his buddy. Liquid, they kind of reacted, but I could tell, I think Nisha was like, I'm not going. Nisha was just hitting creeps, so
sure.
Maybe it was an attempted defense, and then they realized there was just no way when they know they can get glimpsed.
Yeah. In terms of builds, right, you were talking earlier about obviously the power of a inevitable pipe on Liquid's lineup. The same to be said, right, for the BKBs, and that's why we're getting what Nisha going for this BKB rush straight up on the Razor. Once he has that, other than the SF, he's going to be pretty much indestructible, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing versus when you have less team fight than the opposing team, if you want to rush BKBs, it can absolutely work. As Boxy,
get the catch
not
on
dying
him.
the fastest.
Got Snowball to buy him time. But there's not going to be anyone else helping him out this time round. Tofu not anywhere close by to sort of bail him in that situation. So another kill to be found by Na'Vi. Okay, yes indeed going to get PMA in return. And there's nobody coming to punish him. So Mickey, again, throughout this all, only the one death. He's getting the chance for these kills. He's living a pretty quiet life really on the top lane, but he's happy with it. He's happy with it. Still not quite keeping up, though, with the farm of Got the Juice, just because of the overall objectives, right, they've been able to take. You know, we're seeing Na'Vi already pushing down the tier 1s, maybe even finding a chance to go on Ace. Ace is pretty tanky with the Vanguard and the Cloak. And with the TPs coming in, Na'Vi will quickly back away from trying to go in for that one. But yeah, Na'Vi are enabling this SF pretty good right now. Got the Juice is hitting some pretty impressive timings.
Yeah, and I think like we were mentioning, right, Na'Vi overall, I think they want to be the ones dictating the pace. Liquid's draft is a bit more slow-paced, waiting for these auras, waiting for those BKBs to counteract this heavy team fight, the egg, etc. So I like the way Na'Vi's playing. All 3 tier 1s have been claimed. Liquid has not really touched too much of the tier 1s, and they're keeping this oppressive playstyle. So looking for these moves, placing aggressive wards, looking for the catches. But Liquid, they're not getting as caught. They are sitting back, they're getting ready, waiting for these BKBs for Nisha in particular to rally around. See his approach works. Got the juice, as you said. He's continuing to just be very, very large in this game.
Yeah. No, he really is. He's probably close to the point where I mean, you know, what do they look for next? Tier 2s this early? Is that sort of on the menu? Or at this sort of stage, when you come to the 15-minute mark, is it very much a let's wait till the 20 minutes, get the Tormentor, get the Roshan, and then we'll look to take our lead to the next stage?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Wait to fight around your cooldowns, play around your cooldowns as best as possible versus Liquid's lack of big team fight cooldowns, and play to the number advantage. You know that the way the Liquid's going to fight is try to Fiend's Gate port, bring this extra number. If you have the numbers there, you glimpse that target out, it's going to take him a couple seconds to come back. So Na'Vi still continuing to play as this unit, 4 heroes in the top jungle. Zayats is away from them, but they're still
Riddy's just looking for setup.
Playing.
Snowball's going to be coming in onto Riddies. He'll immediately turn, lay down the kinetic field and the static storm. Got the juice trying to come in from the side. They'll use the supernova. Can would take it down. Nisha's looking to kill the egg off. They'll be able to bring it down successfully.
Nico hit it.
Got the... Oh, that's pretty big, Bray. He got the deny. That was cute. That was certainly cute. He's dead, though.
Wait. Okay, 1 second. I need to
well,
watch that.
I see what, because you want to do the math
and say
if he didn't deny it, would it have actually been successful?
I think it probably would have died because there had 1 hit left, but the Requiem
sure
came out at the same time.
Dude,
like,
there's no way.
Were
Surely.
During
Let's have a look.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Watch the Requiem. Watch the fear. Wait up. Let me see.
I'm watching. No, Nisha would have hit. Nisha would have hit it.
Nisha would have hit. Okay.
Nisha, he was BKB. He would have hit it. So, you know, Niku,
perfect.
Able to sort of limit what Liquid get a little bit there by getting the deny of the supernova. And he didn't grief because the supernova would have been killed anyway.
Fair enough.
Still not a great fight for Na'Vi, though. They lose big kills at the end of that.
I think Riddies can't be in the front line.
Sides. Got the toss on a Boxy. Still got the snowball, though. But Niku on top of him. He's not running away from this one. Surely not. No. Avalanche gets him. Boxy will fall.
That was, okay, so yeah, Na'Vi, I like how they're playing oppressively and all, but I think Riddies has to be a bit more careful with his positioning. Disruptor.
That was a little too much, right? Yeah.
Yeah, just a bit too far forward. It's because they didn't have the Tiny, I think. So PMA dove forward, they're trying to get information, but they don't have their actual, walk up and initiator on the Tiny, so it got a little awkward. Sorry, Nico, I didn't mean to do you injustice. The BKB Razor was offside for me.
But dude, if he was it was very much worth looking at, right? Because that could have been a little awkward. But now Niku, he assessed the situation. He knew it was safe to take his teammate down, get that deny.
Take his teammate down. Like
sometimes it's, I mean, it's something about you don't actually get like the exclamation right when it's a supernova, but if there's any time one of your teammates has got one of those exclamations over their head, you have to hit them. You don't even have to think about it. It's just for a boost in morale. Everyone finds it funny when their teammate denies them, I think. Well, at least that's what I believe when I mute them. Anyway, bottom lane.
He's trying to poke the BKB. That's what those type of plays are for. You're trying to force BKB so then maybe you can go for a play after. But Nisha's being patient. Liquid is getting these timings, so items... They're starting to rack in. Pipe almost done for Ace, Mjolnir for the Wind Ranger, and the BKB for the Razor. Yeah. So Na'Vi have to be very ready for this next fight.
They might catch Tofu here. Yeah, they'll drop his Static Storm. Nisha's going to be here at the side to try and help out. The glimpses there, getting Tofu back in towards the Static Storm. They get the kill. Na'Vi probably in their best interest to back away now that the time's been there for the rest of Liquid to turn up. Looking at the Roshan here, Na'Vi.
With a kill? Anytime you get a kill with SF, you get that presence. You have opportunity to go for this threaten. I think they could... How long on this out-of-steel respawn? I think they can contest on Liquid.
I was going to say, I think Liquid's going to want to. They've just picked up the pipe on Ace.
Oh, DD. That's fortunate. Forgot the juice.
Well, that might actually change sort of the situation here. Still, I think Liquid's going to turn up. I mean, they're surely going to want to. I said they got Ace with the pipe. He's got the Fiend's Gate ready to join them. They are going to have to do it soon here, Liquid. Roshan falling. Scout out the situation. Nisha's ready to kind of come in from the sidelines. Got the juice. He wants to finish it off. He'll use the record to try and push them back. He'll get the kill. They'll pick up the Aegis. Nisha pops the BKB. Will look to take out the Supernova. He'll be able to kill it. Can he get away, though? Glimpse on towards Nisha. Caught by the chains, but it's absolute just casualty after casualty on Na'Vi's side. Got the juice is going to try and TP out, but the disruptions there from Tofu. They're going to lose everybody for that fogged on Na'Vi. They were so close there to it working out. They get the kill. They use the Requiem and the Supernova at the end to try and secure the situation, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Liquid turn up. They're ready to take these fights. And
the Underlord timing.
Get the Roshan and Aegis for nothing at the end of the day. They get team wipe fogged.
They see it again. I think like right before the fight finishes, I think he gets the pipe, jumps in, barriers everyone, and it just stops. Look, they all have that extra little blue barrier, and it protects all of them. That pipe is just giving so much extra protection. The egg, I think he missed one attack on Nisha on it, but then ends up getting that last one. He completely focused it himself. Just the Razor killed the egg.
Yeah, that was...
Liquid just very good target priority in the team fight. The angle that Nisha comes in, I think caught them off guard.
Dude, it was. I think he actually missed like 3 hits on the egg.
Was it 3? I thought he switched targets, but you might be right, yeah.
Because I think the Ace was the one who kind of saved the day, then actually came in with the last melee hit to kill it. It definitely started to look like maybe that Supernova was going to be successful, but of course it wasn't. And maybe even if it was at that point, the fight's still not going to go too hot for Na'Vi. I mean, they had the right read to try and push for the Roche. Yeah, we'll see it again. Look, let's see how many misses he gets.
I saw
He hits
at
that
least one. I didn't. I saw.
Is this
switched
one at
targets,
one?
but
Oh no, never mind. He hit that one. It's now, I think. Oh no, never mind. He hit that one as well. That one he misses.
that he hits. SF.
Okay, then he hit the SF. I
Then he
think,
missed
yeah,
the
you're
SF.
right. Then he's, yeah. Okay, so just the one. You're right.
But yeah, good approach from Nisha. This BKB is massively paying off, as we see. He's the one that just kills the egg. He just BKBs, commits, kills the egg. No one else worries about it. It is level 2 egg now with Shiva, so maybe that's going to add an extra element that he might not be able to, but that was a pretty commanding fight win for Liquid around that.
Look at this move mid.
The Ember now. Niku.
They're going for Nisha. Ooh, that's a solid avalanche toss back, but it's still not quite enough. The BKB's off from Nisha. Backup comes in. Zayats is going to get run down by the Razor. Snowball coming in over towards Riddies. He'll drop down the Static Storm. Go for the TP out, and I tell you what, there's nothing to stop that, so he'll get out of there. Same movie said for Got the Juice. Also goes for the BKB TP. So Na'Vi, they're able to make sure that they only lose the Tiny, but still, obviously, it's just these team fights, these trades. Liquid are coming out on top. 5k lead now for the team. Further auras coming into play. Crimson Guard's now done for Ace. They're getting the BKBs, sorry, the Blinks online. Boxy's going to have his Blink coming out in the courier, so the saves are going to be even more substantial from Liquid. It does feel like it's going to start getting harder and harder for Na'Vi now at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I had a big worry around the pipe timing. I looked at their lineup and I'm like, my goodness, this is all magic damage. SF takes some time to ramp up in physical. I think the itemization from Liquid is just on point here. The Razor rushing BKB, of course, the pipe, as we mentioned,
smart,
but just now they have Crimson also. The Atrophy aura is going to reduce a ton of the damage too. These fights are very hard for Na'Vi to approach now at this point. Niku has been completely shut down. Same thing for PMA. It really is just Got the Juice versus the world now, and so much of that damage being negated is a problem.
Look at that. Yeah. They're having to go for sort of the backup plans here. PMA looking for the Midas. It's got that queued up now as the Phoenix. Some heroes, some carries, right? You're kind of okay with it being a 4 Protect 1, but SF, it's not really one of the ones that's at the top of the list, right? That you kind of feel all right being just that one scaling presence on the team. It's a little risky, right, when it falls down to just the SF alone to carry the game onwards to the later portions.
Yeah, if he had, if it was an SF with, let's say, like a Mars as the offlaner instead of the Phoenix, where they have that hard lockdown, big team fight control, then maybe I can be a little more happy with the 4 Protect 1. But with this one, he's playing versus the Razor Link, he's playing versus the Tusk Punch, he's playing versus a Shadow Demon, Demonic Cleanse. A lot of these abilities are just completely shut down when you are playing a 4 Protect 1. You just, purge the SF. You just punch the SF. And it's going to make it really hard for Got the Juice. So he needs this Daedalus. He needs every single item that he can get. Because, his work is cut out for him versus Liquid's just very strong group up.
Yeah, they've been very good at this, Liquid, in the kind of the previous games that we've had them here on the main stage. Just kind of knowing when to react, right? When to wait, and when to hit the creeps, and then when to be like, all right, we've got everything to beat them in a 5v5. Now we're going to turn up for them every single time that the enemy tries to run into them. This is sort of Liquid now in their element, and getting to play the game at a pace that has been very successful for them so far in the series that we've seen from them the last few days.
Pretty much since that top play happened, right? It's all started to quickly swing. Liquid was already they were fine, right? They were still even. Na'Vi really wanted to press the issue forward here. Now it's, the question of what's your recovery outlet? Since your SF needs the crit, he's the only one who's really going to get that much stronger in these next few moments. Niku will also, but I think PMA, the Phoenix's game is going to get pretty damn difficult because he's got his timings, right? He's got Shivas at a pretty okay time, but as we saw there, it didn't matter.
He did. But he's pretty much going to be a Shivas and a Supernova in the team fights. With all the BKBs and magic resistance from the pipes, the effect's just going to be about the kind of the slows and the stun through the BKB with the Supernova. If he can get it off successfully, and obviously as we've seen the last few times, Liquid, they don't have troubles prioritizing the team, just focusing down the egg, making sure they get the kill on it. It's going to be even easier now that Mikkei's got his BKB, so he'll be able to just look towards taking that down uninterrupted by any sort of attack speed slows. And they're actually ready to just get aggressive now with the smoke Liquid. They're not afraid to start making the moves themselves now with the lead that they've managed to build up.
They can Fiend's Gate. They can bring 5, so it's not a 3-man gank. They can quickly be on top of Got the Juice.
And look who they found.
Is near.
It's the big target. They get the setup. We'll get the BKB off. He'll try for a Requiem, but he's not. Ooh. How's he going to be able to get it off? But it doesn't matter. He's dead. PMA's caught in the root. I mean, it's the perfect find, right? They find the SF. They jump him. He gets his BKB off, he gets his Requiem off. It doesn't matter, Fog. He's still dead.
The stability of Liquid, you're just seeing it. Navi, it's an uphill battle for them, of course, versus Liquid, but now you're starting to see the Liquid, the timings, right? We said it might be a little slow in terms of early game, but as soon as they get those timings hit, how does Navi break it? And now Zaya
another
also.
one. Yep, they're going to be able to find. Boxer with the setup, Mika with the follow-up. Navi, how are they going to slow this down now? How do they sort of get themselves out of this tough situation? Starting to fall behind.
It's hard to see how they can make the moves around, since they just, every time that they're respawning now even, this Fiend's Gate's going to be back up too, so they can always just bring the numbers. Liquid identifying exactly how to take complete control of the map now, it feels. It's got to be toss-back plays, right? It's got to just be trying to look for some repositioning, either with glimpse and toss-backs, but Liquid just on top of the aggression.
And just sort of a similar situation as we've seen yesterday and in other games, right, where Liquid, all their three cores get to farm right. These three cores becoming 3 carries. It was really the same situation with the game 3 against OG yesterday, where OG just had 1 carry. It's the same case here. Obviously, yesterday, that game did go like 80 minutes. It was pretty crazy. Obviously, OG didn't manage to make the comeback, make the turnaround, but it was still a very fun one to watch. Again, being an SF, that's sort of the one standing there on his own compared to like the Gyro in a similar situation yesterday, it really isn't. It really isn't. He needs so many more items to be able to be that kind of super scary hyper carry. As you can see, he's got queued up like the MKB, the Daedalus, the Satanic, and honestly, he kind of needs to find a way to make those 3 items exist. Otherwise, it's going to be just far too much for Got the Juice on the SF to stand up against these 3 carries of Liquid alone.
Yeah, at least the crit and the MKB. I mean, the Satanic, I mean, sure, but like, yeah, he needs every little thing he can get. The lead just continues to grow. Liquid starting to get pretty much anything they want on the map, making moves. Looks like they're going through Portal. They're smoked up. There's a ward there, but it seems like they know. Liquid knows where Navi is without vision themselves.
Yeah, Got the Juice is already getting out of here. Yeah, does not want to stick around a moment too long.
Okay, so backup plans, that's what we have to talk about, right, for Navi.
What's the backup
so I think
plans?
Backup plans now start to come. Did Riddies get greedy on his neutral item? No, unfortunate. Maybe he'll get the next one. But the next one is, it's the Aghanims, right? I think that's probably the biggest game-changing thing that can happen.
It can do a lot. It really can. It really, really can. And PMA, you know, he actually locked back in. You know, he didn't sort of zone out and go for the Midas. He's like, you know what? We still got a chance now.
Cool.
That 4 staff, go for the Lotus. He's like, you know what? If I can't be the offlaner because of the the fact that he's fallen behind, he wants to be that additional support. Just go all in on being able to save and protect the SF. You know, he's a team player here.
All right. I mean, we'll see if it works. Catch. Underlord has the Aghanims. That did actually not connect. All right, Niku's is fine. So Ace has another insane item that makes Niku's life even more difficult. I mean, Niku's already had a really tough game. Now he has this Underlord who Aghanims plus a pit. There's so much control for him. Catch.
Toss back on Tofu. Might be able to find something here, Na'Vi. Yep, with the 3rd of them coming in with Riddies. Maybe the glimpse back.
It's a kill. Liquid is coming to counteract, though. Are they going to be ready? Na'Vi?
I mean, they're sticking around, Na'Vi. This is risky. Got the Juice. He's caught by the shackle. Uh-oh. Well,
got the risk.
Yeah, I guess they really felt that Liquid, didn't care about Tofu going down. They did. They were running straight over to make sure they got something in return. And yeah, they're more than happy with Tofu sort of falling in that situation. Pays off massively. Yeah, Na'Vi just caught off guard there a little bit. They were not ready for that. They had to get out of there as soon as they got that kill, Fogged, and they did not.
Uh-oh, Niku.
The root set up. Another snowball and the punch. And, that shackle. Oh, that's a nasty one there from Mickey. That's a nasty one. Oh, it's getting out of hand, Fogged. It's getting a little bit out of hand mid lane.
And look at Nisha. Doesn't want a BKB.
But Riddies, with the blink, maybe. Maybe not. Boxy's coming in with the wraparound for the side. Mickey's able to scout him out with the power shot into the trees. Riddies will be dead as well. Liquid, they're starting to play with their food a little bit now, Liquid. They're having some fun, and Na'Vi not having a lot of fun at all now.
No, and how fast it all accelerated, right? Like we said, that top fight, when everybody's just a little bit too far forward, they deny their own egg, they back up, they go for the Roche point, Liquid. From there, it's just been smooth sailing, buying a gem, 2 controlling vision, and now a Roche. Big game. Got that finished up. Liquid does just, especially at this tournament, man, they've found their stride in terms of hitting these timings and not really letting go of them too often. Yes, yesterday, like we said, it went to 80 minutes, but they kept themselves in that pretty commanding position without throwing things away.
Yeah, they really are. They've stepped up. I think, you know, Nisha, he's been having a great time, and part of that has been because they've been able to set him up very nicely in the drafts, right? Yesterday we saw it in these situations where they were constantly able to secure him.
Oh, the Manta bait.
All the sort of the. Or, wait, did they fell for it? They fell for it.
They fell for it.
Okay. But not with the ultimates, at least. They've still got the ultimate.
No.
So nothing too crazy expended on it. I mean, you know, Nisha getting all these high mobility heroes in the other games, and then this game, a bit of a different approach, but that sort of situation where he's able to make the call at the end of the draft that he wants to take the Razor mid because he knows that he's going to have this matchup where he's going to do pretty well. And, you know, Niku gave it his best shot, but there's only so much of a shot you can give it against a Razor in the lane when you're playing something like an Ember.
And overall, Nisha in this game, he didn't really have to be the one making the moves, right? It was the Shadow Demon and the Tusk setting up and making all... Nisha just hit creeps this game, I gotta be honest. Yes, he had some good rotation moves, but he has 330 last hits at 30 minutes.
Yeah, he's going to be, again, just sort of that... A tried and tested 3 carry situation that Liquid's been getting away with. And the 1 carry on Na'Vi at the moment is just getting punished over and over again. Got the juice dead for a minute.
Oh, Riddies did not get greedy, by the way. Sorry, I don't know if our beautiful observer pointed that out, but he did not get the greedy neutral token, so that Aghanims is going to take a hell of a lot longer. It feels like it's one of the only... I mean, it's a very big reach anyway, but it's probably one of their only win conditions to come back in this one with the way the Liquid's playing.
Sure. I mean, because you're right. If they get like a 5-man Aghanim Static Storm Kinetic Field into a Supernova, into a Requiem, you know, maybe.
I still don't know if they have damage, but still.
Maybe. Liquid.
They're so tanky. Like, honestly, Liquid's heroes are so durable at this point with the Pipes, the Crimsons, 3,500 on Razor. Everyone unbelievably durable, even if Na'Vi gets the combo connection.
Yeah. I'm one of those, one of the heroes that we did obviously see create, you know, some sort of counterplay to what Na'Vi was trying to do in the mid-game was very much this Shadow Demon that Tofu got, which kind of raises the question of, are we going to see that hero get through the draft till like 4th pick again this series?
SD and Tusk, I don't think you give Liquid both of these. They feel
it's it's 2 best saves in the game right now, in this, at least in this meta. Yeah.
And they're also incredibly aggressive, and they're anti-carry heroes. That's the other thing too, is they both have like BKB piercing ultimates that kind of just lock down the enemy. Sure, one's not a stun, but it just holds him in place and eventually will break him if you want to.
That's more like it.
But Liquid, with the way that they played around it, is really the highlight, right? The way that they moved around, allowed Ace to get those timings, and then picked the right battle pretty much to just decisively win this one. Because yeah, Na'Vi, it's such limited hope for them. They're having difficulty stepping outside and getting juice anything now. MKB, I think, is done.
Okay.
Let's see what they can do with it.
As you say, there's still no Aghanims on Disruptor.
No.
1,200 gold off. And the push is coming in from Liquid. They're going to try. Get the toss back. Towards Mickey. Mickey's taking some big hits here, of course, from the SF. Not enough to kill him, though. He'll get away. The glimpse is going to be attempted, but the disruption's there. And, of course, even if they did catch him, still has that Aegis. They will catch him now with the jump forward at the Remnant. Aegis is there. He's going to be back for round 2. Look at the punch up onto Niku. He's got to be careful as the BKB soon to be coming to an end. Zayas will come in with the Avalanche toss back into the Requiem. They'll burst Ace down to about half HP, but they have nothing else to throw at him. The Supernova goes off successfully, but it'll just have to be a defensive one as he'll back off here, PMA. Niku is going to get jumped still underneath the tower. He's been caught. He's dead without buyback, and Nisha's ready to start charging him beyond the tier 4s. It's over. They'll tap out. GG is called. Liquid take this game 1. As Na'Vi, they just couldn't get the strategy going, Fog. They tried to force it a little bit too much in the mid-game, and that really was when it started to crumble. And Liquid, they got to take the rest of the game out pretty relaxed in fashion, right? Yeah, Liquid, they've gotten to do this quite a few times here at Blast Slam 6. Once the game is in their hands, they don't let it go.
They truly don't. I mean, rallied around the auras, the auras, the auras. Na'Vi maybe have to come back in with a different plan. They were making some good moves. They were making some good aggressive stuff, but the inevitable aura thing did feel like it was coming into play. So let's see if there's going to be some small adjustments made. Maybe having PMA play something different, perhaps just to match that versus this Liquid play style. We'll have to see what the adaptation is for the upcoming games.
Absolutely. You know, we definitely... You know, we know, especially after Na'Vi's crazy series yesterday, that they can offer us a lot more than what they brought here in this game one. So looking forward to see how they step it up, because they're going to need to. As for now, Liquid coming out quite clearly on top. They take the first game.
Those players are going to have their time to make adjustments, and while they do, we're going to talk about everything that happened in this game one for our grand finals, because Na'Vi, they were off to a good start. We could have seen this game go very differently, but ultimately, you get the one item on either the Razor or the Underlord. Quinn is literally rolling his eyes, by the way. The camera cut away, but the eye roll is there.
I mean, I just think Na'Vi, they need to either have matching auras or they need to not play against auras, specifically Underlord, because I think this team is just not clean enough in the early game. Their moves, they have the right spirit. I think they're making moves, they're trying to speed up the game, but it's not quite clean enough. It's not quite fast enough. So eventually the auras come online, and it's just too hard. And so I think they need to fix that for next game.
I mean, already you can see at the net worth, right? It's like Shadowfiend up top, and the rest of Na'Vi just below the cores of Liquid. And that's not the type of game you want to see from Na'Vi when you're picking a Phoenix in the offlane, when you have aggressive support through Disruptor and Tiny. Like, you need to be playing into the map, finding these kills, like just making moves happen. And if you're already looking at like a 15-minute mark Shadowfiend by himself, you're kind of opening up Liquid to utilize their kind of Wind Rangers and Razors and heroes that want to lock onto one dude just to kill him off. It was just uncomfortable, I think, for Na'Vi.
I mean, I can definitely see this draft work because they played pretty well. Of course, they can, they could have done even better. But it's again like around this mid game, they mess up like a very crucial Roshan fight where, if they get that Aegis, they can keep playing like fast and making it happen. I think Nico on the Ember, also like his early to mid game was very, very good. But I will agree, maybe if you do take out the Underlord, who does it time and time again, he's a good laner. Ace plays it so well. They get those ores, and eventually it's just then like hard to continue playing the game. So that's something you can consider. But when it comes to like the drafts overall and the gameplay, I don't think Na'Vi are like that far away when it comes to like the skill and the matchup.
It's just like the one shot call, I guess. Like when you showed the clips of taking the towers yesterday, going for the Roshan, like, it feels like there's like that one moment which they always seem to fully agree to, and then it kind of breaks their game. Like whoever's making that one call, if they just tone down their energy a little bit, then I feel like they're going to be having really competitive games throughout this entire series.
No, I mean, I agree on the energy thing. I think there are definitely some moments that are a bit frantic. There's the fight that they lose by the hill, and then there's this Roshan that you talked about that I think these are too big of moments. There's like sort of a basic principle in Dota that if the enemy's contesting Rosh, you do not hit it.
Yep.
You take the fight first and you kill it afterward. And it's something that everyone knows and everyone abides by, and they kind of break this rule and it owns them. Like, this happens so often.
Yeah, this is the Roshan fight you guys are talking about. It's for first Rosh. There's the power shot that comes in before this one as well. So like, there's more than enough information from Liquid to know when to engage.
And we've been critiquing teams a lot throughout this playoffs about how they want to contest Roshan, right? Because in this instance, Liquid, like you mentioned, they're using the spells from a distance, understanding the HP of the Roshan, knowing how they want to go in. Razor, of course, goes and utilizes Beekeeping on the side to freshen the egg the entire time, and the rest of Liquid go from the right-hand side. But I think if from Na'Vi's perspective, to maybe give them reasoning why they want to do the play of the 90-minute Rosh whilst it's on the top side of the map. They want to take that quick Roshan, then move to Tormentor and break Liquid through this double timing of two massive objectives. We've been seeing teams move towards pre-20-minute Roshans a lot more, not allowing for the trade of one team gets Tormentor, one team gets Roshan. But the problem for Na'Vi is like they just didn't execute clean enough. They didn't respect Liquid being ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, also, they're putting themselves on the timer, right? We talked about it in the draft.
Yep.
It's a big problem, and they won't feel the need to do this. They won't feel the need to force this, because if you look at the game, they're up 1k gold before this rush fight happens. Like, they had played very respectably till then. We talk about Liquid speed, their aggression, their early game prowess. None of that got to Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi was the one in the driver's seat for the majority of this early game. Up until that Rosh, they were the ones in charge. They kind of just threw it away a little bit. So if you can still have that early game aggression, dominate, the early game, be the one making moves, while also you have a backup plan, then I think you're in amazing shape. Like we can see here, Niku, they make a nice smoke move down to bottom after they've opened up the other tier 1s. They come down here and they get a free Tusk kill, and they open up the last tier 1. Like, they've taken all 3 tier 1s before Liquid has taken any. Like, that is an amazing start to the game. You've just got to have the draft integrity, and also, like he said, the calmness and sort of the good, just chill energy to actually carry that all the way through to the W.
I am slightly worried though for Na'Vi, because even though you're praising this type of aggression, when you look at the net worth, it's like the net worth isn't changing. Liquid's still scaling equally. So sure, they lose a couple heroes and they're losing tier 1s, but it's not at a trade of, oh, now Liquid's also losing map control. It's like they're farming, losing a little bit of map, conceding the ground. When they get their items, that's when they break back into the game. So I feel like maybe Navi's even fallen into a trap of, like, again, Liquid just doesn't care. Like, they just don't use TPs when people die.
Yeah, I will say, like, Navi, I think they're doing the correct stuff to set themselves up for like a better future in the game. You know, taking the 3 tier 1s, they get themselves like a small lead. But then, because you guys say it's like about the one guy shot calling, and I agree. But I think then it's also like on the other 4 people, like you need to balance the call. I think there's a big difference from one guy saying, let's go Roche, and like you all in it from 100 to 0, or one guy saying, okay, we're gonna go Roche, but if they come, we do this. We're gonna back out. We're not gonna let the Wind Ranger like power shot for free, and then we keep hitting. I think it's like these small pivots that are super important. And at the end of the day, it's game 1 of a BO5. I think Siva is going to have a lot of good things to say. Go into the next game, try to do it better.
Yeah, so you're doing the opposite advice. Normally it's don't listen to that little voice in the back of your mind telling you not to go in. But you're like, hey, Navi, maybe be aware that that has something useful to say.
Yeah, you just got to be ready. And you need to like help each other out. Like, again, it's super stressful. It's like, you know, you're going to have your nerves playing with you. Like some play might start feeling bad. You need to like allow the other people to chip in and like, you know, make it together.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think these calls very much are a yes and thing. Like you either say, no, don't do this, we do this instead, or you say yes, and then you say, I want to do this, and you build upon that. You don't just like let it hang as sort of like a call in a vacuum, because then people turn their brains off a little bit. Like it's important that there's an overarching call, but everyone is playing different parts within that call. It's not this single focused attack. Like you are doing the same thing, but you're doing little different things at the same time, and that is a very important distinction. So you're not all just like sitting looking at Roche as it dies.
I couldn't word it any better.
Okay, that was it.
Keep it up.
It was on top.
Keep it
Well,
up.
it feels like we've given, you know, there's a lot that Navi can work on, but that's not to be said that Liquid don't as well. Of course, like, you know, Liquid came out with the win for this game 1, but they did concede quite a lot early, and so now it's both sides. For Navi being able to ensure that when you take tier 1s, how you have that as an impact, but on the side of Liquid, how they didn't let the fact that they didn't have tier 1s phase them.
Yeah, I think Liquid are just very, composed when you look at them like throughout this tournament. They understand what they need to play for, and I think once they have like openings to go for plays and go for kills around the map, they do that very, very nicely. I think it's especially like, if you look at their like mid-game, especially like how they play and how fast they are, like here, there's 2 guys dead, they immediately smoke and they go up top. You know, you have the Underlord here, Boxy comes of course through the gate, and look at this like perfectly timed. It's like the layering of stuns and just understanding where you can be. And just shortly after, you know, straight from top to mid, you have Ace pushing top. He can connect at any moment, which is why this hero is so damn good. Like his itemization of, you can fight me aura number 1, you can fight me aura number 2, and now he gets map play from his Aghanims. So they get the 2 free kills into the Roach, and I think from here on out, we've talked about it, Navi, with how they draft and how they play, the mid game needs to be clean. They need to hold that lead, keep it nice, and just keep going.
But also just respect the fact that if you do have a mistake occur, right? You know Boxy, the type of player he is. He's playing the heroes that can run through the map, utilizing the Twin Gate. He's going to have a Blink Dagger or some ability tool to keep finding the next hero. So if you are to have one guy die, you instantly, as a group, go, guys, get back to this hill, stand your ground on this hill or this ward. Like you cannot just be freely open on the map, because if you lose one hero and then you start chain feeding, it's now like 2-3 minutes of the game that you are just bleeding gold to Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I'll also be totally honest. I think Navi was a little shaky this game. They were a little skittish. There are some deaths that I'm like, this death is a bit ridiculous. Like, you're just sort of not thinking, you're not focused on your hero positioning, and those add up a lot. I think that's a big reason why the Phoenix and Ember solo net worth is because of some whoopsie deaths, some moments where you're wasting time, you're not being efficient with yourself because you're sort of lost in the sauce of, oh, it's a grand final, it's not just a normal best of 5. I think that affects you, and I think this game 1, while it was promising, I think it's honestly a better sign for Navi that it was as close as it was, because I think I expected him to be shaky in game 1. I think that was almost an inevitability that they were not going to play quite well enough, and so I think they've hopefully gotten those nerves out of the way, and for the rest of the games in the series, they can play a little bit cleaner.
What do you guys think about Phoenix offlane overall? Because in playoffs alone, it hasn't done so well. We saw it a couple days ago when Heroic picked it up as well. And I know that you guys liked it when you saw it on paper both times. So why isn't this hero necessarily coming to fruition of what it is meant to do?
I mean, I still think it's very good, and there was like a very easy way that this hero could have succeeded in this game. I do think he's absolutely more volatile than other offlaners, and I think he changes the way that most teams would play right now around their offlaner. You know, he doesn't really initiate. He has to play behind you. He wants to play on Sunray, like a good positioning on the egg. I think it's definitely a harder hero to make work. But if I look at Navi and how they play, I think it fits. But maybe you could factor in, like, does Mickey truly care with his hero pool about Phoenix? You know, maybe he doesn't. so it's good for you, but is it that good against the opponents? I think that will be the other thing that I would try to factor in.
They're just too quiet with the Phoenix in this game, so it's not going to look very good specifically because like, I wasn't seeing constant map play the entire time through the Phoenix. Like the Roshan clip that we had, like he's by himself on the left side raising BKB. It's like, if you are picking Phoenix off lane, you need to keep playing through the Phoenix. If you ever let him just sit back and farm, why are you picking the hero? You're meant to be a killer hero that keeps progressing the map through just fight and skirmish and overwhelming like vessels and spirits and Shivas. Like, so again, I think Phoenix off lane can be good. In this game, it just wasn't.
Yeah, it's also very high execution. And I think doing that when you don't have a counter pick, you don't have a specific purpose other than like the general theming of the draft, I think can be difficult for someone to actually play out. We've talked about it time and time again, but it remains true. One of the biggest factors for these big series is ease of execution. It matters so much. It's been a concept in Dota for a long time, and it is still the case. If it's just easier for you to play, that means the threshold for you to make mistakes, you get more gimmies, you know, you whoopsie a little bit. If Na'Vi makes some mistake at this Roche, they're still only down 2k gold. If their draft is better, then they're full chilling, right? But it's real, they need to snowball. That means when you make this one mistake, it's curtains. Like one mistake is just, it's just a hard threshold to play on.
There's also like a couple of clutch moments. I would say like there's this top fight around the tier 2 where Nisha is about to get glimpsed back, but you know, maybe Na'Vi didn't play fast enough, or Nisha got one more CS than a different player in the same game because he gets the BKB like in the middle of the fight. Suddenly he doesn't get glimpsed back. That could be another fight that Na'Vi can win, you know, against a different mid player, against a different team. If you make one slightly different move, it is definitely like the smaller things that then lead up to it all. But if I'm Na'Vi, I wouldn't read too much into it. I think, like Vin said, it's quite good that they showed us like a very promising early game. You just have to look after and how you can make it slightly more simple.
Say it anybody yourself, T.
Couldn't say any better myself. There we go.
I just feel bad because Quinn and Keza, they always get in all the good points. So is there any other good points to put out on the table, either for Na'Vi or the side of Liquid?
Just make sure your offlaner doesn't die to like 6 right clicks in an ultimate versus the enemy offlaner dying to like 4,000 right clicks. So yeah, that's basically it. I want PMA to be on a different hero. Put the Phoenix in the bin. Anything else, go
in the
play
trash.
Dota. There we go.
I like it. It's much more simple than, you know, like, oh, the Phoenix might have potential, blah, blah, blah. But there are more important opinions to get here. It's from our casters. We're going to check in with Owen and Fog. We haven't had our daily catch up with them. Owen, how are you feeling? Already game 1 of a grand finals done.
Yeah, no, it was an impressive one to see, definitely from Team Liquid to come in as hot as they were today. I was hoping for a little bit more from Na'Vi, but I think I'm on the same sort of wavelength for some of you guys on the panel. I think, you know, game 1, it was maybe going to be a bit rough. It was. I think they can step it up. I know they can step it up. We saw it yesterday, right, in the series from Na'Vi. It doesn't matter if they kind of have a slow start. They can always come back and punch back harder. So I think this series is going to go somewhere pretty exciting and somewhere a little bit closer than that game 1 was, at least.
Yeah, is that a similar sentiment for you as well, Fogged?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I like offlane Phoenix, but I'm worried. I'm like, I love Na'Vi, and me and Owen have been casting them since like they literally started together, like 4 years ago, whatever it was that they've been playing together. So I have a lot of hopes for them. I'm just so worried because like you need to do a lot of different things. You need to have perhaps this better offlaner in terms of like aura things, but I also want Niku to get this better matchup. I don't want him to be in a trade matchup. I want him to be in an advantage matchup. Like you can't give Nisha this kind of situation. I feel like I've seen so many games in this tournament where they give him like a trade matchup and Nisha just wins the trade matchup and comes out too far ahead. So I want to see Niku on a winning matchup, and I want to see PMA probably on something different, personally.
All right, I love both the takes you guys have given us. Thank you so much. Of course, so we'll be hearing from you a little bit more when we do get into those games. But for now, we're going to say bye to Owen and Fogged. And we're also, you're actually giving them the wave. I like what they were saying a lot. We're going to go to a break as well. And on the other side, our grand final continues with a game 2.
My favorite Dota moment of all time was Seb's X call. I think it was TI8. I was screaming at my screen.
My favorite moment from Dota, it's Collapse for the last international and his skiver to the Fontaine.
Nigma versus Alliance Omega League. It was Miracle's 1v5 defense using Arc Ward. And
yeah, my favorite moment of Dota is on OG, that old god. And how about you, bro?
For me, it's the second win of OG on PI. There was their like redemption moment that it was not a fluke or anything. They can do it willy-nilly, and it's with Liquid as well.
My favorite Dota 2 moment was when Dendi found out about the fountain hook with Shen and basically won the game.
Our favorite Dota moment is when OG wins the international, when they said, "Save!"
My favorite moment is between OG and TNC, and the TNC dominate the OG in Manila Major.
Okay, my favorite part was Friday when they knocked out, you know, the TI winners.
Falcons, right?
Yeah, Falcons.
Well, my favorite part was Liquid going to the finals, so guess we're on the same page. Go Liquid.
Go Liquid.
Game 1 going the way of Liquid for our finals here, and getting to hear a little bit from the crowd too on what their favorite Dota moments were. But what about you, bruh? Quinn, what was yours?
No, I think mine might be Sylar to fall. Boba is on.
Oh, that one is
Okay,
good.
yeah, you've been saying that like 3 times a day, every day for the last 2 weeks.
Well, it's a different game though.
I know, but they're all legendary.
Yes, I'm a big LD fan. All the old LD moments are just, they're giga to me.
Peak. What about you, T? Thinking hard?
Thinking hard. Honestly, I mean, Bossman kind of stole it as well with like the whole Arc Warden base defense. Like
that was, I mean, it's
that
miracle.
is like, that is, yeah. I mean, you can probably list like a million different miracle plays, right? But
I mean, I like the. It's also TI.
Oh, I didn't ask.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
I'm just joking.
Wait for it
But since you don't care and I don't care that you don't care, I'll just say it anyway.
Okay, awesome, yeah.
It's OG LGD when Jarex and Thompson like defend the base. Is it like game 4 with the Shaker Arc Warden? That's a banger.
Wasn't
Or maybe it's upper finals.
That was upper finals.
Upper finals. That's a banger moment too.
I also completely forgot. There was also the previous TI, the Matu Liquid one, where I think wasn't like Mickey something on 1 HP. Like, that was
crazy.
That was a crazy one.
There's also the Liquid against VP at TI 8. The upper bracket game 3, the one with Necrophos and Bloodseeker, like in the like.
Oh, the VP. It's because Necrophos was in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the hour-long one.
That
Yeah,
was like
that's the only reason.
I think that's like a 90-minute game.
It's like super long, especially I think games didn't go quite as long back then at TI. That game was like some crazy wacko fest.
How about you, Nat?
Yeah.
Too many to pick from.
Well, then it should be easy to have one of them. What do you think?
I don't know if I really do.
Just say Ana. Something about Ana.
There you go.
Nah. I don't think so.
I guess all the moments are just bad.
Look, I'll be completely honest. I do have this thing where I think there's an extremely cool moment that we see, and you ask me 2 weeks later, I will have completely forgotten about it. The bank of Dota does not stack up for me, which is very bad. So.
I'm similar. Very forgetful. It is the goldfish brain, as we like to call it.
It is the goldfish brain, yeah.
We do call Kezu Goldfish Man backstage.
Okay, that was uncalled for.
But true.
I mean, he doesn't remember.
That's right. He's living memento.
Idiots.
All right, well, that was a little harsh, Kezu. I'm going to give the update to everyone at home. By the way that you're seeing, one of our players is not with a headset. That's because we're having some tech issues. It's a monitor issue. By that man on your screen, Ace. I don't know what he did to his monitor. It's not working, and that's why we don't have a draft just at this moment, and while we're having a bit of a yip-yap about some of our favorite Dota moments. Do you have a favorite moment of this tournament? That might be easier for me to pick from.
Yesterday. To me, the most exciting moment was when...
The OG Liquid?
Got the juice. Got the juice all inning to kill the throne. With
like that was
5
pretty
HP.
good, yeah.
That was, I mean, the ending of the OG game was also pretty bonkers.
Am I gonna be? Do I need the monster as well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can
Wait, can I guess? Can I guess?
Yeah, sure.
Was it when Heroic 2'd Liquid, Tundra?
No, it was actually when we had the Mouse series, where at the best of 1, which actually influenced the top of the bracket.
Oh, against Heroic. That one was
like
pretty
conceptually, just watching 2 teams who had no real meaning for like automatic top 2 actually dictate the top 2.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen too often in Dota.
That
So that alone was like just kind of a funny little mini experience.
I like that frog graphic earlier.
Yeah,
Which part specifically, Quinn?
I like the little random frogs stacked on top of each other.
I did like that one too.
Now,
Random frogs is my favorite.
Yeah, production cooked on that one for sure.
Yeah, they cooked hardcore.
I mean, I can give a little tidbit since we're in a small like story. I remember a few years ago.
Sorry, I was reading the lobby chat.
Zayat saying, why is it always Ace?
He is a troublemaker.
The disrespect to not even capitalize his.
No, the thing is, I'm pretty sure that's CY.
Oh,
it is. It is always Ace. Oh my gosh. There's always something wrong with this guy's headset. You can't hear him. He's breathing his mic.
But is that
always like mess with your settings? He's like, is this better? No, it's not better. Like always.
He's one of those
guys. It's always
guys.
user error then, right? It's always something that he's done to his own setup.
I mean, at this point, it has to be if it genuinely is always Ace.
Back to my story.
Yeah, anyway,
Thank you for letting me start
your
it.
anecdote.
Back to you.
I remember this was like 4 or 5 years ago, before Tofu was like, you know, kind of, I would say, big in the scene, and also Ace kind of, you know, he had his Team Secret era, and then like he had like a fall down, I would say. Actually, when I played with Quinn, we asked Tofu to join us as a position 5 player.
Did you actually?
Yeah, and he at that time, he declined. He was saying, I want to only play with Ace. This guy is like, he's the future. Like, he was giving us like, you know, the story of like, I want to play with this guy forever. I've played with him for a bit. He's so damn good. I will like never leave his side. And at the time, we were a bit like, like this is a bit strange because, you know, we've seen Ace. Obviously, he was very good, but he wasn't what he then, you know, showed like 1 or 2 years later.
But you weren't seeing what Tofu was saying.
Yeah, like I didn't know. Obviously, I saw like his carry days in Team Secret, but not like some of the other things. So, and like just to see that like go through some of the years, like that these guys stuck together, and obviously they showed it to everyone. Like they played in GG, they're playing together here. I think stuff like this, like it goes a really, really long way. Like just, you know, the friendship, especially between people that lane together. Of course, right now they don't, but just like this pure belief in someone else. It's so important and so refreshing to see because it's very rare.
Yeah, I mean, it clicked very quickly, right? Because in the interview that we had with them, right, them talking about Hellbear Smashers, that was the team, you know, Misery captaining, I was coaching it. Like, when they did join together and we're, like, playing these, like, the scrims, playing the online tournaments, like, you instantly knew that they had this chemistry. Like, they wanted to lane together. They're playing this pubs. They're doing everything that you mentioned. So it was, like, just, again, I'm very kind of lucky and grateful that I got to experience, like, those two lads kind of finding each other at the very start of at least Tofu's career. And, of course, you know, since then, they've really just kind of carried away with the partnership, right? But again, yeah, for Tofu, he has just been a hard worker, you know, ever since day one.
Yeah, I mean, they were always great teammates. They're very hardworking, and I think especially, I mean, they were always laning together when they were playing with me. But I think players who put the work in and talk to each other, they fix their own problems. If their lane goes bad, they take ownership of that, and they go and they watch the replays, they talk about it, and slowly but surely the issue will always get fixed. Like having that belief in people that they are gonna deal with their crap, and you don't need to go like out of your jurisdiction and fix something that's not your place to fix. That is like such a pleasant feeling to have, knowing that people are gonna put the work in.
Do you think Tofu can actually hear us? Like, we're kind of just hyping him up.
Probably.
He doesn't have his headset on.
Hi, Tovo.
Tofu.
Next time,
can we show the Tofu player cam?
Yeah.
Hi.
Tofu, can you hear?
Come here.
Come on, doggy.
God, what are you doing?
Come here, doggy.
Whistle him over.
Sorry, what? Come again?
Tofu?
No.
He cannot hear us.
No, he cannot hear us.
He's whistling though. Okay, if they could hear us,
Confirmed.
and you were to give them one hero suggestion for their draft.
Underlord.
Underlord, yeah.
Okay, but let's say it's not logically driven, it's emotionally driven suggestion.
Necrophos.
Oh my.
Or Void Spirit.
No,
Oh,
I mean,
there was a couple of cheers in the crowd.
That's right.
You want some like advantageous matchups, right? You see some melee hero mid. Then
Exactly.
Why not? Sure, you're going to be a Radiance buying Boots of Travel bot in the early game.
I
but
said no logic, emotion only.
Faceless Void.
Faceless Void,
That's a cool
Necro.
hero.
That's a cool hero.
T?
I mean, I'm a sucker for a Spirit Breaker.
I was
That's
gonna
true,
say.
yeah.
And that's
a
going to be
good one,
SB or Grimstroke, which makes sense.
But he's already seen Grimstroke, so Spirit Breaker. Well, I don't know if you guys are going to get the chance to see the heroes you want to, but maybe we can hear from our fans to know exactly which heroes that they would love to see in a draft.
Give me a hero that you think the pros should be picking. You got to help them out with their draft, and you want to see it picked. They're not picking it. Who is it?
After yesterday's game, I think Husker.
Well, yeah, but they're picking Husker.
Let me think. Axe.
They have also picked Axe, but that's a good shout. Those are two of my favorite heroes, so well done. I'm going to ask you as well. Which hero do you want to see them pick that they ain't picking?
I don't know. I want to say Meepo, but these two teams, not sure. Maybe Nisha can play this one.
We did see one Meepo. OG picked it earlier. It was pretty good, but yes, it's a good surprise pick. Good choice. I'm going to ask you as well, sir, if I may. A hero that the teams are not picking that you're like, why don't they just pick Pudge or whoever?
They haven't picked PL.
They have not picked PL.
PL might be a good option.
There you go, PL. Consider it, pros. I'm going to ask you as well. Who are the teams not picking? Which hero then you're just like, why aren't they picking that hero? Who do you want to see?
I would say it's Earth Shaker or Rubik.
Oh, well, we did see one Rubik. I think he might have won, but yes, Earthshaker, excellent shout. Love that hero, good guy. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
Hero that you're not seeing picked, and you're like, they should just pick this hero. I love this hero. Why aren't they picking it?
Monkey King, maybe?
Ooh, Monkey King.
Mickey Monkey King, pretty hype.
Mickey Monkey King. I'll let him know. That's a good shout. Hero that the pros aren't picking, you wish they'd picked.
Obviously, Tinker. We're waiting.
Tinker, get out of here. Next one. What do you think? Heroes they ain't picking, they should be picking.
Witch Doctor.
See, these are some good answers. That's a good answer. All right, keep it going. Last one. Heroes they're not picking, you think they should be picking?
I think they should pick offlane that uses auras like Pipe and Crimson Guard.
Yawn, give me an interesting hero. A hero that you're like, yeah, I love playing that hero that they're not picking.
Death Prophet.
There you go, Death Prophet. All right, well, see, captains, have a little think in the draft next time. Think about some heroes you could pick. These guys know how to draft better than you do. Mix it up a bit. I like that call to action from Pyrian there. Mix it up a little bit. Give us something fresh. Shout out to whoever mentioned Witch Doctor. I'm all aboard that train for sure. I liked the person that also asked for a Rubik. There's a chance you could see it today because it was Tofu Rubik. And he did win with it, so I feel like it's not completely off the table. It just has to be the perfect Rubik game, doesn't
He's
it?
the only guy that would even dare touching it, and he did win with it. It was a pretty good Rubik game. But I like the last guy. You know, maybe he's trying to help Navi a bit. He was like, you pick the guy in the offlane with the auras. Get the sauce, counter Liquid sauce, and have him fight.
Wait, what are you on about? Why not the Witch Doctor call? You know?
Oh, I mean, I like
a little
this
bit
one
of
too.
Maledict up in here. You want to be an aura boy? Well,
I do miss when like facets first came in or whatever, or maybe it was the second change of the facets, and Witch Doctor had the one where you could maledict and run down people with these voodoo restoration because it still did damage to enemies. That
one was
so good.
I mean, that was like
That was not okay.
That was so good.
Old Quinn team tech of the IO plus the Witch Doctor, and it's like
Bring that
the
back.
entire time.
Offlane Witch Doctor.
Who could be like on Vessel? Yeah, that was wonderful times. But yeah,
I really liked it. What isn't necessarily a wonderful time at the moment is Ace. You see him pacing around. That's because we've had to do a bit of a PC and a monitor swap for him. Like CY was saying, always Ace.
Always
am I
this
right?
guy, huh?
Always this guy.
So what's he downloading? What's he doing to the PC to consistently just fuck it up?
Maybe it's just an aura thing. He just sits down and the PC's like, I ain't dealing with this.
This guy is boring. I'm not letting him play.
Over a 50% purchase rate on auras in your career, and the PC just, yeah.
By the way, a bit of a random anecdote, but the slots in lobbies, people have they sit the same slot every time, and on the old team, Ace sat in the middle slot and Tofu sat in the fourth slot. But on Liquid, Tofu is top slot and Ace apparently is second slot, so they both changed slots.
Wow,
and while that
they gave up a lot to join Liquid, huh?
Okay, it may sound like really superficial, and while it is mostly superficial,
it is.
if you're playing saving heroes, sometimes you click them at the top of the screen.
That's
so
true.
if you've moved slots, and sometimes it can make you misclick a little bit because you're used to clicking certain spots at the top of the screen, and they're not there. That is no meme. Actually matters a little bit.
That's the only thing that matters, other than the pretty colors, right, of your name.
But with what you're saying, Tofu and Ace are still next to each other, so the guy he loves most, he can still save the fastest because he's next to his
XQCL.
XQCL on the chat.
Well, look, I've loved every anecdote you guys have offered, and obviously everything that we've gotten to hear from our audience here in the crowd. But we're going to go to a short break while this issue is being resolved, and I promise you, when we do come back, that draft will be ready.
Who are you here to support, and how do you think it's going to go?
I am here to support Navi because of the obvious reasons. They were the first winners of the TI, and on the last years we didn't see them as strong as right now. So I am fully rooted for them. Yeah.
Rooting for Navi, okay. And what about you? How far have you come, and who are you cheering for?
Oh, I'm cheering for Liquid, definitely. Some of the original fanboys, old school boys. I don't know really much about Navi, these new players, so I'm really rooting for Liquid this time.
Okay. So you're sticking with the known players, you're not looking at the unknowns. Well, they're pretty good players, I'll tell you that much. Let's move along. And who are you here to cheer for?
I'm here to cheer for Navi. I think the underdog story is really, really cool. Like, obviously Liquid are a very established org, but you have like really cool pub stars like Nico got the juice. Like, I think they have it. I really do.
Absolutely. And who are you here to cheer for, and how do you think they're going to do?
I'm here for Liquid. I've always been supporting Liquid since it was back in the day with GH and MC and all that sort of bunch. I've sort of always been a Liquid, so I think they'll do well. I think they'll have like a few games where it's a bit rough, like a few days ago when they had the Razor issue, but I think otherwise
the Razor issue. We don't speak of it, and neither do Liquid. But thank you guys. Enjoy the games, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Who are you here to support?
I'm supporting Liquid.
Team Liquid. Why Liquid?
Because they're playing really good, and also I like the players as well.
Who's your favorite Liquid player?
Nisha.
Nisha. Fair enough. He's jolly good. And who are you here to support, and why do you like them?
Same. Me, my favorite team is Liquid. I support Nisha for so long that I can show you.
Okay, show me. Oh my God, look at this. It's a Team Secret jersey. You must keep that hidden. That's forbidden knowledge.
This is from the Nisha period.
Oh wow, Nisha Secret. Whew, that's a way back. Well, hope you enjoy the games.
Well, our best of 5 is back on the menu because all of the PC monitor issues that Ace himself personally definitely caused.
There it is.
Yeah.
This guy, yeah. Too long.
He's the culprit. Get him!
He's the culprit.
These players.
It's been fixed and our draft has begun, so we can rejoice and get to talk more specifically about what is happening in our Blast Slam 6 finals here. Underlord, we said it was going to be a problem, and now it's been taken out in the first phase, which means Liquid don't want to open the draft with it as they are overall first pick. They take out the Shadow Demon, the Viper along with it, and Na'Vi take out Tree and Shadow Fiend.
The fact that they ban it whenever their first pick is very interesting. I thought it would become the team with second pick who bans it, but Liquid has a different read.
I mean, I guess the Viper, they maybe just don't want to play because it's a bit slow and like matchup-wise. I still thought like this is gonna that it would become the series of like Razor and Underlord. I mean, obviously Razor is still in, but yeah, I kind of agree. Maybe throughout the draft it will at some point make sense, or maybe it's just like a hero matchup, you know, like having a read that the way Na'Vi are adjusting with the Underlord and like playing against it. But it is very interesting.
This will be the final game, I think, that Na'Vi will be banning Nature's Prophet if they are to lose to Razor again, right? Game 1, you gave away the Razor when Liquid was second pick. Game 2, you give away the Razor when Liquid is first pick. So unless you have a plan, you need to maybe respect it. But again, Batrider, a hero that has been banned pretty much in every game that we've cast, has finally been let through the pool, of course, in the group stage. To remind you, in the offlane role, it just constantly farms values with the Firefly. You're buying all the auras. You are just being very potent, but it's an aura buying offlaner.
It's very interesting because I would say that Bat is quite good against Razor. First of all, if you lane against him, I think you're quite happy. You also build Boots of Bearing first item, which is super giga good against Razor. You also like buying Lotus Orbs so you can help someone else, you know, later down the line. So I do want to see where Team Liquid take this. Also, if you're Na'Vi, you should respect Largo. I would say that this hero is quite good against Bat. Like, if you just lane against him or to dispel later, you get like all the heals around as well. So I want to see where Na'Vi, if they respect the Frogman.
And also one thing with Batrider, it used to be like the big pick for supports when 4-position melee heroes want to drag waves and be annoying. So if there is a world where Boxy is going to continue playing these melee heroes, there could maybe be an argument where Riddies can take it in the 5 position, or Zayac just lanes it in the bot lane, and you just keep chasing them. Or technically top the diet, but you know, keep chasing this melee hero, don't allow him to do anything.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. And I am surprised that they took the Razor over the Batrider. I thought for sure they would take the Batrider. They thought about it for 20 or so seconds. They used a little bit of reserve time, but they sat there and they thought. And they came to the conclusion that Razor is the better first pick. I'm not sure what the rationale is. I do think Razor in the early game is pretty decent against Batrider because you get 1 billion stick charges and you spam Plasma Field. If it's the sticky one, if you're just going max Firefly, then that element changes. But I do think Razor is not bad against Bat in lane in the early game. So maybe they feel the hero is just so powerful, you buy the Greaves, you don't care about the sticking up later. Like, there's a playstyle difference potentially.
And look at the respect from Liquid. Grimstroke ban. Of course, with Batrider, Soulbind into double lasso, you're going to be winning pretty much any fight if you execute cleanly on it. So, yep, Liquid, no other team is really playing it, and still Liquid wants to ban it out because of Navi's excellence on the hero.
What's the interaction if you Soulbind and Bat has Ags and they're not standing behind each other? Like, let's say it's a perfect square and the 2 people soulbound are next to each other and not behind each other.
I think you lasso 3 people.
Okay, it doesn't go to 4. Because that feels kind of monka.
I think you lasso 3 people.
Okay.
Because I believe the first one triggers twice. I don't think the second one triggers twice.
Okay. That would make more sense.
I'm calling coin flip on this one. I think it's as likely you lasso 3 as you do 4.
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
Yeah. Soulbind has very wonky interactions, I will say.
Yeah.
I mean, something else, like for both sides, I think, like carries to think about for the next phase, I would say Weaver is quite strong against both the cores that are currently like presented to the other team. Like, it's good against Razor. If you're Liquid, that's a hero you can think about against Bat. Unless they're, of course, happy to play Razor into the Batrider, which I still would say is at least slightly Bat favorite. So I would like look at other heroes.
The positives for Navi at least is they are moving in a direction of, if Bat is their offlaner, the items that Kesman mentioned, the auras as well, it's like you are ticking that box of an adjustment from game 1. And if they can continue picking like this, Niku will have last pick in the draft from mid lane, so he will get that counter pick potentially, that advantageous matchup against Nisha. So we are moving in kind of like the critiques we had from game 1 to game 2. I think Navi at least are kind of copying that.
I really want them to not pick Disruptor this game on Navi. You already have tons and tons of catch. You've got all this magic damage. You need some physical damage. Have some good laning. No Disruptor, please.
Well, it won't come out because Liquid banned it for you.
Oh, I didn't see that. Thank you. Thank you, Liquid. That was very nice of them. Goats.
I mean, okay, they go with the very classic boxy clock. Also, you know, Warlock, just overall solid. I think you can obviously heal up your carry. You can push out the wave against the Bat. I would say, I mean, usually or in the last few days when I've seen some of these heroes, like Largo definitely jumps up in priority. It's kind of good against Warlock. It's pretty good against Bat. Obviously, I mean, Liquid could potentially still pick it on their offlane later if they want to.
Yeah, Liquid just picked double supports that deal with the initiation tools of Navi, right? Yeah. Both Bat and Tiny, they have the same style of initiation. If you get hookshot or golemed, your initiation's over. You have to now take the fight in that position. There is no toss back. There is no, force stuff on the lasso. There's no boots of bearing to run away. Like, you have to just engage wherever you have kind of caught the guy. So I think Liquid have just answered what Navi have nicely at the moment, and now Navi needs to continue kind of adjusting. They cannot lean only on Bat and Tiny now.
I think all 3 of these heroes also cover up their weaknesses. Razor, he lacks the catch, he has the damage. Clockwork provides the catch and wants the damage. And Warlock gives you team fight over top of all that while shoring up your lane. So I think these 3 heroes make a lot of sense together. There's a lot of synergy. It's hard to really look at them and think there's something that's overly wrong that can't just be fixed by later picks. So all this very solid. I'd say Navi, Tiny, and Bat are a little redundant. They have some aggression power and there's good things about them too, but I think there's a little more overlap between the heroes.
In defense of the temple.
Interesting. I mean, this is a hero, Quinn, you've mentioned. I believe it was yesterday, like the TA Razor matchup.
Yeah.
And Got the Juice, this is, I would say, one of his best carry heroes by far.
Yeah, I agree.
Are we not falling into a trap where Ace now has access to like Darkseers and Brewmasters and just kind of heroes that thwart Navi?
It's possible.
Possible, for sure.
I see the clock and I'm like, okay, you already kind of set up for lane and you pick a TA like this. Again, they're trying to give Niku the information. They want him to have the lane, but you are sacrificing Got the Juice's lane, and that is what was kind of the only major positive, I'd argue, was like his net worth in the previous one.
The unbelievable Ringmaster.
I could definitely see the Darkseer come out for sure. It's a classic counter to TA for a reason. but it's not like as black and white as I think it used to be since the new refraction change. It doesn't insta-kill it. And also Wall is kind of bad against TA. So it's not as bad as like Darkseer against Terrorblade, which is just like a horrendous. It's definitely good against TA, but it's not earth-shattering. And I think Brewmaster is similar. Like TA has a good lane, and Brew can't really kill you once you get to your items, so you can buy MKB and kind of just snipe his pandas. So I think while these are good options, I think if I see them, I'm not like, it's curtains for Na'Vi. It's not that tier pick for me.
I also wonder, because Liquid need to make a choice, right? Like, where are they putting the Razor? Do you now, after seeing TA Ring, are you okay putting it offline into the clock? Like, do you want to get some Ws out of the other lanes? Like, if you pick, you know, a potential Nisha hero here, like Puck would be open, or do you want a new carry, like for Mickey against the most likely tiny bad lane? I mean, has Nico played Bad Rider Core? He strikes me as the player that could, but I don't know if he has, as there's the Darkseer.
He can definitely play Bat Rider, yeah, but I don't know if he has. I also feel like Bat mid is just hyper volatile and it functions way better from the offlane. I would definitely not like to see it mid. I mean, no, it's a good call from T. I think the Darkseer is very good. You have given yourself a slightly bad carry matchup, I think. I think TA carried pretty good against Razor carry generally. But overall, I mean, Liquid's teamfight is crazy, like bananas cuckoo.
Yeah.
So I think if you're Na'Vi, you look at the heroes, you've got a lot of catch and you've got the traps for vision. You need to play a very different game, right? The styles of these two drafts are very contrasting. Na'Vi wants to poke and prod. They want to see you jump, you take unfair fights. And Liquid is like, here I am, face me.
But Na'Vi's lineup is very execution based, right? Like a bad initiation on Tiny TA or Bat, like you are a blink initiating hero, like where you go into the fight, and then all of Liquid invites that type of engagement, like I said before. So yeah, I think for Na'Vi, I'm just worried that a couple mistakes, not getting an Aegis on TA, and then this game can get really difficult. Again, I'm really looking at the last pick for Niku to just give some stability to them.
Husker still in the pool. It's probably going to get banned here, though.
Just Void Spirit!
Ooh, there it goes. I knew it. I knew Spearman was not getting through. There's no shot.
Yeah.
Sag.
Wait, the other map is actually Void Spirit!
Yo, what the hater?
Isn't Storm?
That's so messed up.
I mean, if they want a mid hero, isn't Storm like just super good? Especially with all these heroes being banned out.
Yeah, it's very solid.
For Liquid?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at Lesh and then probably Storm.
You will get Queen responded, and it's a pretty good Queen game. You can't really kill this guy for a long period of time, so you are walking into a pretty known counter pick that I think gives Na'Vi a very decent, like it's a very solid draft, very, very playable, and would be the first time that Nisha's played a bad matchup in quite some time.
Because it must be that Razor's going safely, no? Like if Razor were going mid, wouldn't that be like even more reason to ban out the Quap? Oh, they take it themselves.
Okay, fair play. Well, if that... You know, if we're anticipating specific heroes for Liquid, why not take the counter?
Holy, that was fast.
He just locked it in straight away.
Okay. I mean, I would say in general, Invoker is good against Quap. He has the Exort facet currently, which is the better one against Queen, because you have the Force Spirits and you kind of just hit him.
Oh, they're swapping.
Oh shoot, it's Mickey Quap.
I mean, it's always been a good laner against Bat. Obviously, no matter which lane you do end up in. I thought that maybe there's a higher chance that Nico will play Quaz Vex Invoker. I think it's been traditionally like a very good answer, like into Darkseer, because you can gank that lane, obviously like dispel the Iron Shells. And I think also if you're looking at Liquid, I think the Quap makes a lot of sense, whether it's safe lane or mid, because Darkseer, he wants to collapse on a TA, like later in the lane. So pick other heroes that can help him do it. So I wonder how Nico will skill, because I think Exort Invoker has a lot of volatility and is very slow.
Yeah, and for Liquid, when you see the Queen of Pain carry, I think the Razor going to mid lane, he's already buying BKB, Manta, like the kind of the carry style items. So it's not as if you're looking at where's the carry on Liquid, like they have it through other tools. And for Na'Vi, I'm just worried, like what happens if they don't have a net worth lead in this game? Like their positioning, it's 4 ranged heroes, the tiny, it's going to be quite difficult to always hold your ground, sorry.
I got CY next to me. I loved chatting with you yesterday, so I thought now that you're in the finals, why not the same? I do have to ask, you guys doing the first phase, Nature's Prophet, letting through that Razor, what's the logic behind having that trade-off?
Well, I think from second pick, there's a lot of heroes you don't want to play against. It's like a bit classic thing at this point that you kind of end up trading if there's too many heroes, because if you don't do it, you'll just ban everything and you'll leave, for example, one hero. Now they get one super nice pick and you will not really get anything. So in that case, we just leave like a few, and they can get to choose. That's like their benefit, you know.
Yeah. The panel was talking about how good of a Darkseer game this was for Ace. Obviously, you're very familiar with his hero pool and how he plays. Were you guys anticipating this? You feel like you have counters to it, and it's actually not as good on paper?
I mean, I think these days Darkseer against Templar Assassin can go a bit both ways. It used to be like a very strong hard counter when Refraction would be instantly like removed from any take of damage. Nowadays it can be a bit different. Lane can even be hard for Darkseer. But yeah, I do know these guys pretty well. I think not only like Ace and Tofu, but also like the rest of Liquid, because we played them so many times. So it's not too surprising, to be honest. But I think we also have some things to deal with Darkseer, so we'll just see how it plays out.
Okay. And last question, it's a bit of a two-parter. We see this exchange of Queen of Pain and Invoker, so you're trying to give Niku the best matchup, but then Mikke ends up picking Queen of Pain. One, did you see that coming? And two, how does it feel having that last pick, trying to give Niku the advantage mid?
We actually played this Bad Rider against Queen carry before. It's like some teams are doing it, like in scrims, for example. So we have experience with that, and Invoker is like good regardless if they put Razor or Queen mid. It should be good in my book. So we'll just see if we deliver as well.
I like it. It always is a little bit of confidence hearing you talk about your draft there, which is rightfully so. Look, good luck in the grand finals in your game here as well. As the rest of us, we get to enjoy a sit back and see what is in store for game 2.
Game 2 time, ladies and gentlemen, here between Team Liquid and Na'Vi here in the grand finals. Looking forward to this one, Fogged. You know, Na'Vi's lineup, again, it's incredibly Na'Vi, right? It has that Na'Vi flavor that we know that they love to bring out in terms of like some of these supports coming in once again. You know, Zayat wants to come back for round 2 on the Tiny. And then that last pick, not necessarily a hero I think you'd look at the draft and say, hey, this is the game for it, but it's one of Niku's best, Grandmaster tier, and it's a lot of fun to watch. He comes out with this Invoker. Are they going to be able to do it here and take a game off Liquid? What do you reckon?
Looks hard again. I don't know.
Yep.
I'm seeing the auras, the similar kind of thing. Yes, they do have the pure damage, but there's the lack of setup for early Sunstrikes. I usually like seeing these lanes that have at least something to set up for Sunstrike. The only thing right now is Avalanche, really. I've seen like when, oh my God, I need to move away from Nico. He's doing the spam invoke thing. I can't even hear myself.
Exort.
Yep. Yeah, usually it's like when Tundra plays it, they have some Bane, stuns, something to be able to assist in terms of if the lane doesn't go perfect, because you get that extra bit of gold. So let's see if it works. It's pretty risky, I will say. It's a pretty volatile overall draft from Na'Vi again, but I guess that's the approach they want to take. Maybe more volatility versus Liquid's kind of comfort kind of stuff to just cause some havoc. I mean, let's see if it works. It looks like it should be difficult, but let's see if Niku overall can do it with this Invoker.
Tofu, who's going to be able to immediately get that D ward. See if they can pay with his life. They will. Now, Tofu's going to be going down, so gets the D ward, but it's going to be first blood for Got the Juice. So,
he done?
Not the worst of trades there. That'll be 2 for 2 on the bounty runes.
Plus 16, kills a cog as well, dodges the other one. Nicely done from Juice. And let's see if they do better overall bottom, too, because PMA, you know, we did talk about the Phoenix. He fell off pretty hard in that last game. I think Bat it's a bit similar. I think it's a little better in terms of what you can get in terms of if you don't like kind of snowball. But a similar kind of style. I feel like these two offlaners, these 3-position Bats and Phoenixes, it's about like winning the lane and then playing off of that. So Liquid, very comfortable of just playing a very safe lane. This is probably one of the safest. You have a Queen of Pain with a potential blink and a heal behind him, so not going to be repositioned versus that Tiny, and we'll have a way to play around it.
And do you like, again, the way that sort of Liquid finished the draft up, having that switch around, even though it's less of a switch around, of course, after we saw Nisha playing the Razor in game 1, but still that, you know, pick the Razor first, wait until the last pick, and then decide, hey, is this Razor going mid? Is it going carry? They'll keep it mid. They get the mid-K Quap in last pick.
It's really nice. It's something only Liquid would probably do, right? Because Mikke, he likes to play carry Quap as well, too, so it's just right up their alley. And Nisha, yeah, like you said, he looked so comfortable on it, and it's another game where he can look extremely comfortable on it too, because the lane is going to be good for him versus that Invoker, and also, I mean, definitely another game where if he gets an early BKB, potentially can really start to command and dictate pace.
Yeah, we'll see how the mid lane goes
both
down,
range
but
deny.
yeah, as you say, in terms of the matchup, and especially because Nisha's warmed up after playing it in game 1, it could be quite a tough lane for Niku to keep up in farming.
Yeah, like the Exort Invoker,
yeah,
you don't really like to play versus a hero that can clear your summon. It's usually when you play this Exort, you get advantage because you can double last hit with your Force Spirit versus the individual hits.
Honestly, it's getting close to being able to dive Niku. Yeah, you've got to watch this mid lane because a step in the wrong direction and Niku's going to get caught by a dive, especially if any sort of early rotations coming from Liquid. Top lane, Boxy. He's going to chase him down here with the Iron Shell. Really should be fine as he gets back under the tier 2, but getting severely bullied back there by Boxy. And that's only going to get worse, obviously, as soon as he hits kind of level 2 as well. And the Iron Shells from Ace get leveled up. It's not a fun lane, really, for Riddies to try and trade damage against the 2 of Liquid.
No, I mean, this lane setup right now for Liquid, it does look like they have 2 winning lanes and 1 lane that's going to get some trade farm. Sure, Got the Juice is going to free farm, but it's not like they'll kill Ace. He should be completely free to get that extra farm. So 2 lanes that look really good. Niku is really pushing the limits. My God. I can't look away from it.
This mid is stick charges in a plasma field. Might not quite enough to push him over the edge, but it's risky.
He's getting no CS, Owen. 9-5 to 17-8. He's getting most of the
It's only going to get worse.
And those range denies.
Yeah.
And bottom too, like we were mentioning, it's a Queen of Pain versus a Bat. It's almost impossible for the Bat to get aggro unless Mickey makes a mistake. He just goes 2-1, has the blink to be able to play defensively, and constantly can trade because of the way the bondage is. He actually makes an aggressive jump on Mickey.
Ooh.
That was a bit bold.
He's got some heals, but he actually gets the kill first. So you know what? He'll probably take that. But as you said, that was very risky. Could have gone horribly wrong. Still ends up dying, but you know what? He kills PMA first there.
It was free. I mean, that was kind of crazy move from Mickey, I gotta be honest. It's like the sticky wore off from him, and he's like, I'm going. As soon as he saw an opportunity to try to get the jump. At least he gets the first kill. They'll get some Grimoire for Tofu.
He does.
But
yeah.
That was crazy.
Might be a bit more careful with doing that again next time, yeah.
I like what I'm saying. Like, it's a very defensive, you know, he should be very blinks on top of him.
Especially after he played so safe last game, right? I think last game only ended up dying the once on his Wim Ranger, Mickey. So we'll be able to catch out Tofu there. So even with the support dead though, Mickey's happy to lane in the 1v1. So we'll still remain safe. Mid lane, Nisha's now hit the 5, so the 3 points in the plasma field. The nuke from that plasma field really does add up.
It does.
So Niku is going to be kept consistently low.
And Zayats does not have mana to make a move. Does he have mangoes or anything on his courier? What's he got on it? He has a clarity with boots. So maybe you could see the Tiny make the rotation around mid to help Niku, but got to be careful because Niku could just die if you do get a wrong toss back play.
Niku, careful. Because he's trying to sort of bait. And whilst he has Zayats around to back him up. And can Zayats get this wrap around him? Maybe same time the dive's going to be happening top. We'll see the play around mid continue. They get the setup on towards Nisha. Is it enough to get him? It is. So they'll make the trade happen. Top lane, the carry's getting dove. Over on the mid, Na'Vi, they're bringing in Zayats, pushing for the kill. And Niku needs that. You know, sure, they lose their carry top, but at least being able to offset the situation a little bit in the mid lane. And all things said and done, even after the pressure in the first few waves, Niku, he's not too far behind on the CS. Considering the situation against this Razor, it's not too bad, Fogged.
No, definitely not. I mean, perfect timing for Zayats. Honestly, I was looking, I'm like, he has boots clarity, thank goodness, because I was like, if he doesn't get mana, this is going to be weird type of approach, so has just enough for the both spells. Good math. I think the range, one of the creeps actually split the Sunstrike, so it's good that they got that second little hit and Blood Grenade to follow up, or maybe Nisha survives.
Yeah, he had to kind of get in under the tower, get the last punch in Zayats.
Yeah. It's going to do the same build that we've seen BZM do. I actually really like this Meteor Hammer build. It seems really strong. However, it does have its problems if you are not aware of what the clockwork is and you try to actually use it, of course. So, around mid again. Zayats.
Nisha's ready to dive, of course. Now he's got the 6 Eye of the Storm at the ready.
He's healthy too. He's full health.
He's ready to go in, and Boxy's coming in with the wraparound, but they've got a lot of burst here to try and kill him off. Doesn't matter, the Shadow Word Heals comes into play. Nisha being kept alive by Tofu. We'll get another plasma field out. Na'Vi will finally finish him off. Maybe PMA with his Firefly can also chase down Tofu, and he can indeed. So Na'Vi, they bring the numbers in. Sure, Niku dies,
a lot of
but
numbers.
they do make Liquid pay for it. You know, they kill off Nisha, and they get a +1 on top of it.
Are they going to get their wisdom, though? That's my worry about when you rotate like this. If you bring 4, you're going to sack the wisdom, and that is exactly what's going to happen, actually.
That's very true. That's very true. And now, obviously, at that point, no, sure, Liquid, they lost 2, they got 1, but they get 2 Shrine of Wisdoms. They don't mind at all about that trade.
No.
No.
And this type of play before, it worked on Nisha because they had been poking him, right? The Nico had been whittling him for quite some time. This was Nisha with full HP, so the Avatos combo Sunstrike, it's not quite there enough. And then the Shadow Word ticks in, so they have to bring the 4th hero to at least defend that. But yeah, you sacrifice quite a bit. And now, Tofu, he is... Yeah, he's level 6 as soon as he eats that tome after 1 or 2 more creeps. Actually short 1 experience if he eats the tome. He's going to be at 679.
That's going to make these aggressive moves from Liquid that much more successful.
There we go. Now he'll have the 6. They kill the range creep, so if he pops it, they'll have the golem. They might dive mid. This tower is very low.
They can definitely go mid again here, Liquid, if they want. Yeah, Niku's got to be super careful. He's got to be ready to kind of call in the backup. TPs are available on both supports. So if he wants to stick around the tower, backup's got to be coming in. See how safe he plays it. Yeah, he's probably not going to be able to do anything to push them off it. They have to let this tower go. See the Sunstrike come in. They'll be able to burst Ace on the other side of the map. And I tell you what, he gets the denying as well. Nicely done there by Niku against the 3 of them. So, kill up top, tower denied. They're making the best of a bad situation there, Na'Vi.
Yep, they're playing to their strengths right now. They do have 7 kills, so Zayats, he's been very successful with almost all of his rotations, as we see here on this Tiny. Much better than last time, at least for his moves. However, we are seeing, and Nico is still struggling, though, right? He's still bottom of the cores. He's going to have to hit some creeps in the jungle, but he does have the opportunity to get those Sunstrike kills around the map with the tiny rotations. Since Avalanche is actually just a guaranteed setup nowadays.
Nisha, Arcane Rune's going to be very nice here to just pop the Eye of the Storm, look to steal some of the stacks. I think it was pretty much a triple stack that Na'Vi did have here, so some good farm stolen by Nisha.
Yeah, Arcane Rune, Eye of the Storm overall, one of the best farming tools in this early game. Also looking for an aggressive play around bottom. As Queen of Pain's hitting the tower, double range creep.
I don't even know who's going to defend this. No, they've got to let this one go, surely.
No. I feel like the only way they set up for defense is if Zayats is there. If Zayats isn't there for a defense, I feel like there's no way they go for it. And Zayats actually gets cogged.
We'll just be boxing pushing him off the tower. TP's not coming in yet to back him up off that. Ace sticking to the jungle. He's got his first time done. The Vanguard's online. So a little harder to burst now. See mid.
Overall, the playmaking, I would say, from Na'Vi, it's honestly all around Zayats. Until they have the level 6s come on for the Batrider and for Riddies, it's really just, Zayats, where do you want to make it go, and can we actually get this kill set up? So
they want to go mid.
Mid?
They get the setup, the full combo. Golem's going to be dropped down. Nisha's going to be able to pop the 1 charges. Shadow Word heal coming in. Won't save him. He'll go down, but a lot of damage is being done, especially with his Fatal Bonds on the 3 of them. That's Riddies dead. Zayats to fall as well. Niku, he'll be able to scramble away, but PMA is trying to enter into the front of the fight, and Boxy's caught him in the cogs. Tofu ends up getting a triple there. So Nisha dies, but Tofu just gets the absolute perfect position to just lay down this multi-hero, Fatal Bonds, Golem, and he gets a huge clean up. Triple kill for the Warlock.
They're super ready for these moves. Nisha, he's just tanking up. Look at the build, right? Treads, double bracer. He knows he's just going to get double nuked. He's going to get Avatar Sunstrike. So as long as he can perhaps survive just the initial burst, then they can turn the fights in there. We did see a Tofu. The Warlock getting the big kills. Now Tofu might be in trouble. Can he get himself away?
They've got a good setup here. Tornado. Wrap around from the Zayats. Boxy's here to help out, but Sunstrike's coming in. They'll make Tofu pay. And of course, after he got that nice triple kill, a little bit of a boost really to the gold that ends up going back the way of Niku there. Niku getting the last hit on that. And pushing him very close to having the Meteor Hammer. He's about 250 gold away from having that done on the Invoker.
They're getting kills, but just like last time, Liquid just farming the creeps, farming that core, that key item that they need, especially for something like Darkseer, right? He's going Crimson Rush. Pretty damn good game for it. Yes, there's a lot of magic, but the TA's damage is going to be completely negated when they run in for that fight.
And got the juices. Of course, he's farming pretty good. Top of the net
farming
worth.
Very well.
But he's pretty much going to have to sort of play this early game right where he's a TA. He's probably not going to be showing up to anything crazy until he has the Deso, the Dragon Lance, and the Blink. Then he'll start to get involved. Before that, probably not going to happen. And that might hurt them, right? Especially if Liquid continue to push the issue and play as active as they have been. They're already taking out 2 of the Tier 1 towers, playing their lineup a little bit faster this game, in fact, Liquid, as opposed to what they did in game 1. And could be tough for Na'Vi to deal with.
My worry is all the things that collapse on top of this, you know, on top of Got the Juice too. He's going to have some bodies to kind of distance from it, and he doesn't have the best bodies, right, with this offlane bat. It's a bit of a different kind of hero, but the way that people are building it now is kind of a body, right? So we're seeing these bats, they go for Bearing, they go for Pipe Crimson, they actually match auras, so perhaps that's going to be the idea of him being that front line for the TA, but there's repositioning tools, you know, there's Dark Seer Vacuum. Sure, it's only level 1, but little things you do have to watch out for. Liquid, he's making that move.
Coming out. Best case for Na'Vi is going to be Riddy's tanking it. Nice little dodge there, the hook shot. And jump away. I tell you what, he's going to be able to play his way out of there. Very nicely done by Riddy's. A little too slippery for Liquid to catch.
That was sexy. Just a little dodge there with the quote-unquote Manta. Love it.
Now we're going to see that nice little move again there from Riddy's. Bam, out comes the illusion. Hook shot goes straight through during that very tiny little bit of invulnerability period where you're kind of off the map with the illusion coming out.
Love it. I love Ringmaster. Has so many potential for outplays that he can do. Do love to see that. Zayats and Riddy's paired up. Level 6 is hit, of course, for Riddy's. They're bringing Juice, so they're bringing the Deso. They want to try to find a catch here. Get those charges going for him.
Yeah, not always the easiest move to make, indeed, getting your TA involved, especially when he's been farming so well, right? If this goes bad, it's going to hurt the farming. But they get the setup onto Mickey. So the wheel, is it enough to kill him off? It is. The wheel explodes, they take him down. See if they can get out now, though. The Gon's going to be dropped straight in on towards PMA. PMA trying to Firefly away, but Ace and Boxy are chasing him down. He's pretty tanky, of course.
They're burning.
On the bat, and I tell you what, he's only just been able to bring Boxy down. He's got the lasso as well on towards him. He gets a double kill. I mean, honestly, he'll take that PMA. Sure, he dies at the end of it, but he's able to get a double kill on the way out, and one of them being a big kill, taking out Ace.
Tankier than I think they expected. That Firefly really started to add up, and they don't have a pipe. They do have the Crimson this time, so it's not going to block any of that magic damage. Look how much he did. 4,000 from the bat. Just got ignored. The Golem also kind of missing. Hit on top of the box. Didn't hit anybody else, so didn't actually catch a real stun on the Bat Rider when he was out and about. And Niku, during all this, he's doing the Ice Wall plus Meteor Hammer farm, pulling 2 camps together, trying to maximize as much as possible. So they're keeping that farm consistent. And a good catch. They will find Mickey. They've already killed him twice, more than last game.
We'll see if they go for another one of those fast moves again, Na'Vi. Once they're all
There's
back
no Golem.
on the map.
So it's the opportunity of them making those moves is there. Just if they do want to take that risk, since they did just get a nice Deso stack, might just look to play around the objective.
I've got the Juice is going to remain down bottom here with the backup of Zayats. Does have to be cautious how much he steps down the lane. Boxy around and ready with the hook shot. Mickey returned back to the safe lane to continue to keep up there on the farm.
I feel like more than half this game I'm just watching what Zayats is going to do, because I feel like literally all that playmaking has to be from his avalanches. PMA has Boots of Bearing, but there's a Surge.
They'll drop the wall down in an effort to try and kill him off. Now, gonna turn. Actually get the lasso. They've got the wheel as well. Nisha's gonna get punished. Na'Vi making sure the Liquid do not get away with that aggressive move. Ace has to run away with the Surge. I mean, he can't stick around. He's going to try and get the courier, but it might cost him his life. Niku's having the angle for the Tornado. They'll hook shot over to try and stop the follow-up combo, but the cold snaps in onto Ace. Ace, he's going to run. Definitely Blast was off the mark. Ace, he gets out. They'll turn to Zayats now as Mickey's turned up to the fight. Finally, they'll be able to finish off Ace. But Riddy's now chased down by Mickey. He'll go for the TP out. Sonic Wave's going to be popped, but it's not enough to burst him before he gets out of there. Riddy's escaping once again.
Great play. Na'Vi.
He just through the twin gate in time there, they nearly scouted out Niku, getting off at the side of the fight back to the other side of the map. Yeah, not bad at all. Honestly, PMA in these situations, he's finding the opportunity to make some pretty good moves here with the lasso.
Yeah, I think overall, Nisha, this time especially, too, overplaying his hand, thinking he's a lot stronger than he is. He doesn't have any core item just yet. The Firefly, it really starts to add up with the Sticky. I think he had, what, like 8 stacks on him when he got the lasso on him. Insane damage. Hey, this guy's going to be Greaves for Ace, so it's going to take some time till that pipe comes out. So this Bat Rider's damage is nothing to laugh at.
He's having a great time. He's going to get the Blink Dagger pretty soon as well.
Much better than
the
last
impact
game of the Phoenix.
is, yeah, it absolutely is. And it's, again, on another hero that you know, this back could have fallen off pretty hard in the early game, but it hasn't. And even in sort of a lane situation where it wasn't easy to sort of dominate the lane because you're playing against the safe lane Quap, now PMA still having some good impact. Niku caught in the river here. Boxy gets the catch on him. We'll see Riddy's try and help out. The golem's going to be dropped down. The box is there though, and it's enough to bail him out. Niku, he's going to be able to get away from this attempt from Liquid, dropping the golem. And now Tofu, he's going to lose his golem. Easy goal for Got the Juice. I mean, the save from Riddy's coming in with that box. Yeah, that's a big timing to be able to survive through. You survive through each of these golems, you're able to try and hit back immediately. And Liquid, they're missing a big part of their team fight.
Yeah, Liquid can't fight without those. They're just going to have to watch this tower die now. Great save. I thought Niku was in trouble because he was in the river too, but yeah, just a beautiful save from Riddy's.
Oh, Got the Juice.
Boxy.
It's enough.
He's gone.
I mean, these sort of TA plays as well, super nice from Got the Juice, right? He is perfectly identifying how he can get involved, how he can look to even make these jump forwards, go for kind of support kills, even when there's heroes around now. He knows his strength. They can look towards Roshan as a team. Of course, we've seen this many times before from Na'Vi, something they're very good at, just playing around the timings of a TA carry. And we're seeing it here in this game against Liquid. Now, Got the Juice, he's really starting to get very far ahead. 3K ahead of the cause of Liquid at this moment. And this is one of the things, right, especially with some of the heroes like the carry Quap, it's going to be very tough to keep up in farm, especially when you're looking at a TA. They'll get the catch on another here. Tofu caught out. PMA picks up another kill. This TA could barrel out of control.
It's starting to really feel like that as well. Yeah. Queen of Pain, you know, Mike, two of his Sonic Waves did not net him a kill. He died twice. If you're not getting kills as a Quap, you're definitely going to fall behind the TA. Niku, though, does get caught alone. Very alone, actually.
I mean, Na'Vi's heading up here, though, so Liquid have to get out of it pretty quickly, and they will. Nisha immediately into the trees, TP's out, knows not to stick around.
Sees the Darkseer, can't quite get the catch, doesn't have a friend near him. They have multiple ways now to start the fights on the side of Na'Vi. Ways to bypass the front line, too. Boxy, he is still caught, and Juice has found him.
Another kill for him. Very impressive stuff there from Got the Juice on the TA. It's looking very, very good so far.
The fact that he's getting these Deso stacks, too.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big deal with how much damage he deals, because actually looking at Liquid's draft, they're not the tankiest overall, right? The Darkseer, yes. Razor, in a way, can be, but Queen of Pain can be lackluster in terms of armor early. Might take some time for Mickey to be able to withstand, like, a double meld might just kill Mickey pretty easily if he's not careful. Great positioning so far from Na'Vi. As you said, they have their double blinks. Liquid gathering up. They've got Mech, they've got Crimson, they've got ults ready.
Yeah, Golem up in a couple of seconds.
Take the team fights.
Na'Vi seem aware that they smoke up themselves. They've got the high ground position. Nisha's going to try charging in, but they have the avalanche into the wheel. They've got the control. PMA with the lockdown of the lasso. Nisha, the heals coming in towards him, but it's not enough to save him again. Nisha dies at the start of the fight, and now Liquid, they got to run. PMA's going to have Blink up in a second. See if they can chase further kills. They can. They get the jump forward. Avalanche toss back. They're going to kill off 4 heroes of Liquid. Mickey, the only one to live as he gets the blink off at the end of it. But Na'Vi outplaying Liquid now in these team fight situations, though. Situations where Liquid have been pretty perfect. You know, through the last few series, right? They're beating Liquid at their own game right now, Fog. The sort of 5v5s. Liquid they're not used to losing these over the last few days. But here in this game too, they're losing these trades. Na'Vi's outplaying them.
Especially with like a full team fight draft, right? That's what we're mentioning for Liquid. It's a very team fight centric draft, and they walk up into high ground. Na'Vi was perfectly prepared for that. Great avalanche. They understand who to go for. Don't let Nisha get a link off. Just full burst him down. PMA now, that's what, 4 lassos, I believe, that has been thrown onto Nisha. Just completely shut him down. And they've got Ags now on Niku, so they've got the Cataclysm also. Pretty much anyone who gets caught in either avalanche or the lasso is gonna die. So for Liquid, what's the way to bail them out? BKBs are definitely going to be needed because they've been broken in these last pretty much three situations when they went for the fights themselves.
And Na'Vi at this point, they're just going to keep running at Liquid. They get the setup, the toss into the Cataclysm, into the lasso. That's going to be Mickey gone. Na'Vi
rolling now.
Yeah, they're feeling the sort of the momentum they have right now. They are not going to be slowing down anytime soon here. Now, we've seen Liquid run away with some games. Here now in game 2, Na'Vi, they're ready to run away with this one.
They might even poke high ground here, right? They have a base ward, I believe, that Zayats is placing. Okay, Tofu sees it, so it's going to get dewarded, but they have great ways to catch. They can force issue pretty hard in this game because of their way of double catching and repositioning heroes on top of this TA. This bot tower, Liquid, see if they want to try to hold it. Golem's going to be back up in 40, but Na'Vi is very ready for this fight.
He's just going to show. So Na'Vi, obviously, they're going to be much more careful about how they go for fights around the tier 2, especially as we did see what in the game 1. Obviously, it was a little different of a situation because they weren't this far ahead, but it was still an area of the map where a risk was taken and it didn't pay off. Things started to go downhill from there. So you can only imagine Na'Vi's going to be a bit more cautious, at least about taking this lead to the next step. They'll move to the top side of the map, avoid Liquid and just focus the objectives, look to get this tier 2 tower potentially. As they know at the moment, it's really, it's Liquid that kind of have to do sort of the full strategizing to try and find a way back into this game.
Yeah, and I love the way that they're playing on the positioning. Just don't let them get any wraparounds, don't let them outnumber, just play with the 2 supports around Got the Juice. Let your Bat and your Invoker do their own thing for now, get those next items. Map is shrinking for Liquid, and they just got their Aghanims on Mickey, but he has just died. Every single time he's caught, he's just dead, and this item is not going to really help him if he just gets caught.
No, it's because it's one of those situations, right? Obviously, when the Fatal Bonds come out from Tofu, Mickey, he's going to want to get the jump in, get off that AoE daggers on as many of the Fatal Bonded targets as they can to just maximize this outburst of damage. But as you say, if he's doing that, they're going to be able to collapse on him very quickly and kill him immediately. So he might not even get the chance to get off the full sort of skill set in the team fight if he's not careful. Mickey's got to be super cautious.
Juice is also just so farmed that the worry is that even if they do get to him, if they can, get all these initiates, he might just kill them all because of how much damage he's doing right now. Sure, he doesn't have BKB, but even if the Razor won't be able to get a link on him, unless he's chain stunned. If he tries to link and trade, the TA is just going to kill him during it. And Na'Vi, I think they're feeling how powerful they are.
Yep.
Yeah.
There we go, smoke time from Na'Vi.
How do they protect? Pretty much like for Liquid, the question is how do they protect the target that gets either stunned or lassoed?
Eyes on Ace.
Oh. Off the mark.
Tofu. Zeiss is going to catch him. Gets the toss back. Got the Juice able to finish him off. They will manage to get him up on the cliff, but he's got the Hurricane Pipe ready to come down. Lasso's going to be there onto Ace. They'll drop the Golem here and attempt to fight back, but that's Ace gone. Sonic Wave pushes them back. Got the Juice able to slide away with the Hurricane Pike. He's super low here, but the Refraction comes back up. Doesn't matter. Liquid, they fight through it, take the Refraction off, get the big kills. Only PMA to survive. Liquid able to push back against Na'Vi, kill off the 4 of them. Hitting massive AoE damage that time round in the team fight. Too much for Na'Vi to survive through.
Honestly, Tofu's buyback, insanely clutch. The fact that he had the gold for it. Kind of, I don't know if he put himself in a bait position, but honestly, he buys back and gets a pretty godly Golem and bonds afterwards for the follow-up. It was instant buyback.
Yeah, it might have been part of the plan there. It gets a bit awkward at the start. He's able to blink off the cliff, but at this point they're super grouped up. Golem's dropped down, the bonds are out. Sonic Wave flying through the 2 of them, the big targets as well. Both Got the Juice and PMA getting clipped by that. And at that point, they couldn't get out. Liquid showing they can punch back despite being about 10k behind going into that team fight. And into a team fight where there's an incredibly stacked TA. Regardless of the farm he's got, it is sort of just the Hurricane Pike and Blink to protect him. Full out damage with the Daedalus and Desolator. He can die.
I think it's like if they don't get hit by 4-man bonds there, I think they can probably turn on Na'Vi. But the fact that they get hit by 4-man bonds, Sonic Wave, that's where the damage really starts to kick in versus TA. It's pretty much, honestly, when I saw them 4-man clump, I was worried too. It was good that he got the lasso on the Darkseer initially because I thought Ace was going to get a 4-man vacuum combo. But anyway, it didn't matter because the Golem came out and caught the 4 main targets afterwards on the retreat. So Na'Vi, bit of a shake-up there for them. Not one of those mistakes that you really want to make versus a team like Liquid. Very good at capitalizing and catching back up with things. We see them get some good aggressive vision. Their ults as well are going to start to come back on cooldown. They've got BKB for the Quap. Liquid started to get some better tools to be able to fight easier. And Got the Juice just has to be a little careful because there's no defensive positioning for him. Golem, 40-second cooldown.
They're going to come running straight back at Liquid.
Hook shot.
Just the catch on a PMA. PMA will be able to force away, but it's going to get dragged back straight into Liquid. That's PMA dead.
Oh,
no fight to be had now for Na'Vi. They've got to run. Mickey in with the BKB, dagger out onto Riddies. Riddies also in a whole lot of trouble. He'll try and get away with the box, but he's been surrounded by Liquid.
Juice.
As they get the 2 kills, Cataclysm and Avalanche come into play. They'll strike back and kill off Mickey. But still, even without the quad, Liquid can continue to push back the rest of Na'Vi. Niku's looking at maybe getting involved from the sidelines. I mean, can they do anything 3 versus 4? It's still kind of tough.
Dangerous. Golem's back up. They were trying to take advantage of these cooldowns being used. Looks like Juice does want to continue.
They want to
here,
try.
Boxy. He's ghost walking.
They've got eyes on Boxy. Whoop.
No way.
Huh? He was immediate with that blink, and I tell you what, they're not going to catch him. He's away.
Ain't no way. Okay, so PMA, I think he actually needs... I saw that he went Pike. This is a bit greedy on the Batrider this game. I feel like he does need the BKB. Even though you're playing into Clockwork, Hookshot, Golem, etc., if you get caught in cogs on this Batrider, it can break a lot of your games.
And if they lose a fight around this Roche, this is going to be brutal for Na'Vi. Liquid's on the way over. Got the Juice is trying to desperately finish off the Roche. Can he get in time? He's going to get caught by the bash. He's outside of the pit. He can't finish him off. Now Nisha's going to be able to get in there with the BKB. Got the Juice will jump back in. He'll get the kill, but Nisha picks up the Aegis. And now with the Aegis in hand, Nisha's ready to start charging at Na'Vi. Riddies will get back up to the high ground. Got the Juice trying to turn here. They'll jump in with the Avalanche onto the 2 of them, but Nisha, he's still ready to push on forward. Na'Vi, they have to back away from the Razor. Can they take at least him down the once? Nisha, they've got him the first time, but Mickey with an angle from the side blows them back with the Sonic Wave. That's going to be Riddies dead. The second life will come to the play. They look to Zayat. He'll try and TP out, but Mickey's got the damage to pick up the double. Na'Vi, they couldn't get the Roche quite in time there. Liquid make their way over. They get the Aegis pick up on Nisha, and that gives them the power they need to take another team fight in their favor here, Liquid.
And you're denying the Aegis away from the TA too. That's the big thing, right? If this TA gets Aegis, that's a huge momentum for Na'Vi to be able to pressure here. This vacuum, watch Ace. First the Cog, I believe, pushes out this poor TA, and then watch this vacuum afterwards.
Yeah, Ace, as you say, eyes on him. Bam, takes him away. Just at the moment he would have wanted to finish that Roche, get the pickup. He couldn't on Got the Juice. The shake-up continues here from Liquid. You know, Na'Vi, they were having a very smooth mid-game, but Liquid hitting back pretty hard. Na'Vi, they've got to reassess the situation, look towards the next move. I mean, it's almost going to certainly be this call to just get the BKB on Got the Juice. These fights, they're seeming a little too hard without the BKB on the TA. He's super close. He'll have it in about 200 gold. Then they'll try and strike again.
I want to say also, like, the head-on 5v5s is something that Liquid wants, too. I would want Na'Vi to ideally go for an attempted pick-off. Liquid's not really giving them the chances, though, but, you know, that's ideally what they want to do with a Bat-Tiny lineup.
They've got eyes on
Got
the Juice.
a catch first.
He's got to be so careful. He hasn't got the BKB delivered yet. It's about to come out. There it is. Okay, BKB's on him now.
He's got backup. Riddies is there. Force Glimmer. They've got a lot of defensive tools for him now. Liquid looking for the team fights. A full satanic finish for Nisha.
He gets the hookshot angle onto Nico in the river. He's going to be able to push it back with the cogs into the Sonic Wave. That's the Invoker dead.
Oh, and these are really greedy items, I got to be honest. The Atos going for the Gleipnir build after the Aghanims, and then also the Bat going for the Pike instead of BKB when they had that advantage. This is going to hurt. It's going to open up moves for Liquid to crawl back in terms of net worth. They've shown they can already take team fights at a net worth deficit. This is... Hey, Na'Vi, they've got to get their act together in these next few moments. Can't keep hemorrhaging these kills.
I'll see again that,
really good catch.
That catch from Boxy. Very, very good chase down there. Getting the read on his position.
Right? That was a...
I was going to say, with the distance that he passed, yeah, he got him over the cogs with that, yeah.
Yeah. The power of Headband, this is an item that I think has infinite potential also. I do love this item right now.
Yeah, super nice on the clockwork with the cog potential.
All right, Na'Vi have to regain their footing. Back to the game plan of getting these catches. PMA, I believe he does have the BKB, so that's going to help quite a bit here for the next fight.
Yeah, the BKBs are going to be pretty huge.
But they still, like, the way they ideally start these fights, right, is you get a target and you Cataclysm. Oh, Kato? Looks like he'll steal it.
All right, well, there you go. Easy Tormentor for Niku. And he gets paid with the shard going his way as well. So, a Cataclysm well done there by Niku on the Invoker.
Hey, let's see if the greed does work. You know, I'm mentioning the greed. It just, if it gets punished really hard, I'm concerned. So let's see, because the Gleipnir build is, honestly, this build's insane on Invoker. So I'm not critiquing the build, like, in terms of... Like,
and we'll see that timing again. My goodness, that was a lot of damage.
It was five or six Sunstrikes, I believe, right? So at least that landed on that Tormentor. Liquid looking for the fight again. All their tools are ready. Gem on their front line, Nisha.
Yeah, well, it's just going to be a question of how different it plays out now that the BKBs are there. Got the juice. He's away with the blink. Oh, Boxy, little rare miss there with the hook shot straight into the Nisha Razor. He'll say got in the way. Nisha will say, Boxy, try and aim it better.
These BKBs are going to be important, right? Got the juice, having his available, having the BKB for the Bat Rider. Niku, he'll get it next. But let's see if it hurts. They're going to have to protect him, at least with positioning. He's going to have to play pretty far back. But with the other two BKBs, let's see if that helps him a lot in that team fight. 15,000 gold lead still for them. So they're still very comfortable in terms of net worth. It's just those team fights that you can still feel a bit intimidating.
Yeah.
It's crazy to say.
The AoE, the burst, right? I mean, because they have such a great lineup that abuses the power of the Fatal Bonds from Tofu.
Yes.
That's always going to hurt. And we saw it when Liquid were fighting with this 10k deficit. So, you know what's a 14k deficit? Well, we'll see how much of a difference it makes. The BKB is going to be everything. And obviously, the last few fights have been where Liquid sort of had a good read of how to charge into the team fight. Na'Vi can get a quick jump. They can kill Tofu off to start things, would be pretty nice. They'll drop down sentries, dust, everything to make sure that the Warlock is gone.
Other thing too, Juice did hit 25. So Swift Blink, 25, extra refraction charges. He still has that clear separation in terms of net worth over the carry.
Quick TP's down towards the bottom as well from Na'Vi.
They're looking for these catches. I like this. Trying to catch when Liquid is split up. So they have great kill threat with this tiny bat +1.
And because what are we looking at next from Liquid? You know, are they looking to fight right now? What do you think the call is going to be? Obviously, they know that they can win the 5v5s. But obviously, they'll be aware that these BKBs are online. Does that mean they're sort of sitting back waiting for any sort of next round of items on any of their key heroes?
I think they got their next round. The other one would be the AC for Nisha, which would be obviously extremely helpful versus the TA. But I think they have the next round that they want to look to fight around because they got the Shivas, which is the one I was looking at for Mickey. Because he has very low armor. I think when Tofu respawns and they're looking to play around the objective, that's when we'll probably see them look to fight. Navi's going to have an amp damage for that, though, potentially. So got the juice. It's going to be the one to watch.
I imagine they'll be pretty hungry for a team fight. And Na'Vi, if they got a smoke up between them.
Niku is getting time also to just sit back and finish up that BKB that I wanted to see him get next, too.
I'm going to smoke them out. Riddies, yeah, okay, there we go. Riddies is going to get one sent out right now.
They're very patient, waiting for the timings. They are the ones who know the Roche. You know, they do have the TA, so they know, of course, the exact timers.
Yeah, they'll be doing everything they can to make sure that a repeat of the last Roche isn't going to get the chance to go down.
And something that, you know, Quinn was mentioning on panel, too, is if there is going to be a situation where if they start getting vision inside the pit, perhaps they can smoke and look for the fight afterwards rather than just full finishing and committing. Game's slowing down a little bit here, both teams. The net worth has kind of stayed the same. It jumped up to that, you know, it was at like 10, then jumped to 14 because of the Tormentor steal. Now it's been sitting consistent at 14, 15. Avi. Looking to control vision. Good movements here with the gem.
We've got to watch out for this as well in the team fights. You know, Ace now having that blink dagger. We've already saw Liquid get chances to get these big kind of multi-hero fatal bonds and sonic waves. Now that there's the blink on the Darkseer, that setup's going to be even more potent with the vacuum positioning.
Got the juice. The amp damage is popped. Long Roche. 2 minutes.
See how well they can set up for it. Does mean Liquid will have time to probably finish off the AC. Yeah, just a couple hundred gold and it's going to be there for Nisha.
Niku
also. That Roche fight is going to go down.
Massive timing for Niku. He's going to have BKB, and he's got the 20 talent with the Gleipnir. So he did not really, honestly, he didn't get punished for the Gleipnir. So it ends up paying off for him, and now this combo is insane inside of team fights if he's there. It's very hard to dodge these meteors. They're massive with the Gleipnir, and they do a ton of damage. So,
and this is the thing, right? You know, sure, the team fight in terms of just overall spells from Liquid is super strong. But Na'Vi, they have got pretty beautiful ways of setting up heroes to just get completely destroyed right by this TA. Now, all four of their heroes, with the Gleipnir Invoker, with the Ags on the Batrider, and that was the Tiny and the Ringmaster, they have great AoE kind of stuns, roots, to ensure that these incredible angles can be found by Got the Juice.
Initiation's going to be important. Boxy.
Oh, they're going to find Got the Juice! They find him on the cliff. Sonic Wave's going to come in. The lasso will come out. Cataclysm's going to be there, but it's not enough burst to kill any of the cores. It will just take down Boxy. Boxy buys back immediately. Nisha trying to chase PMA out at the fight. Got the Juice is going to look to try and turn over towards Nisha, but he has to blink away. Got the Juice out with the blink. He's still holding the BKB, so he still has the ability to press it if they want to get back in. Looks like they'll just respect the buyback from the clock, get out of there. Nobody else ends up going down, just the Boxy clock.
That was, honestly, Got the Juice was super impressive with the just holding the BKB, holding his abilities. He got boxed by Riddies, and then he force staffs out, stuck inside the wall. It looks like it was dangerous again for a second. He comes in for a hit and then blinks out. So he's pushing the limits of this TA very nicely. Kind of chaotic fight. I think it was 3 heroes that got hit by double Sunstrikes.
I mean, they'll take that. You know, Na'Vi will absolutely look to go for the fight now because
no golem.
There's no golem. That's the big timing that's going to be missing between the two teams. Na'Vi, they'll look to hit back against Liquid.
Can they get the catch? They've got the Ags lasso.
They've got their eyes on Ace. Jump forward there for the Avalanche. Ags lasso to lock down the other 2 cores. Ace going to try and run, but he's gone. Mikhail pushing back with the Sonic Wave. Liquid have to be careful now, though, without their Darkseer. Niku, look at the root control into the Meteors over towards Tofu. Doesn't quite have the range to catch on a Tofu. He'll get Boxy instead, though, and obviously that's a dieback effectively. Boxy out for 70 seconds. A good couple of kills around this Roshan respawn time should be enough for Na'Vi to get in there, and this time around get the Roshan without any interruption from Liquid.
Very good shot calling this time around. They're immediately looking for the fight. They know the golem's down. Love how they reset this fight. Like this is not an easy call to make too. This fight where they land a triple Cataclysm and you make the executive call, guys, let's reset and re-go after. Very, very heads up shot calling here from Na'Vi.
20k lead now. Things, you know, were a little bit shaky for a moment, but they never lost their lead.
Nope.
They've managed to really regain control of this game. They've got the Juice, continues to be in an absolute insane position with his farm. And obviously the big difference this time round, the other 2 cores, they're absolutely keeping up right. PMA and Niku, they had a bit of a rough game 1, but here in this game 2, they're in perfect positions with how much farm they've got and how much impact and control they can have in these team fights. PMA?
Yeah, it's actually Ace.
He's going to find it. See if they can actually finish off the job, but it's going to be hard. They'll be able to force out the Eon Disc at least on Mickey. See at the side, actually got the Juice. He's coming in with the jump. Tofu's going to be able to keep his distance away from him. Mickey and Nisha are going to turn over. The wall's got the Juice, but the Lancer comes out. Will get Lotus, though, on towards the 2 of them. Got the Juice. He's going to get taken out the once, and his BKB is still on cooldown. He could be in trouble. Can they bail him out of this one? BKB still on cooldown for 30 seconds. The Golem's going to get dropped on him. Avalanche and toss over towards the Razor. Got the Juice trying to force away, but he's gone. Nisha survives. 4 dead. PMA's going to fall as well. Liquid get the team wipe.
Juice, too aggressive. He was so far forward. Nisha gets a big drain on him. Juice tried to go for like a snipe play onto Tofu.
He did, and Tofu was able to jump back up to the high ground, and it was such a risky play. Sure, he had the Aegis, but the BKB, it was still on cooldown for like 30 seconds after that. You die once there, you're definitely dying a second time.
Okay, well, we missed the initial, but the initial was him jumping to try to get Tofu, the reflected double lasso.
And then at this point, you know, Na'Vi, there's just no redeeming this team fight at that stage. Your supports are getting pushed back. As I say, the TA respawns off the Aegis, but no BKB. Honestly, even if it was there, Boxy was going to be ready with the hook shot. They get close to bringing down Nisha, but they don't get him. And they don't even get Tofu. Tofu also surviving on minimal HP. An absolutely brutal fight there that Liquid bring back against Na'Vi, and that massive gold lead is disappearing.
Completely gone. Nisha, what lives on like a fraction of HP, gets Satanic off to is every little thing for Liquid coming in. Na'Vi, after approaching really carefully a couple fights, this one,
they did.
Because they broke their mold, they broke their concept of how they want to approach the fights. This TA just a bit too aggressive. And
They didn't need to do that. They didn't need to do that, but they did it. And now Liquid very happily rolling down the mid lane. Look at the static link on Azai's. Vacuum as well to drag him back. So he needs to try and continue to push on. Pops the Satanic, but doesn't quite find any targets to hit. PMA tries to grab on him. Zayat looks for the avalanche, but Tofu again able to just jump away. Getting out of range of this each and every time with the Tumbler's Toy. They're going to try and chase on. If they can catch him here with the wheel laid down, he's not going to get clipped by it. He's able to get the BKB off, continue to run. The lasso's there though. PMA has got the two of them still into the Cataclysm. It's Ace and Nisha dead. Na'Vi strike back. They'll find Tofu as well in the trees.
Nisha spent. He bought Refresher. He has no buy.
And they saw that, right? They would have seen that.
I think they did.
Well,
pretty sure they saw it.
Okay, well, Na'Vi may have made a bit of a blunder down bottom, but Liquid run it down mid, but not in the good way. They just lose 3 of their heroes, and Nisha, as you say, he's not got buyback. He's out for 70 seconds, and yeah, Na'Vi's going to know that. They're going to know that if they check the inventory, so they're up to the high ground. They could get a lot of damage done here. They take the buildings pretty quickly.
I think they are.
I think they know he's not got buyback. Mickey is going to try his best to try and hold them back. That will be the buyback coming out from Ace, the only one they have right now on Liquid. Look at the free-man vacuum. Oh, into the cogs as well. Box is going to be able to help trap them all. The box comes out here from Riddies. Keeps PMA safe from any further follow-up. Got the Juice has got complete freedom to clean up the mid-racks. They absolutely want to stick around for more, though. Still 40 seconds. No Nisha in the game. That's Na'Vi. Gonna be able to pick up 2 sets of barracks here by the looks of it. Can they try for more? It's still 30 seconds.
They're still going.
They got the Juices. He's saying absolutely. His BKB's ready to press. There's no Razor. Can Liquid do anything here? They've got the fortification back up, so we'll pop it. 15 seconds still, no Razor. Liquid, do they want to try and start something 4 versus 5? They're gonna get the jump in. There's the Hex, but the box is there. It's 2-man vacuum into the cogs. Sonic Wave comes out, but again, Na'Vi's able to step back this time. BKB's popped by Got the Juice. They turn with the Deafening Blast. Clean up Boxy. Ace with the toss. He's able to get Ace as well, and that's another hero dead without buyback.
What a hit.
Na'Vi.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, they got so much from that Fog. So much. You know, that's, dude, to go from sort of making that error around the Aegis fight down bottom to then Liquid making an even bigger error, running down mid. Nisha not having buyback. My goodness.
The graph tells the tale.
It really does. It doesn't matter about what happened on that bottom lane. Liquid just basically just handed it back to Na'Vi and said, oh, you threw your lead. Take it back. And they certainly do. They're back into the base. They're looking to clean up the Mega Creeps. It's a minute without Ace now on Liquid. Look at the Hex on, got the Juice, but he's forced away. Nisha's going to still try and run him down. Lasso's there. PMA's got the lockdown, got the Juice, turns with the damage. The fear comes out. Nisha's gone again. Out for 100, no buyback. Mickey will be able to clean up Got the Juice and PMA, but Zayats with the combo at the side catches Tofu.
What a wild
Mickey will at least have the backup from Boxy in a few seconds, but he's just the 2 of them. And Niku's in with the push. Mickey is going to jump forward. Now the buyback comes out from Tofu. Riddies lays down the wheel. They've got the space to lock down Mickey, clean up the final set of racks. Cataclysm's coming in. Burst Boxy, Mickey low. Mickey will jump out of the combo, but the Tornado from Niku. Niku still clips him. Niku goes for the TP out. He's away. They get the Mega Creeps. Niku gets out alive. My goodness, Liquid, they are going to be so shaken up after that. Riddies at least will get clipped at the side here by the Battery Assault, burst by the Sonic Wave. But they've been Mega Creep fogged. I think Liquid's going to be scratching their heads and says, what the heck happened in those last few minutes?
I think most of us, all the way them just going for high ground. The initial first lasso doesn't catch. Then they get a second, like a double lasso from PMN, 2 back-to-back times. Absolutely insane. Now they have to play versus Mega, so they still have crazy team fight as we see, but Nisha just runs in and dies. Doesn't get anything off, needs more protection. Wow, this is one of the crazier sequence of 5 minutes I think I've seen in some time. And we had rapier exchanges the other day.
And Na'Vi, seeing those final moments here on the push, just getting the job done. Getting the final set of barracks, getting the Mega Creeps.
Did you see that there? Mickey actually getting a bit lucky. I think the building protected him from getting it pushed into the wheel that would have maybe controlled and killed him. So, okay.
It was very close to him going down as well. Back to this 20k lead and back with the Mega Creeps.
Back with Megas and full. How much gold did they just get on Na'Vi as well, too? We got to look at how much items they just got, right? Full Moonshard for TA, I believe almost a Hex for the Ringmaster, a Wind Waker plus, Nullifier inside. They just got so much gold because of that entire sequence. So Liquid tripped up heavily. They haven't even really gotten to use Nisha's Refresher. He literally, actually, I think he just...
Yeah, not at all, right? Yeah.
I think he just used it. By accident.
He just pressed it. What? What? Well.
I was like, wait, he has Eye of the Storm active, and he has Eye of the Storm. But did you farm? Whatever.
Dude, there's no way. You don't refresh. You don't refresh. You don't. No. Oh,
I mean, that means now that's a big deal for the next fight.
That really is.
Deal. If it's in the next 2 minutes, he won't have the double Link, double Eye, double BKB, etc. So.
Yeah, it's some sort of just cursed refresher that he's picked up. You know, picks it up, doesn't have buyback. Now it's just been popped, and he's not going to even get the chance probably to use it if Na'Vi bring him a fight in the next 2 minutes.
And Na'Vi, a very good ward placed by Riddies, scouting out Mickey.
Here comes Na'Vi. PMA's been finding some excellent lassos so far.
Yeah, I'm much more for the Bat Rider than the Phoenix. Even if the game doesn't go perfect in the early game, it just has this BKB piercing lockdown that's so powerful.
It's been sort of, they had that one time where they're able to reflect it with the Lotus, but other than that, PMA's been able to solidly get the jump without any counterplay.
Liquid have to they just have to be clustered around now. They can't really split up, can't let Na'Vi get these opportunities. But I mean, it's dangerous also to just be too clumped up because you can get double lassoed every time. See how they approach the next fights. Blink Dagger on Tofu too, so he really wants to get that position. He's also hit 20. The very strong golems with the Aghanims. We did see them come into play a bit there. Waiting for the Roche. Constant pressure on the lanes from these megas.
I mean, how good's Liquid's lineup at dealing with the mega creeps?
I would say actually not one of the better ones. Not the best.
No.
Darkseer does not really. I guess it's like Hwap and Razor are okay. The supports don't really either, so I wouldn't say it's one of the best by any means.
Roche is up. They know. Do they go for the steal, Liquid? They might have to at this point.
Zayat's
he is ready
here.
Okay. He's going to make the jump in. They get the Hex opening onto got the juice. They'll try and burst him. There's the wolf follow up towards the three of them, but they're able to get out of there with the BKBs. PMA getting taken down there with the final right click of Mickey. They get the 2 kills. They'll turn to Zayat. Make that 3. But if we get 3 kills, Base is indeed in trouble. So they'll have to quickly back up with the TPs to try and deal with that. Still back over at the Roche pit. Foxy and Nisha, they've sort of been left on their own here. Nisha, he's on top, got the juice though. Got the juice, tried to go all in for that play. He just jumps in and dies, Fogged.
What? That was so risky. I was like, oh, does he have a cheat? Wait, he doesn't have anything.
No, he didn't. No, he just felt that he could maybe kill Nisha in that sort of 1v1, but no. Well,
that's a big blunder. They just lost 4 heroes again. I mean, this game is insane. What is it?
This game is getting pretty crazy. no, but we're all for it. We're all for it here. Entertainment value going through the roof here. We love it.
Hey, now they have 70 seconds. They can.
Yeah.
Roche is going to shift.
It is.
So they could look. They don't kill it as fast, obviously, as versus the TA.
I mean, honestly, this setup from Liquid, indeed, that was. The fact that Na'Vi didn't lose kind of like 3 or 4 heroes. Sure, they lose the 2 there, but Got the Juice actually gets the chance to get out. And just quick heads up, Liquid, they were prepared to get back and help with the defense on the Ancient and the tier 4s, right? They don't want to let those go down quite yet to the mega creeps. Oh, Niku.
Oh my God.
He is
being risky.
They're kind of living on the edge.
Gone again.
Even though they've got these mega creeps against Liquid, Liquid is still shaking them up.
25 seconds.
I mean,
even though they don't kill it the absolute fastest, I think they kill it in time.
Yeah, they're getting it.
All right,
I don't think Na'Vi can make it over. I mean, he does have buyback, so could go for the crazy play.
They've got vision.
It is pretty low. They'll drop down the wheel. Zayax is in, but it's already been done. Mickey's able to pick up the edges. Cataclysm comes in, bursts through Ace. At the side, though, the Hex catches the Tiny. Nisha's in trouble. He's out. And now they can try and turn towards Mickey. Mickey's surrounded, caught by the roots that killed the Aegis out of him. See if they can set up for round 2 here. Ice Wall's down. Cold Snap as well. If they've got any further catches, he comes out of that. Neon Disc will buy him a chance to get the blink off up to the high ground. They'll chase on forward. Tofu here trying to back him up. He'll get the chance to turn with the Sonic Wave. That's going to be Niku in trouble. Mickey turns, cleans up the 2 of them, gets the double kill.
Holy sh...
Riddies is just able to TP out, but it's 3 down on Na'Vi. Of course, still, Liquid, they've got Ace desperately protecting the Ancient. Mickey, he's away again with the Blink. They couldn't quite find him there. We've got the Juice. Tofu bailing him out big time with the Glimmer. Damage has been done in the base. They've lost the tier 4s. But again, Liquid, they're fighting back. And in that situation as well, you know, Mickey was getting chased down. The Eon Disc, letting him get that Blink up to the high ground, gives him the chance to turn. You know, Mickey does not continue to run. He knows he can turn, Sonic Wave, and get additional kills out of that trade.
It came up literally at that exact second. Literally, as they were going up the high ground, you can see the cooldown timer. We'll see it in eventually, but Nisha is dying 100 to 0. He's getting caught by these Catus, but Mickey is cleaning up. He is doing so much in these fights.
He really is.
Great double last from PMA.
Yeah. Doesn't quite get the catch on a Mickey though, and at this point, Mickey is the one they got to be worried about.
Back in the game, Juice.
First the BKB off. And we've got the Juice trying to finish Mickey off, but he's away with the Blink again, and the Golems onto the top have got the Juice. They're causing issues. He's got to run away. The box will come out. Going to try and turn it still off the Golems. We'll manage to clean up the 2 of them. But now Mickey, he's ready to come back in. Gets the Hex off. But the buyback into the TP is going to be there from Niku. Mickey bails out. He'll turn with the Sonic Wave. Catch all the 3 of them. He kills, got the Juice off. Does die in return though, but he has the luxury of buyback, Mickey.
Niku, this is a dangerous buyback from Niku. Really feeling like he had to protect got the Juice. Now he's not going to have it potentially if they catch him.
Oh boy.
This game is nuts. This game is absolutely crazy. These team fights are so crazy with how much damage people are taking too, with the Lotus Reflects and everything too. Next time there won't be a double lasso unless PMA is able to finish up that refresher, since he did have it from earlier.
It's pretty close. I mean, at this point though, are you spending up and risking the buyback? You probably kind of have to save for it, surely. Especially because your Invoker doesn't have it.
Yeah, I think for PMA you save it. I think Riddies can buy out though because it's a full Hex and it's just too impactful. So I think that's fine. And this game is truly delivering. This is absolutely insane. The graph is absolutely crazy with how back and forth it is. The team fights.
Look at that.
Never know who's really going to take the fight. I'm looking at Nisha. I actually was thinking maybe he also wants an Aeon Disc. This Aeon seems very valuable. I've seen Mickey live like 5 times from it.
It's done a lot for him. It really has. Just allowing him to reset, get that Blink off, always get kind of multiple Sonic Waves off in these team fights as well, Mickey. He's been doing incredible amounts of damage. Like, the damage number is going to be pretty crazy from this Quap.
Quap and Warlock. You can't laugh at the Fatal Bond. The Fatal Bond is going to be potentially double Fatal Bond Quad Golem coming out soon too. Yeah, these fights are going to be pretty wild to keep track of. Lots of saves, lots of little things too, like this Nullifier too. I've been trying to watch Zayats if he can get the Nullifier to dispel these Aeons, but it's just not been the case because of the BKB. So there's a lot of elements to these team fights.
And obviously this stage of the game, you know, buybacks are very, very important. It is just going to be the case that Na'Vi, they don't do anything crazy for the next 6 minutes whilst they wait for that buyback to come back online for Niku.
Might be the case. They are getting buybacks available on almost everybody else. The Riddies has bought the Hex and has buyback. They're gathering Lotuses as well. Getting themselves prepared for that next potential play. That maybe just a wild fight. Maybe not even a round of Roche. It feels like it could just be some crazy fights.
Because with the Mega Creep situation still, are Liquid likely able to get out on the map and try and find Niku before he has buyback again?
Possible. It's still difficult, but possible, because Nisha has boots of travel too. So he can do the, you know, he deals with the waves and then joins in. Abi. Smoked up.
It's risky. It's risky. They don't have the buyback on Niku.
On Niku, yeah. It's eyes on Niku. He's got to survive as long as possible. He does have a lot of defensive tools with Wind Waker and BKB. Mickey?
Yeah, worth knowing as well that both supports also are a little short on the gold. Riddies and Zayats.
Riddies has it now.
There's a refresher on Tofu. Double Fatal Bonds, double Golem ready to come.
Hard to deal with.
It's going to be... Yeah, that's a lot.
You want to see this Warlock, but it's very difficult to get to the backline without Tofu's playing with a Blink as well, so it's almost impossible to get to him.
Yeah, so that mid-game portion where they were able to find him a few times, but kind of since that, Tofu's been pretty hot with his position, and even if they do catch him, just 100 gold away from the buyback, so we'll be able to make that buyback play happen, get back in, drop these golems down, and of course, yeah, 25. It's going to be so many golems. The golems from the cast, the chaotic offering, the golems from the 25. He's going to have 2 sets of that, so got to watch out for Tofu. Again, I feel like they've just got to wait for these buybacks. I don't think they can go for the high ground push.
It's dangerous. It truly is. It's just so much wombo combo that Liquid does have. So if you just make one wrong step, get 4-man vacuum, double comboed, you're probably all just dead. So see how Na'Vi wants to approach it. Like you said, just waiting for buybacks. PMA commits for refresher.
Yep.
He's 800 gold away. They're keeping Liquid contained. That's always the power of Megas, right? Is you play the containment game, you farm the map, you're going to be getting a good amount more gold than the opposing team. And those neutrals, 3 minutes.
Could get some crazy ones. I imagine, Niku, right? Are you looking for the D's and Blood right? Get that extra AoE on the Cataclysms.
Of course.
Yeah. That would be pretty crazy, right? That with the AoE from the Gleipnir, it's like, yup, you're probably getting hit by quite a few of those.
There's just nothing. I mean, it's that or you just take some like Book of the Deads, because like the possibility of them just doing this kind of like rat play with Book of the Dead Forge Spirits is there too. But yeah, I think the Zune always feels incredible on all these spellcasters. So they're chilling, farming up, maximizing double ice wall, just continue to do as much as possible to keep that gold growing and growing. So like big pickups. Mickey refresher's about to be done for him too. The burst combos are gonna be. I mean, this is gonna be so crazy. Na'Vi can't get caught. That's the big thing for Na'Vi is you can't get caught in like a 4-man kind of combo. They have to get the catches themselves, ideally. At least for team fights. Obviously, they still have disadvantage because of the map pressure constantly here, but.
Just calm before the storm here.
Juice, I saw he is switching a little bit in terms of his build. He does have a Satanic, so potentially can live even after a BKB, and he is queuing up Rapier.
Oh, I love it. I mean, we all do. We all love a bit of Divine Rapier in these kind of games. It's again, at this point, right, it's all about getting that jump burst kill. Obviously, it's not super clean cut because buybacks are there, right? So even if you do get in with this Rapier, it's not kind of like, we got the kill, we've won the game. It's not that clean cut. It can be counteracted, and it can absolutely be a risk. But we'll see if he gets it. Still a bit of time for him to assess if he wants to sell something, get that into his item build.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Because honestly, I don't know if it's necessary. I don't know. What do you think? I want to see it because it's fun, but I don't know if he has to.
Mid. Everything's execution based, it feels like, on right now.
Wind Waker off Zayats, but the Hex still comes in a follow-up. Into the box he goes. Riddy's trying to get him out of there. Mickey's going to make the jump forward. They'll throw everything onto the Tiny Kill up, but the Lancer comes in. Cataclysms are raining down upon them. The burst comes through. Nisha taken out. Liquid, they've got Tofu dropping the golems, but Boxy and Ace are in so much trouble. Niku gets the triple kill. The lasso in on towards Mickey. He's able to get the refresher off to get the blink in play, but Niku finds him with the tornado. The knockback from the flame break. Triple kill from Niku. As the buybacks are coming out here. Got the juice, he's found Boxy at the side. As a dieback on Boxy, Nisha with the static link though will drain the damage and the life of Got the Juice. Ace, he's got the vacuum on towards PMA. Liquid, they've got to try and get as much as they can with these buybacks. They get PMA as well, triple kill for Nisha. Niku might have come in with the explosive entrance to the team fight with that Cataclysm combo. But Liquid will manage to punch back. It cost them 4 buybacks. It's a very expensive punch back, but they're ready to charge down the lane now. With the golems.
The base, Niku.
I mean, this is risky. Well, I don't know if he was going to finish the game there. I appreciate that he went for it, but he is very, very dead. Okay, he's got buyback in a few seconds.
He does have it back up, so.
He went for it. Didn't get it.
In this game, it's going to continue. It's all the buybacks used. They landed the literal dream Cataclysm double meteor play, killing Nisha. He lived with a fraction of HP and actually died to the wheel afterwards, but great connection at the start of things. 5 buybacks. They tried to disengage, but Got the Juice actually did not, by the way. The way that he got caught, he was actually in really deep, I think, going for the throne. Gets caught, gives a full link, and that's where Nisha's able to kind of charge through after the buyback and get some cleanup kills. 60 minutes.
For Na'Vi now, right, you just wait for the respawns, and you just run it back. You just go for round 2. And if you're able to execute round 2 as cleanly as you did round 1, you might be able to just close this one up. Zayats is going to get found. Trying to escape it with a Wind Waker. Goes for the TP. Won't make it out, though. Damage is done. Zayats will fall.
Well, they're not going to be able to fight as the 10 versus 5. They're going to have to play versus an Aegis Cheese Refresher, too, so it's not going to be as straightforward with the buybacks either. They even use the banner for vision. Yeah, cool.
It's still a very, very fragile position for Liquid to be in, though, right?
For sure.
Not having these 4 buybacks. One more solid fight, solid combo from Na'Vi, and Na'Vi will be able to close this game up. They can definitely see victory.
Right? There's no glyph. Na'Vi could just end the game.
They could. Oh, they might do so.
I think they could just end the game.
Or just smoke up and hit the Ancient. Honestly, ignore Ace. Okay, they don't want to ignore Ace. They will kill him off. And I'll tell you what, well, and again, his buyback's on cooldown, so Ace is going to be gone for good. He's out for 125 seconds.
Hey, that's massive. I thought they were honestly, I think because he showed they went for it, but I think they were considering bypassing because they do kill this throne unbelievably fast with Batrider plus TA.
Anisha finishes the Roshan, gets the Aegis, gets the pickups.
Okay. What else?
But you're right, they could... Can't they just hit the throne? I don't know if Liquid can stop them all.
They have Crimson Guard now. Tofu bought one, so they have a way to protect it. So I would normally say yes, but this Crimson, I've seen too many games now that it blocks a good chunk of that damage. But they might think about it. I'm watching them.
90 seconds, no Ace. Nisha happy to show at the front now that he has that Aegis picked up.
They still haven't picked up the neutrals.
Oh, that's true.
In 60 minutes, they're not even thinking about it. They're thinking about
they're locked in. Oh, the jump's going to be there. They get the Hex and the hook shot on over towards PMA. Sonic Wave follows up onto the 2 of them. Got the juice. He's going to get the golems dropped down on top of him, but he's able to turn to heal. Nisha, he's draining a lot of damage here with the static link. Nisha's going to try to TP out, but the Avalanche will stop him, and indeed they're trying to close it up. Niku popping the BKB, trying to focus the Ancient, finish off the job, but the Crimson Guard's there buying some safety for the Ancient. Is it enough? It is not. They'll close the game up. The Crimson Guard, not enough to stop Na'Vi there on that final push as Na'Vi, 63 minutes in, take the game. And my goodness, what a game. What a game that one absolutely just stepped up to be. Incredible back and forth. Liquid climbing their way back in, holding on with the mega creeps, but Na'Vi, they found their way out of the game this time. And my goodness, the combos and the plays, and again, it's so entertaining, right? Because they're doing it in a fashion that we just don't see other games do it. You know, other teams do it. This kind of Batrider play from PMA, fantastic. 13, 10, and 24. Those lassos, a huge part. The biggest part, really, is setting up for Niku to just absolutely destroy these fights with these cataclysms, Fob.
Yeah, I think a lot of this game, honestly, it's Na'Vi doing high risk, high reward. This time it pays off. A couple of them it didn't, but in this game overall, it absolutely does. That was honestly one of the funner games in terms of team fights to follow. Cataclysms all over, double lassos, etc., with wall vacuums. We're in for a treat, Owen. 1-1.
We really are. We really are. You know, we were hoping this grand final was going to step up to give us some exciting moments, and we just got a hell of a lot of them in that game too. Na'Vi, they'll take game 2 here in this best of 5 against Team Liquid.
Niku, well done on that victory. That was hard-fought, brings this series to 1-1. Were you nervous at any point, or was that all part of the plan?
Not really, but overall, nice.
Good stuff. Talk to me about Got the Juice, because he had a pretty good game. What's it like playing with him as a carry? Can you rely on him, or do you communicate a lot? What's the deal there?
I mean, I was a bit passenger in last game, so I just was using some strikes, and like I'm in game, but overall I'm passenger. So it's just a bit carry me.
You did get an ultra kill, don't forget that. Also, PMA on the Batrider, great performance. Do you think Batrider is going to be a hero we see again in this series?
Maybe.
Maybe?
I cannot tell you.
Oh, everyone's going to ban this hero, come on.
Of course.
Of course. All right, well, anyway, back to the panel. Good luck in the next game.
Yeah, well, look, Niku's not wrong there. He can't really tell us exactly if this Batrider is going to get let through, but if it does, and if it goes on PMA again, let me tell you, hopefully we get another game like this, because the way it played out, Na'Vi can't keep getting away with it, okay? Like, the fact that they can keep doing these ancient pushes the way they're doing, I just don't get it.
We've learned one thing, though, from this game, that Na'Vi, to beat Liquid, they have to try and invite Liquid to play Na'Vi's game. They have to invite them into the chaos, open the door, create these moments, because both teams, they had moments that they could win, then they gave it back to the opponent. So I think this chaos, the fight, the constant skirmish, the back and forth, Na'Vi needs to try and replicate this.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think this is absolutely Navi style. I think they're making a lot of fans right now in this series because this team is hilarious and exciting to watch. I don't know what they're doing half the time, but they're winning. They're beating some of the best teams in the world. These guys are crazy, and they're crazy good.
Yeah, it's like it's just watching players with no filter. Like, they just go. They don't, like, secondary think, okay, what can they do? No, they're just gonna go and make it happen. Like, Got the Juice, he's in. Like, it doesn't matter. It's like he's playing Ursa with Aegis in every fight, but he's a TA without Aegis. Like, I will say, this team is crazy entertaining, and this was a banger of a game.
I mean, the fact that Na'Vi, we're just watching highlights of them getting smashed in some fights, but then you go to the next one, and they're trying again. They're going again. Like, they are so resilient, and, oh, yeah, it is, again, a treat to watch in this game.
They're definitely a very tenacious team, but they also don't have to be. They have the lead in most of these engagements, and yet it is just down to execution in the long run there. And we're watching some POVs. This is it. This is the final moment where they just all in, full buybacks and send.
Yeah, and you got to give a lot of props to Liquid, right? They were against the Mega Creep for some time, but they kept finding these fights out on the map, getting these pickoffs, delaying Na'Vi's ability to walk down the lane, poke out a glyph, reset, and just win the game, right? So, again, the experience of Liquid is what enabled them to kind of keep this game going for as long as it did.
Yeah, I mean, I do love from Na'Vi that they understand how to close the game out when you have Mega Creeps. It's not about winning a team fight. It's not about killing all the heroes. You force Glyph, and then you hit the throne with your eyes closed. And they understand this. They got the Glyph out, and they take some random fight, but it's all just a bait. Nico goes to the throne, they spam buybacks, and they right-click the throne. You're screaming in your mic, do not hit a hero. You hit the building, that's all you hit.
I mean, if you need this team to go for a risky play, trust me, they've got it under control. They will do it.
I mean, it's even like Nico on the Invoker, he's TPing into the Ancient whilst his team's dead, and it's like, why is he doing this? And then you realize, wait a second, his death then enables TA to not buy back, and then when TA's alive, then Liquid's scared. So again, it looks chaotic and crazy in the moment, but Na'Vi, at least in this moment, they did understand the assignment of how to at least win against Mega Creeps.
Okay, let's talk about Nico a little bit, because he said there he was just a passenger in this game. He's like, yeah, it was pretty much everyone else. PMA got the juice. They were the ones that was doing a lot, and I was just a passenger. How truthful is that, and how much of it is that down to like being self-critical?
I think it's kind of true, to be honest. I think, like, Invoker is always a bit of a passenger princess.
First 30 minutes.
Yeah, like, he's kind of sitting around, he's casting Sunstrikes. He's like, that part is very true. I think eventually he locked in and was, like, a huge part of these fights. But for the first 30, 45 minutes, I think this game was on the supports, on PMA and Got the Juice. I think all four of them cooked like crazy. They were in the kitchen frying pans, walks, and all kinds of stuff.
I mean, they had a lot of cool plays. So, like, also, I think the way that this time around they played the mid game and how they played together with the heroes was a lot better than in game one. I think they had like less moments where they're like super split and like letting Liquid do crazy things. So I think Na'Vi definitely stepped it up for the second game.
He did 76,000 damage on Invoker, like the most of his team. Like, that's not really too much of a passenger, but again, Cataclysm.
He does go, yeah, and then.
So it's like,
it goes from one click into double click.
Exactly,
Yeah.
so it's like passenger gameplay, but not passenger damage.
All right, we can all agree then on just how much Nico really did, but we can also talk about what Na'Vi did in the earlier parts of this, because you kind of, vaguely mentioned it there, Kazu. It was a much cleaner game in the earlier part for them. They cannot help themselves, though, when it does come to team fights and all-inning, but we can look at all the best moments from the earlier part, too.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are just kind of crazy, I think, right? Like, is it even this clip? Yeah, it's like, I don't even know exactly, like, you're looking at one of these, like, tower dives early, and I think the way Liquid get about this is just quite good. Like, they move to mid, they get this kill onto like Nisha.
The bat TP here is so critical.
It's critical.
Right? If he doesn't TP in, then I think Liquid can start kind of snowballing some of these kills, and then sure, the Razor dies, but like you need to get that additional cleanup. And I think PMA on the back rider just naturally created a lot of these opportunities for Na'Vi to lean on. Like with their lineup, if you don't have that one solid guy leading the charge, I think they could get a little bit lost with their heroes, but he just kept finding the lassos throughout this entire game.
No, I mean, it's honestly enormous. I think so many of these fights were just on like the bleeding edge. This one is, you can't even tell really who it favors. Like, Batrider comes in, they get a couple comeback kills, they get this much needed XP in their supports, but then they lose double Wisdom Runes after. And I felt like that was the story of so much of this game, not just the early game, but also throughout, where, like, I don't know, one team strikes and then they strike back a little bit, and there's like this constant ebb and flow. And I think that's why it was such an exciting game, is because I think oftentimes when you see teams being really dominant, it's just a blowout. They get the smallest advantage and they just slowly but surely eke out an advantage, and then the game's just over. But neither of these teams is playing like that. They're playing all psycho mode, and it's very fun.
Yeah, there's like very little resetting, I would say, between the teams, right? Like you're saying, there's one little thing, like one TP's on cooldown, you make the next play. Even if you die, you're gonna respawn, you go to the next fight. So both teams, I just want to see them continue to play this way, because I think it's necessary, like, to play against your opponent here.
I mean, someone's probably going to be critical there, in chat, like, well, this is not the cleanest Dota, but it doesn't matter.
That's what we're supposed to do.
I don't want to.
Trying to steal our job.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, I feel like we've seen teams where they play this clean Dota and they just win tournaments, right? But like, again, for Na'Vi.
Sorry,
Oh,
guys.
something you just read there, buddy.
Yeah.
No, all good.
It wasn't against you.
No, I know. I realized what you said. Yeah, Falcons. Yeah. So there's like this world where like I feel like this is the type of Dota that I personally love watching. Like it doesn't need to be this perfect game, and I think for Na'Vi, they aren't at a point where they can play a perfect game. I don't think it's in their wheelhouse of a team. So it's like, again, I said it as we started this analysis, is like for them to win this tournament, they need to create these opportunities and moments that Liquid falls victim to now suddenly playing Na'Vi's game. Like it needs to be the most silly of games for Na'Vi to win.
No, I 100% agree. And I think there's many points in this game where they're connecting all the right heroes and they're just bringing the numbers to these exchanges. There's this fight here where they go on the Queen and they just cast all their spells insanely well. They barely get the 100 to 0. There's this kiting back and forth. Like the fight is a mess, but they bring all the numbers and they win off of raw skill. Like when you hear people talk about these players, like, you know, Kezu said, it's not about the cohesion, it's not the cleanness, it's the fact that they are just individually skilled and they are a team. They trust each other and they just commit. And I think that is what is so special about them. Like the game at this point is on a knife's edge, and these fights that are just barely, the toss barely misses. Darkseer slips away. He dies to the trap at the end of the fight, just randomly there. Like that feels like the story of these two teams, and I completely agree. And I think they need to keep drafting forward as well, picking heroes that can take longer fights, that enjoy the skirmishes, that enjoy the chaos, and they got the juice, soak up the farm, and be giga omega net worth every game.
And that's where also, like, we haven't really spoken about Riddies at all right now, but him on the Ringmaster in that clip there, just kind of keeping the fight alive, and even previous clips where like he dodges a hook, right, with the illusion, like the tokens or whatever. So I feel like Riddies on the Ringmaster, like, it's kind of popping off as well. So yeah.
Where would you rank it in all the Ringmasters we've seen this tournament?
I'd say top 2. Yeah, top 2. Top 2. That game specifically had the vibes of it could have been a first place, quite easily. Yeah.
So are you pushing Crit or snaking down to 3rd?
Call him out.
I know you're listening, Crit. So unfortunately, Riddies, he overtakes you. And it's just, grand finals diff. That's it. Okay.
I mean, yeah, you're pulling that stuff in the grand finals. You got to give it credit where it's due, you know?
Yeah, but outside of that, Crit, obviously.
Well, look, let's give some more credit where it's due, and that's Liquid. I'm going to spin this positively, being able to take advantage of Na'Vi not really having a discipline bone in their body this fight specifically.
Yeah. Why does Na'Vi, when they hit like the 19 to 23 minute mark of the game, do they want to yeet themselves into this weird position? They happened in the last game at the Roshan. They had this 19-minute blunder here as well. They initiate the fight. They think they have a good opportunity, but then they just kind of keep going, right? Of course, we praise PMA on the Batrider for like the early game, even the late game, but I think unfortunately for Na'Vi, it's every game they play, it's one of those type of mistakes. And then because of that, it creates this like back and forth. Other teams probably wouldn't make those mistakes. They'd just be cleaner, and then we see out like a good game from them utilizing the TA. But again, it's just kind of in the Na'Vi DNA. They're going to have one of these moves per game.
I fully agree. I will say, like, on the other hand, I think it's because it's like a mixture. I mean, Na'Vi, it's very evident. They throw quite a lot, and they will jump every opportunity that they get. But I think it's also like Liquid, they're in this position, like they're placing this high ground ward, they have the buyback available on Tofu, so it's like they're kind of like making it happen. So it's like it's Liquid creating the situation because Na'Vi, like, because they bite it. And it's, I will say, this is one of the moves that, you know, we've critiqued them before. I mean, Boxy has a crazy good, like, that he gets to run in and push out the TA with the headband, and then Ace has a super clutch vacuum here that they get to steal it. But my boys Na'Vi, like T is saying, when they've got the opportunity to throw, they kind of make it happen. Like here, again, you're hitting Roche, you gotta be careful about how you let them engage, but my boys later on, you know, they're learning from their mistakes within the game, and they make it happen.
I do think Roche fights up maybe one of their biggest weaknesses when Liquid have toolkits to scat. It was that Wind Ranger power shot in game 1. It's the rocket flare from Clockwork in game 2.
Yeah, they are allergic to the pit. It is a problem.
It's crazy.
Yeah, no, I don't know how to really word it in that regard. They're just struggling.
And I think it's not just the pit. I think it's also those hill spots. Like, I think that's the place where they threw in game 1, and also the place where they threw there in the game 2. I think when you, like, it's a classic that Spirit always does, where they ward up this hill, they drag you in really, really deep, and then they're allowed to use buybacks and use lots and lots of spells. And I think Liquid has been doing that very well, and I think Na'Vi is biting on it way too much. It's something you have to learn over time, that this spot is forbidden. Like, you stay away from this area, and I think they still need to learn that lesson, that whenever they're baiting on this hill area, holy moly, it's the death trap.
Yeah, you gotta be very careful. And there's also one thing I need to critique about Liquid afterwards, because when you look at itemization is very, very crucial. And T talked about, you know, the Darkseer pick in the draft, because it was very important also like for Liquid to have it. I don't think that this is the correct choice. the way you need to think about items is not just are they good against my enemies. What matters more is how will they interact. TA is not a hero that shows up to early fights. You're going to be fighting against the Invoker, the Ringmaster, the Tiny, and the Batrider. So I think the first item Crimson Guard, absolutely, it needs to be a pipe. Because the TA, he's just farming. Like, TA isn't going to fight you until like minute 18, 19, she has the first Aegis. And also, your heroes were very good at dealing with the TA. So if you just pipe up your team, you know, your Razor can go on the TA and kind of take out the hero that way. So you definitely need to like understand why are you picking the hero and what's the best way of using it. Not just the hero itself, but the gold for the items.
Yeah, the thing with that though, it's like, if he buys the pipe, you probably win better fights, but then the clip that we saw that Na'Vi threw, because he had the Greaves and the Crimson, he survived long enough to actually then change it around because TA was in line at that point. But I do agree, it's like kind of you need to find the line in which pipe opens the early game, Crimson's your mid game, and again, it's easily a debate between the two items.
For sure, and it's also a question of if you get that pipe instead of the Crimson, was the Darkseer doing well enough that he could buy these items sequentially without being stalled out, or was his game kind of shut down from Na'Vi enough that he really did need to make a critical choice?
I mean, if you look back, I think at like the mid game and the fights that happened, I think they lost to like the magic damage. The Batrider running them down, like we saw it
so
in...
you think that change would have definitely actually motivated the Darkseer's game even more?
I think that's why he's poor.
There would be different fights for sure. I mean, they would have been dragging himself into other engagements, right? So, yeah.
All right.
Cop Razor, they want a barrier.
Well, good pick up there, Keza. Great work there.
Thanks,
That's
guys.
why we
Keep
keep
that
him
up.
around. That's why he's here in the Grand Finals. Our Grand Finals is going to be continuing as well. It's a best of 5, now tied up 1 apiece.
So I think we had a lot of experience in these type of games from our old team, like gaming. I think actually we were like actually the best team back then to like play late game these type of scenarios, because we had I think we have the second longest game in history in gaming, where that was like over 2 hours long, 2.5 or some shit. And we learned a lot from this game, and I thought a lot about it, and we also talked a lot about it. So like, yeah, I think that gave us like a nice edge.
Like yesterday on the way back, Will and the guys were also saying when they used to play us, they were like hoping to survive until like minute 40, because our late game is like weaker compared to other teams, because we had this thing of like we end games like rather quick on average. There's like very long game scenarios though, like this 2-hour game that we had where we like looked into it in like very detailed way. And it's like, how do you force your way out of very long games, and can you just end the game? So we put a lot of work into that. That's where like, even though yesterday the gyro was like omega fat and we couldn't really fight anymore, we just like figured out the next way, what if we don't need to fight, and we just end the game.
I think same way as like any opponent. I think like the night before, I mean, it's mostly Tofa and Blitz right now, like preparing drafts and like talking for like some hours, maybe 1 hour, maybe a bit more, and some people can chip in, and then like, yeah, we just talk it over. But same as always, this is like not like anything more special. It's a final, but I feel like you treat every game like the same.
I think especially in this tourney so far, because it's only 1 series a day, we have a lot of time to prepare, and every evening we're like preparing drafts, thinking about possible scenarios to be prepared on whatever pick comes up. There's always like different variables and like random heroes that might pop up, but I think we're like confident playing against this team now. About them specifically, don't think we treat him any different. It's more like fun and cool because we play against CY, our old teammate.
There's a lot of difference between CY and Blitz as coach. Like, I think CY is a bit more focused on like some gameplay stuff, and he's like very open-minded, and like he really likes like weird stuff or like non-meta stuff. Where Blitz is a bit more, he wants like more structure, solid stuff. I think to me that's like the biggest difference probably.
I think overall there's like main difference. Blitz is also mainly focused on draft specifically, where we have like multiple coaches, and Liquid even had 3 in the past. And I think it's also, there's not a meta or standard way in coaching where everyone has individual preferences or things that he focuses on more, but also like what does a team need, like what personalities are within the team. Do you need more a leader, a drafter, someone helping with gameplay, someone to hype you up, or like a shoulder to cry on? It's like everyone's different individually.
A bit of insight from Tofu and Ace, not just about the differences in CY and Blitz's coach, who they've worked both so closely with, but also how they prepare for drafts. And they said you think about every situation, the trades that you want to make. And in game number 2, they were more than eager to give the trade of Bat and Razor. It did not work out in their favor. And now with them being first pick, are they going to be able to create the same situation where we have a trade between a Bat and a Razor?
Probably so.
I mean, it's not banned either of them just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi had priority coming into this draft. They chose second pick, so they're trying to run back the game 2. And yep, like you just mentioned, that is pretty much going to be the main question between the Bat and the Razor.
I feel like Liquid will take the Bat this game, though. If that trade does occur,
I think so too.
I'm a bit surprised it didn't last game. I think that was a bit of a mistake. And I think when you watch the game play out, it felt like it was just easier for Na'Vi to play. What is up with this Disruptor ban?
Yeah,
Hero sucks. They just beat it. I feel like this ban is bizarre.
Is the goal to pick up Bat and Disruptor, they believe, is that counter to try and negate his game?
It is historically good against Batrider.
Yes.
But I just don't know. Like, I think the power levels of the heroes are like so off.
Yeah.
Bat is so strong and Disruptor is so weak that I think sometimes the historical counters don't translate because the power levels of the heroes is too off.
And they go for Bat.
Will they? Yeah. Okay. The old switcheroo.
Interesting.
I bring the spark of death.
I mean, I think Navi's probably fine with it. The Razor's a flex. You've got it on second pick, so you can flex it till the end. And
That's the only silver lining you could find for them.
I mean, it's like all the things we talked about the prior draft, right? Like, there are intricacies between these heroes. I think it's not totally one-sided. I think you can kind of see that last game. I think overall, Bat is better against Razor, but it's not black and white.
I mean, now I guess the Disruptor, I mean, I'm also a bit torn between it. I mean, Na'Vi played very well. Maybe they didn't want to give them like the combo of, you know, the Razor plus Disruptor or like Weaver plus Disruptor, like to lane into the Bat after. But yeah, I will say I would like slightly favor Liquid, at least like on this trade. But like Quinn was saying, you can build auras. I think Razor, if you play him from the offlane as well, he can like buy Lotus Orb, which that item nearly won the last game for Liquid on like a very clutch, like double lasso moment. So there are some positives, of course.
I mean, for Na'Vi opening up the next phase, you could argue because of the Disruptor ban, for Radies at least, it's like you're looking towards Warlock. Other heroes that he's playing will just get eaten alive by an offlane Batrider. So you are kind of pushing them in a certain direction, like taking away some of their aggressive potential, but and I also wouldn't be opposed just to seeing the Warlock. Just chill, you farm, got the juice now 2 games in a row, has just been top net worth, the Shadow Fiend game into the TA game. So like there is no argument on if the carry of Na'Vi is able to kind of get into the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely need a better answer for Batrider to this game. We saw the Quap last game, which, I mean, Mickey was absolutely owning.
He was owning.
He was. But I think whenever you pick magic damage only carry, it does weird things to your draft. And I think it's a playstyle that not a lot of teams are accustomed to. Now, we've seen Got the Juice play Quap carry before, so it's definitely not out of the question. But you don't want to feed him these comeback kills. I think that was the biggest thing that came him back in the game, is they overdive sometimes. Bat TPs, he gets some comeback kills, because his lane was very bad.
I mean, I still want to see like potential heroes, you know, like the Largo and Weaver, I think are still like pretty good heroes for both sides. I mean, you know, yesterday when we watched Na'Vi, they also did like the Hoodwink out of phase. I think Tia, was you that mentioned that. I mean, Zayats, this is one of the few range heroes that he does play. So overall, I think just a good opener out of phase.
Yeah, it's going to be able to play into the map. It's going to be aggressive. It's going to have kind of the same storyline as the last game, right? The ability to kind of keep poking and kind of pushing your limits, but I'm not convinced as of yet. I think the next couple of picks need to kind of like lock in Na'Vi's draft right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, like, Hoodwink is not particularly good against Batrider. It just gives you, like, a skirmish sort of pairing with Razor. I mean, what I do like about it is that it can play in and out, and you can play longer fights. I really look for that from Navi's draft. I think you need lower cooldown spells, or just the ability to skirmish and fight, the ability to bring numbers. You're already playing as Warlock and Batrider, so you know the fighting is coming, the magic damage, the spells, and you need to be able to clash with that, because if you can't, then eventually you'll start getting picked off by Batrider. And I can tell you already that Ace is buying Pipe, and he's buying Crimson, and he's buying Boots of Bearing, and he's running around.
But if you go all in on this Bat being an off laner and trying to, you know, counteract in whatever way you can for a draft, there's still that potential Bat just goes as a support, or do you think he's just not really going to fit into that role anymore?
I mean, he can play support. I think in Boxy traditionally has been very good on the hero. I mean, obviously he can't really be a 5 because they have Warlock now.
Yeah.
But I think they would prefer Boxy, I guess.
Well, this kind of answers that question then, yeah.
on these type of heroes. I mean, Marcy Bat is a very strong lane. I think there's also a lot of, you know, like benefit to having the pick me up faster against both Razor and Hoodwink to like get them out of the bushwhack, get a guy away from the link.
Yeah. Again, I feel like Liquid are just trying to hunt riddies, pretty much. Like, they just want to make sure that whatever hero he picks, if you misposition once in the lane, you are just going to be food.
I'm shocked that they actually entertain the idea of letting through the Ringmaster. Or if this is just like, we let it through and then every hero we pick will just be sitting on him.
He was owning last game. I'll be completely honest. He was actually on fire, super high impact. But you do only have so many bans. The Shadow Demon one is a little surprising, but it's very, very good against Batrider compared to Ringmaster, which is very blasé against Batrider. Maybe it's like, it's fine-ish, but it's nothing special. I'm curious for Navi what safe lane they do end up picking, because Batrider Marcy is a very dangerous, very killer safe lane, so you need to be on your A game, and you need to have very specific heroes so you can survive this and not feed to jump and toss back into Batrider.
And that's where you could just lean towards like the Tusk Gyrocopters. Whenever I think of really aggressive lanes, I think of just Wave Shove as like the first option. Never allow them to have a creep wave. But they go for the Centaur, so they want to keep the Razor flexibility alive, and then the Grimstroke. My favorite hero.
Yeah, I mean, they've played Razor Grim quite a few times together. It's obviously quite good. I think it's also nice for Centaur. I mean, PMA, I would say he's one of the better Centaurs that we've seen in the tournament. Like, he's very good on this hero. You can also build like the items you kind of want for the game, whether it's a Blade Mill or like Pipe into Lotus Orb. So I do like that double pick here.
But also just Soulbind into Marcy Batrider, right? When you have Marcy with Pick Me Up, her entire mechanic is about jumping on a hero and repositioning them. So now if you Soulbind the guy that you're jumping, Marcy can't just jump on top of that. You know, he's going to double leashed up. It's going to be really obnoxious. Again, I think my concern though for Navi is, even though in the game I can see the fight potential, I'm worried in the lane. Grimstroke isn't the strongest laner. You need to have kill potential with your carry to be able to chase at them. And we've already mentioned how Bat and Marcy can just, you know, be an absolute disaster lane to play into. But in the game, I can see the kind of the motions that Navi will be playing towards.
I mean, I definitely like wonder, like, I think Grim can you need to be very careful with your positioning in this lane with Grimstroke. Like, this hero is not the best laner unless you can play like super aggressive. Sure, Razor Grim is a strong lane, but you have to respect the Marcy Batrider. And I will say for Liquid, I think this is a very strong Kez pick as well. Like, we've seen this hero dominate for good reason.
It at least does have a Wave Shove, right? If it is going to be Razor Grim, you can just, you know, stroke the lane, plasma the lane, you can do the kind of things that we mentioned. Of course, they will flex it to the very end. So for Navi, banning out the niche mid heroes. Puck is the first one to go.
Oh, Huskar, Sag.
Oh, what a shame.
But Void Spirit's still in the pool.
That's what also you could argue Grimstroke does kind of counter against the Spirit heroes as well, right? Like the Void Spirits, the Embers, when they're trying to be playmakers initiating, getting in and out of the fight. Again, not to overhype Soulbind, but it can complicate their mobility.
Someone's got to do it, because no one else is picking Grimstroke.
Yeah. Thank you. I will continue hyping Grimstroke to the end of time. This hero has been disrespected for too long.
That's what I'm saying.
There we go.
I mean, so what can you do here as Liquid? Is there a way that you could run back a Queen of Pain?
It's fine.
Like, if you, because the only thing I'm thinking for Navi, obviously they have choice. Like, your Razor can go mid, it can go carry.
Yeah.
I would say it's fine in either, but maybe, like, because Liquid need to also respect this and like find a way where if you just put a hero mid, that Razor will just dumpster, then Navi also get a new pick for the safe lane, so like they kind of get a double win in terms of like the last pick.
What stops with like the return of the Beastmaster mid? You know, a hero that we saw a lot in the group stage, but it just fell off. It then gives you like Roshan potential and Liquid.
Yeah, because that's like a 350 win rate.
Na'Vi, Bandit, man. What the?
It would have been good.
Thanks.
It would have been good. I think these drafts are relatively even right now.
Yeah.
I think they're different styles, but I think Na'Vi having more scaling, more spell casting, and saying lanes, we'll figure it out. I think that's just better for their style. I think we'll figure it out. It's just the way they lane. And I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon. I agree that the Kez pick is good, but I also think Razor scales pretty well against Kez because you can't actually man-fight this guy. So I think while Kez is just a powerful hero and Kez Warlock is some psychotic lane that can not lose to anything, if Na'Vi does get to that mid-game period, I think they have nice tools. They have natural Lotus Buyer. Razor has good carry-to-carry matchup. So I think Na'Vi going into this, they're happy with it, and I think Liquid is also quite chilling. So I think it's one of those games where both teams got drafts they want, at least so far, and they're just sort of pitting them head-to-head against each other.
I mean, like, Nisha has looked very good on a couple of heroes. Okay, he will go for one of his normal Void Spirits. Keep that up.
No Huskar, no Ember, no Viper.
I mean, again, Nisha is one of the few players that has a different build to others, right? He's going for the Vessel, going for Charlotte 15, getting Kaya, like constantly farming, getting Shivas. Like, I feel like this style of Void Spirit will make the other damage of Liquid just feel even better. It isn't going to be, you know, a slower game from him. That alone just makes his Void Spirit scary. Of course, at any point, he might entertain Aghanims, but I feel like the build he did earlier in the playoffs was so potent. I felt like every item just punched into the game.
Topson would have something here.
Oh, absolutely.
Topson would have some sneaky thing you've never thought of or seen before. I feel like that's the kind of thing you want for Na'Vi. You want some sort of like fat heroes are generally the stuff that's good versus Void Spirit because he's low damage. You want something oppressive and like I'm curious if Nico's got something hipster.
This was my excitement in the grand finals, right? I wanted to see, this was the moment I was looking for. Like, Nico, you see your mid matchup, like what is like the creativity? How do you just throw that kind of niche pick that you've been using throughout your entire career?
Okay. Well, I mean, it's a totally fine lane for Void Spirit. But it is, like, you have gone back to sort of the scaling department, right? If the game goes long, I think Invoker is very good against these supports. I think Batrider, if you aren't actually getting the jump against Invoker, is very bad against Invoker in the game because you just get kited to infinity and beyond. So I can see why they picked it. It is an amazing Void Spirit game, but there's credence to both sides.
Well, look, quicker than normal, I do have Liquid's coach Blitz standing with me here. The first thing off the bat is what I noticed is you didn't even wait until Na'Vi had their last pick before you were like, I'm done with the team talk, we're ready, we know exactly what we need to execute here. So why didn't you wait for it?
I think during that time period, while they're trying to figure out a hero, it's actually pretty valuable for our team to like talk about like what my job is done. Like they've picked their heroes, which is what I'm responsible for, and then I think just being in there to be there is kind of pointless. We do like our handshakes, and then I want them to be able to talk about the game. Boxy's obviously much more about the game than I am, so it's like I want to give him as much space as possible to just get his thoughts out.
Okay, that obviously makes a lot more sense. And with the game number 2, I know for the players there would have been a lot of different emotions, and you're normally pretty stable when it comes to voicing the team. But how are your stress levels after game 2?
I mean, we've played a lot of different finals, obviously, especially against CY. I mean, this might be like my 7th final in a row against CY or something like that. And so it's fine. You know, we're in the game, we're in the back, me and CY watching together. We're just like, we're stressed and we're laughing about how stressed each other is. Like every moment we come back, they're like, he's like, haha, and then like we laugh at each other. So it's fun to at least enjoy the misery with somebody else.
That's true, yeah, because it was a very, very close game too. The other thing is for game 2 and now game 3, you've had first pick both times. In the game number 2, you went for the Razor bat trade and you opted for the Razor. This time around, you go for the bat.
Because we're not Falcons. We're not going to do the same thing 3 times in a row. Like, I don't want to get clowned on. I already have enough haters. Like, so we'll do a flip, and if like we lose on the other side, that's not on me, right? Like,
sure.
I did my job. Like, I got you the situation you claimed you wanted. So it's like, my hands are what? No, but it's just funnier this way to do it this way. So then we'll see if Batrider's more broken than Razor or something like that.
Yeah, that's always the joys of a best of 5, which is going to continue now. We're jumping on into our 3rd game. Let's just see who comes out the victor.
Time for game 3 here, ladies and gentlemen, between Na'Vi and Team Liquid here in the grand finals. Fogged, we're getting, again, you know, Na'Vi showing off their versatility with another support that we don't always see from other teams. The Grimstroke, of course, coming out from Riddies. And then Liquid, indeed, as we heard, they're kind of getting the switch up this time. They want to be the ones to show off the strength at the bat. You know, Ace taking it this time, which you know, we certainly saw last game from PMA on the bat. Let's see if Ace can match that.
Yeah, PMA was... Honestly, he might have been my MVP. I don't know. It was hard to say. Like, there's a lot of crazy stuff, but like the crucial lassos and everything that he did catch were pretty damn awesome. Sure, one got reflected, which was painful, but that happens. Yeah, this should be pretty exciting. You know, a bit of a switch up, like you said, for Na'Vi, but not fully. Still looking to play a game that they can scale in pretty hard with this Invoker toward the later stages. Liquid. Let's see if they look to speed the pace up of things. Especially with Nisha now playing a Void Spirit, a more active hero, rather than more of a sit back and hit those timings hero. Like the Razor.
Yes, and we saw how you know how good of a game he can have on his Void Spirit. Looked incredible on some of the games the other day, and yeah, I think I can only imagine he's excited to play it again because you know whilst the Razor's all cool and strong, you got to imagine Nisha has much more fun zipping around the team fights on something like you know one of the spirits as opposed to something that's got to be a bit more AFK and just hitting the creeps.
Spirits are killers. They have been forever, right? All the spirits are killers. Razor, sure, he can kill, but he's more about just lane dominant than just, abusing that kind of mechanic. So, yeah, always more fun to watch Void Spirit personally. I actually hate that Razor's a first pick in this meta because it's super boring for me, but whatever.
It's not the most exciting hero. It really
He farms super fast, and, like, I know people love to play it because of how good Thunderhead is and all, like, but it's not the most flashy. But, yeah, let's see what we do get down because there's a lot of mechanic things to talk about here. This Grimstroke pick, like you were mentioning, since it's a very, like, out-of-the-box kind of pick, even though it's one of Riddy's most played, it can do some nice stuff this game, right? Just the Leash versus the Void Spirit, even though it's a last pick, can trip him up versus the Marcy to prevent any type of saves for the pick-me-up. So there's a lot of potential for Riddy's.
Yeah, I mean, why is it a hero that other teams don't really touch right now? You know, you talk about the potential from it, but why? You know, what does it sort of lack that other supports have right now in this meta?
He's just a bit of a weird laner. He has all of his spells are countered completely by BKB and Pipe, and it's a pretty strong BKB Pipe meta for the most part. It's like Soulbind, yes, it counters BKB in a way, but sometimes it's like this leash doesn't really matter in some games. Like they're leashed and they just run together with BKBs and it doesn't do much. So his laning is also complicated. You're completely reliant on the pairing that you're with. So, but I like Grim, and I think Grim has some pretty crazy stuff. I don't know how much it's going to matter this game, but the 15 talent is something most people like to talk about. That spell damage, since it works on like everything. Everyone just starts doing 25% more damage essentially with all their abilities. We are rehosting.
Like we do have a slight issue. I wonder what it was. Something was wrong with the lobby, so we will have to remake the game. So apologies for the delay on that, but we should be able to get that sorted pretty quickly if you ladies and gentlemen.
I'm like clicking around. Who got the bug?
Yeah, because obviously when this happens, like, what went wrong? I don't know what it was. Something went a bit weird with the something, just a bug. Okay, so apparently it's something to do with one of the cosmetics. One of the cosmetic issues.
Okay, so I got to rejoin
incorrectly. Yeah, we will just get ourselves into the new lobby.
Why are they chuckling so much? Zayats is having a blast. They should be after that last game. I think Spirits,
it was a fun game
pretty
too,
high
right?
for them, the way it ends. We've had a lot of games where it's just like throne race. Well, not race because it's not two of them, but thrones just dying like crazy like that, where both of them are just all inning on it. So definitely pretty interesting to see. And Zayats is a really funny guy, honestly. I've gotten to chat with him quite a lot. They're a really, really enjoyable team to talk to, these young guys. Not Zayats, he's a bit older, but yeah.
So we'll just get ourselves into the new lobby.
I'm glad that we do get this. We did get the 1-1-2s because now, sure, we're not. It's not like it's a best of 3 now. I know some people like to say that, but we are seeing Na'Vi absolutely can bring it to Liquid and break their mold that they've been building up throughout this tournament.
Yeah, they really did.
And in their own style.
They really did.
In their own style too. I'm glad to see Niku playing as Invoker because I hadn't seen it in some time. I missed it.
No, and I think after that game too, it was like just give it to him again. And I imagine they'll probably continue to do that, especially if they have a good result, obviously in this game 3, where he really doesn't seem to care about the mid matchup, right? When he sort of sees the chance to grab the Invoker, he's like, whatever, I'm going to get to play it. It's going to get to that point where I'm going to do crazy stuff with the Cataclysms. The matchup, he's not too fussed about.
Nope. And he's like you said, he's just along for the ride. Although we did mention for him toward the end of that game, he was the highest damage dealt by a good margin. So along for the ride, I'm not sure if that's entirely true.
Oh, well, looks like we're just waiting for you, Fog. Get yourself in. What are you doing?
I'm trying. I'm
Come on,
struggling.
the chat's going to be like, Caster, start the game.
I mean, now it actually is me.
Yep.
Okay, I'm in.
Yeah, we're just getting everyone back in, so.
Okay, I actually literally
as always, spamming Caster to start the game, please.
This time it's literally me. I apologize,
so
everybody.
It does work. So
I'm having a Dota 2 bug. I'll be totally honest with you. I actually have to fully close Dota again to reopen. I am so sorry, everybody. You can blame me, flame me in chat. It's okay. I'll take it.
That's all right.
My fault this time.
That's all right. We will. I'm in there. I'm flaming you already. So yeah,
I'll do that.
The team's in good spirits here, and looking forward to play through this best of 5. And obviously with the format, already getting the chance to experience these best of 5s could be something that does give Na'Vi that bit of extra advantage. Obviously a team that on LAN, on main stages, right, they haven't been in a lot of, I don't know if any, have they been in any best of 5 final? Probably not, right?
No.
Right, this
Na'Vi's been in best of 5
qualifiers,
finals
online stuff.
For qualifiers,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yes,
This is the first time they're in a top 2 in a long time and other things. Hey, Solo wasn't in either. Don't just call me out. There you go.
That's true. We're waiting for some of the other casters as well. It wasn't just Fogged.
I'm back, baby.
So the general caster start the game is still applicable here. But it looks like we should be good to go pretty shortly and get into the action of this game 3. But yeah, this format, the fact that they've managed to, got the chance to play through a best of 5 yesterday and such, that definitely counts for something, right? It must feel pretty good to get a warm-up situation, especially when the best of 5 was as crazy as it was yesterday that Na'Vi was involved in. So good
Did
preparation.
you actually get to catch the entire thing? Because it was absolutely nuts the way the back and forth kind of went down again too. Like similar, not fully similar to the one that we just had, but there was some insane back and forths that were coming in. Could have been other, like Yandex could have won 3-1, but it ended up not happening because of the way that whole situation. So yeah, super fun series. This one, again, this is another game I feel like it's going to be pretty kill heavy again, right? I feel like Na'Vi is looking to play pretty active. Even though they do have this Invoker, I do feel like they really want to play and test Liquid in that early game, even though they like playing. And I think they did mention, Ace and Tofu were talking about some teams talking and critiquing Liquid's later game. Na'Vi's still going to be fighting early.
No, for sure. But I think the same's definitely going to be said from Liquid side of things. When you have like I think for like anytime you kind of have the battle flame, right, you don't want to be sitting back too much. I'll be interested to see what the build's going to be from Ace this time on the bat. Whether indeed he's going to still look to get the auras on, or if he gets the sort of earlier blink. We'll see what approach.
It's got to be bearing first, for sure, right?
Yep.
Drum and bearing is just, it's even before, like I think before before this bearing change where it got the ring, people were already liking to buy bearing. So I think now that's just even better. People love it. And then you can kind of pivot and decide what you do need for the game. Looks like we are hopefully starting now. Looks like we're about to go. Britty's not liking how long this is taking. He's very impatient.
Yeah, they're ready to go. Should be on your screen soon, ladies and gentlemen. Again, apologies for this, but it's going to be worth the wait. Like that game 2, that definitely was worth. It would have been worth the wait. So you can only imagine what game 3 has in store for us here between Liquid and Na'Vi.
And let's see now that we do have. So one thing that Liquid kind of lacked in that last game, I can say, is a way to bypass the front line. It was the clockwork, right? The way to bypass the front line to get to the back. Now they have the Void Spirit. So I'm going to be looking at just the messing of the supports. Because Hoodwink and Grim, they are playing this double range support, so they don't have that melee support to kind of play the crutch on. If these two aren't able to just sit back and cast their spells, it can cause a lot of problems. So we'll see if that does cause any result in terms of anything. Because they don't, right? They have an Invoker in the mid lane too. So the trio, Invoker, Hoodwink, Grim, can be a bit of a liability if the Centaur can't, and the Centaur and the Razor can't frontline for them. So let's see what we do get.
No, absolutely. I mean, they've got to keep full focus on Nisha. Honestly, I'm going to be interested in how much focus they put on the mid lane early, right? Because you don't want to give Nisha that free lane if you're Na'Vi. If he gets a good start, if he gets out of control, you don't have enough lockdown to deal with him in these mid-game fights. It's going to be tough. Well, thanks again, ladies and gentlemen, for being patient with us here. We're ready to get the game back on as us casters have finally started the game, so you can now cease the spamming that I'm sure was there. It's game 3 time.
Thank you, Solo.
Here we go. Good luck, have fun, have been called. And we're ready to go here between Na'Vi and Liquid. Incredible game 2.
Blood.
Yeah, let's see if we get some crazy stuff here in game 3.
Boxy checking for the ward. Won't find that one. We'll place a deep vision ward.
Ooh, that's a bit of a
I like this one.
That one, yeah.
I really like. This is one of the ones I really like.
You find this one, or this is going to stay there permanently? Really, that's not.
It usually ends up staying.
Yeah.
This is one of the best wards in just period, in my opinion, when you're playing Dire, playing versus Radiant. If you can place this one, because you can watch when they back up the stack, you watch when they back up to get the bounty. You can even gank them as the 4th position. So, Boxy could make some early moves, since he is playing versus a bit of a squishy hero in the mid lane. They can close the gap and kill the Invoker early too. Although I don't know how much he wants to leave the Bat Rider, so we'll have to see. But always opportunities that are available. I do have to say too, Tofu, it says a lot when you want to play the same hero twice after like a 60-minute Warlock game too. He's like, yo, give it to me again.
I mean, he did have a pretty fun time. He got pretty good Fatal Bonds off. He got to get to the stage of the game where he gets like a refresher and stuff. They might just get first blood here. Zayat going to get brought down by Liquid. First blood for Boxy.
Ooh. That's a painful start. I think did he use a branch too there? I think he used a branch to try to bushwhack stun them to protect himself too. So not only dying, I think he lost a little bonus gold, or somebody did, because I did see the branch. And to point out Tofu, he does have Quelling Blade, so double quelling in the top lane. Eyes on those trees getting cut for the Hoodwink. Pretty free lane for Mickey, I would say. Unless there's some big mistake that comes out from him, he should be able to keep himself self-sustained. And there you see one tree cut already.
So what about down on this bottom lane, where we're seeing these, two very contested heroes go head-to-head, the Razor versus the Bat. How does this one play out?
Can be... I mean, there's kill threat constantly on this Bat if he's not careful, right? If the... or on the Razor, sorry. The Bat can constantly kill threat the Razor, because Grimstroke doesn't really provide you the best defensive capabilities. They're getting aggro right away on Ace, though. The
Sunstrike's coming in! My goodness, the Verifier comes out, and Ace will just survive.
No way.
Can't go up, but he might try for a Riddies. Whoa, it's a good effort. Didn't quite catch him, though. Ace will survive.
That's a lot of mana used by Riddies. His entire mana pool to commit for that attempted kill. So that does hurt that they don't get it, that he's able to reset and get that positioning. They saw Boxy pulling. They tried to go for the kill with the Blood Grenade commit. Mid, Nisha, I feel like this one he's going to have an even better time versus the Invoker. He had a good time on the Razor versus the Invoker. It feels like this one will be even better, just cleaner animation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Much easier on the Void Spirit. So Nisha can definitely expect big things from him this game. That's why I say we're probably going to look towards Na'Vi bringing in some extra help. Once it gets kind of to that 4 to 6 minute period in the laning stage. Otherwise, Nisha might get a bit too out of control.
It probably just has to be the Hoodwink, though. I don't... And it's not easy, either. Leaving PMA, even though it's a Warlock lane, it's Kez, who's super oppressive, so it's difficult for them to really make moves and help Niku with their lane setup. Riddies doesn't want to leave the Razor alone.
Oh, bottom lane. Try and make the jump onto Riddies. Ace is taking a lot of damage from Got the Juice. Ooh, and they might be a chance to go on Ace. That's a very nice angle there from Riddies. The Blood Grenade is going to tick Ace down pretty low.
Niku doesn't have the mana for Sunstrike. He is looking, though.
That Water Rune will help out. He's got enough now. But it's a bit awkward to try and get the connection. He's
nice
going
try.
to throw it out, but yeah, it's a difficult one to get there. Doesn't get the hit.
Those missed Sunstrikes hurt the mid lane a lot, though, because then you don't have mana to always make sure that you do have those Forge Spirits going.
And you've got to be careful, right, as well, because sure, you can do the Sunstrike pretty quickly, but it's still a second or so where you're looking away from the lane, and it's just going to be even easier for Nisha to get those extra denies in against you.
My God, look at this. That's a gigantic wave for Nisha coming in. He's already 21-4. He has missed very few last hits, I believe. A commanding start for them in the mid. And top, as we said, it's a Kez versus... I think every time I've seen this Kez versus either Centaur or Mars, he dumpsters the lane. It's very hard to actually play the matchup. Well, of course, helps that he has a Warlock, but...
Yeah, and always interesting to note the builds on the Kez. Oh, we'll see bottom lane, actually. Sunstrike's going to be coming in. It's a hit this time.
Nice
Niku
hit.
able to take down Ace, and Boxy's Is he able to finish off Riddies? He will, but does just end up meaning that Got the Juice is going to get the cleanup effectively on both of them. So good times here for the carry of Na'Vi.
And good that Niku gets the last hit. He kind of needs those Sunstrike kills because of how this lane is going. Nisha is definitely going to push the envelope in terms of pressuring. He also has availability of both water runes.
Yeah, nearly tripling the CS of Niku in this matchup. It's
pretty insane.
We did expect it to be pretty nasty. You know, when Nisha gets the Void Spirit against the Invoker in the matchup, and it's certainly happening.
Maybe not this nasty, though. I actually thought it would be a little bit better for Niku.
After yesterday's Nisha's Void Spirit,
true.
You know, you've got to expect a lot from him because he'll deliver.
Yeah. And it is, as we said, it's hard for them to really help Niku, so the help is really going to be just set up for Sunstrikes. Boxy, maybe they can get one here.
No, let's have a look.
No Sunstrike.
They won't even need it by the looks of it. Got the Juice. Gets another kill out of the safe lane.
Riddies is a specialist on this hero, like we said. The 2 points in the Inkswell, very strong versus the aggression that can come out from the Bat and from the Marcy. It's actually pretty cool. A pretty cool response versus the two of them, since it's going to catch both of them in the stun in most situations.
It's a super scary lane now for Liquid.
It is.
It makes it very awkward for Boxy to ever really make an aggressive play. Kind of has to be ready to just play defensive. I mean, yeah, playing into this lane now that they've had this sort of start on Na'Vi, it's not easy.
But they do have Nisha. Level 6 has been hit. Niku only 5. Power Rune soon to hit. Catapult as well starting to hit tower. So they're going to look to play around that power. TPs are at the ready on the side of Na'Vi. Oh, he'll Sunstrike the Catapult. Nicely done. I actually love that. Yeah.
TP's actually going to come in towards the bottom lane. They want to try and punish Ace. They've got the slow setup from Riddies into Got the Juice. He'll get his way over into the Roche pit though, and he's out of range of the Bushwhack. So even though they brought in Zayats to try and make the move there, Ace just a step ahead. We'll get out.
So lanes are broken. It looks like Na'Vi's accepted. They can't lane top. Bottom, Bat Rider probably going to just do the same kind of thing. Mid lane, there's so much focus. Niku.
He's in a lot of trouble. They get the jump in here from Nisha. They'll have the control from Boxy. Niku will lay down the ice wall. Does not matter. Will Liquid get the kill? There's no backup coming in for him around that mid lane.
Ace again.
This time around, they should get him. Phantom's Embrace on towards him. Does set up for Got the Juice to get another. Might not have gone the first time round, but they get him here, and it's a lot of kills that are getting funneled into this Razor. 3-0-1 already in the laning stage. Got the Juice. He's having a lovely start.
I mean, Ace is poor, but honestly, the Centaur is just as poor. PMA is not dying, but he's actually having just as tough a time. Zayats wants the Shrine. Tofu looks like he might steal the opposing one, too. Oh!
PMA's going to make sure he can put a stop to that. But indeed, Mickey's ready to fight as well. Back up from Riddies. Sunstrike's going to come in. It's enough burst to take Tofu out. See if Mickey can continue to stand his ground against PMA and Riddies. He can. Mickey's going to be able to take the Shrine of Wisdom. They weren't able to stop him.
These Liquid moves are big. They're small in terms of what they look like, but they're big in terms of what the impact is on the game. Getting the double Shrines, putting pressure. Mickey gets the Raptor Dance, that .2 invulnerability, dodges the stun.
They're trying desperately to kill him here. They'll get the silence, but they won't be able to close in. Well, for a Sunstrike out, but that's Nisha getting the chance to kill off Niku in the mid lane.
Uh-oh, and they're playing around Nisha.
It really is falling apart a little bit. And Nisha, if he has this sort of start on the Void Spirit, we've seen so many times where the game usually goes.
Yeah, and Boxy, he's kind of this offlaner himself, too. He's getting a lot of farm. He's actually same farm as the Invoker. Another one with the ward.
Zayat's in trouble. He will get the Bushwhack off.
Cuts the tree.
I mean, Boxy wants this kill. He's ready to try and die for that one, but it's beyond the tier 2, and the TP's coming in. Boxy will probably pay for this one. Cold Snap into Sunstrike. Boxy, I dived too far that time.
They miscommunicated. They passed, I think, the Mango or the Lotus to him too late, so he didn't have mana, and then he wants to yeah, just awkward play. We'll get a kill. Niku needs that. Tofu is 6. Early Golem is at the ready. It's an early 3K lead, and they're putting so much pressure onto this mid, even taking out the wards. The net worth distribution is pretty crazy in this game, how big the separation, the mid and the carry on Liquid have compared to almost everybody else.
They're likely to get a lot done with that. And Nisha on the Void Spirit, what, just a few hundred gold away from having the Vessel online super early.
Might be one of the earliest that we do see picked up, honestly. It's going to be insane because he's skipping the upgraded boots or anything. Top.
PMA. See if he can get away from this one. And Mickey and Boxy are going to be chasing him down. He can't escape him. It's another kill here that Liquid's able to pick up, and that's going to help fuel this very, very solid-looking Battle Fury timing at this pace. Tier 1 tower picked up in the mid.
And they can contest even, well, there's not really any stacks, but the Golem can come in and actually farm this. So Tofu can walk in. Another ward that they take away. So I think that's 3 or 4 observer wards.
They've got a lot of wards. Yeah, they have.
I mean, Liquid, this early game is pretty ridiculous how much they're getting. The Razor's farming, but the other lanes are completely destroyed.
They've used the Stampede. But get the setup, but the rebound's there. Takes him out of the Sunstroke follow-up. They'll still get the stun follow-up on towards Mickey, but it's not enough to kill him. And now Mickey's considering running back in on them. He gets the ult off, gets that heal. He's going to be fine. Zayat's caught off to the side as he'll fall. PMA likely to die again after TPing in and try and make that attempt. They're going to lose Riddies on top of it as well. Boxy closes the gap with him and Mickey. 3 dead on Na'Vi. And another tier 1 to be taken here.
And this is also concerning too, because Juice is, the other 2 lanes are completely destroyed. Juice has to be the one to kind of break things and fix things, and his hero, he's going for a greedy build. He's going Maelstrom.
He wants to farm, I guess.
He'll just die. Well, this is scary.
See there on the replay, I mean, it's going to be coming in every time from Boxy. If he sees the stun coming in on his course, he'll make sure the Sunstrike's never going to connect it. It's going to get to the point probably where, if you're Niku, you're probably trying to outplay him by predicting where they're going to get brought over to, if you're going to look for those Sunstrikes now if Boxy's around.
They need, honestly, they just need Riddies level 6 if they want to go for any plays again. They need this like Soulbind leash to prevent the saves. That's 2 times or 3 times I've seen Boxy get away with murder in terms of just getting on top of targets or protecting targets. He is same net worth as the Centaur, almost same net worth as the Invoker with these moves.
That's getting pretty crazy. It's getting pretty crazy, pretty early, and yeah, these timings. It's the Vessel's going to be one of the fastest timings we've seen on the Void Spirit, and yeah, this Battle Fury is going to be like a pre-12-minute Battle Fury on Mickey's Kez. Also going to be one of the fastest timings we've seen.
Yeah, and like I'm just looking at PMA. This is my real big worry is who they're going to rally around. And I had concerns because of the quad melee, or the quad range with only 1 melee hero to be that hero to rally around. Like their lineup can fall apart pretty hard when they don't have anyone to be that initial stunner.
And Riddies is going to attempt to run, but you can't run from Boxy and Nisha. Another one for Nisha. And on the bottom, Ace, he's looking for Zayat. Zayat's trying to hide in the trees, but Mickey catches him with the Echo Slash. Liquid starting to make this game 3 look pretty easy, unless Na'Vi can come out with something incredible.
Na'Vi's going to have to outplay super hard. And also especially because, like we said, so Razor's going farming item. It's going to be Meteor Hammer for Niku, and it's Centaur. Centaur's going to Blink. But he is so poor on PMA that he's going to blink and die. He's going to be a blink stun, they get like a Sunstrikes, and then he's going to die. Because it's not going to be any auras for a long time on this Centaur, of course. And they're actually just hunting him. So poor PMA has no camps to farm because they're all blocked, and he's hunting.
And he's going to have to use the Stampede to just escape. And it should be enough, unless they want to dive him. I mean, there's Astral step up in a second on Nisha.
Oh, they're going to dive him. They saw him.
Oh, rebounds off the mark. But they'll still find him, at least elsewhere. They have killed off Ace, so Na'Vi not coming out of this trade empty-handed. They find Ace in return.
But Ace isn't the one who's been killing everybody. Ace is the one who's kind of been having the hard time, so it's not like this is... I don't think that really helps them that much. It gets them some gold, right? But it doesn't really help them in terms of relieving the pressure that's on the map right now. Because it's Nisha and Boxy who are just running around.
Niku.
No follow-up.
It's going to be a tornado to hold back. Nisha, yeah, they can't go on him like that.
Gonna need some time for Na'Vi. They need ults ready. Yeah. They need a lot of time though. Like I said, got the juice with this Maelstrom. He's gonna be very fragile. And
they're just gonna make the jump onto the tier 2 tower. They've caught Niku.
Even popping the glyph. They tried to get some damage back, but doesn't even matter. Boxy again, just all over the place. Another D ward.
Yeah, they've got so many. Yeah, the warding has been absolutely destroyed this game.
I mean, Blitz said it himself, he just left the team to talk and discuss what they were going to have with their game plan. This first 14 minutes is pretty insane, their game plan. Blocking camps, aggressive moves, enabling Nisha, and just let Ace do his own thing. Ace is on an island. Yes, he's died a couple times, but he's top 4 net worth. So the moves are actually working with how Ace and Boxy in particular have kind of decided how they want to make moves. Boxy's got an Ogre Club. He will turn into another carry, or another core potentially.
And it's just hard to sort of see the timing from Na'Vi's lineup that they're going to be able to rally around, as you say, with the fact that they're having to kind of go for this sort of build, you know, with the Blink Rush on the center, and obviously with the Maelstrom on the Razor, that maybe builds towards some sort of offensive potential where they can smoke up and try and hit hard, get the jump. But if that doesn't go well, they will just crumble so quickly in these fights, as they're just not going to have any way to keep one another alive.
Yeah, and their lack of frontline is very apparent. This is why, you know, I think Quinn says it a lot lately, especially on the panel. The melee plus ranged pairing with these supports ends up being pretty big if you don't have like a melee mid to rally around, and they have an Invoker. So they don't have this way of initiating fights. They don't have somebody that they can like have as that frontline to let these two spellcaster supports do their thing. It's a 1300 HP Invoker that will just, die to the burst damage at the moment. So they need time, and quite a lot, but I don't know how much time helps them with how big Liquid is right now. Because this Battle Fury Kez is going to outpace the Razor. Boxy.
This is start going on to Niku. He's going to turn with the Deafening Blast, drop down the Meteor. He's got TP backup coming in as well. We'll be able to turn with the Soulbind. PMA trying to close in with the Stampede. We'll get the stun onto the both of them. Sunstrike down onto Ace, but it's not enough to kill Ace. Riddies is dead. Niku at least will be able to TP out. But again, that's pretty much going to be the case most of the times, right? When Liquid's coming at you at this stage with the lead that they have, you just have to run. You just have to play defensive, try and save who you can save, because you have pretty much no chance of turning and getting any kills yourself right now if you're Na'Vi.
This might be one of the most brutal 16 minutes I've seen in some time. There's nowhere for them to farm. PMA, his camps just keep getting blocked. He keeps getting chased out. Got the juice.
The important one's getting found. A kill for Mika and Boxy.
I don't know, Owen. This one is getting it's 11K, it's 16 minutes. They've already taken a tier 2.
Extreme.
Like, Liquid is taking advantage of all the little mess-ups that Na'Vi's doing, too. The fact that they glyph to the dive that happened on Niku means that Liquid can just take the tier 2 bottom because there's no glyph. So it's all these, like, little tiny mistakes, but they compound massively when Liquid's taking advantage of them.
Well, let's have a look. Maybe they can rally around this. The Blink Dagger, ready to go for PMA. They might have to just go for some crazy smoke move.
Will they have the damage to bring down the targets? Are they going to get saved by Boxy? They need that Soulbind as well.
The bushwhack on a Boxy, but no, tree's immediately cut. Here's the smoke. They're going to try for it.
Let's see.
Can they just bring everything together to burst someone? Ideally a core, but they'll probably take what they can get right now, Na'Vi.
He broke it. Tofu read the smoke already. He walked up. He knew the positioning of it.
Wretched fools have no idea.
This is a brutal, perfect understanding, perfect movement. Liquid smoked up themselves now to counteract. They're anticipating, look at the line drawn, so they're anticipating that that's potentially where Na'Vi was going to look for the move. They'll walk right into Riddies.
It's going to be a quick Grim kill.
Wow. I mean, super crisp gameplay by Liquid in this game. The Na'Vi falling apart real fast. Got the juice running into Tofu.
Yeah, but Tofu's, he's going to be fine. The Sunstrike's coming in, not going to connect. They're trying to chase him down, but God the Juice is already dead. Tofu's going to live. PMA tries to TP out, but Nisha's quickly in with the Remnant. They have the lasso as well.
Oh, and
they just can't catch a break here.
I mean, this could, I mean, they're probably going to, this could be one of those where there might be an early GG. No, there's no space. No one's able to do anything on the side of Na'Vi. Niku?
He's trying to find a kill.
Okay.
There we go. But Boxy is hot on the chase. The haste rune, still a fair few seconds, though, for Niku. TPs are coming in.
Mickey?
Team Mickey as well. They're ready to try and hunt Niku down. He's going to turn towards Boxy, but he won't kill him. And now with Mickey on top of Niku, it will be Niku going down. Liquid, my goodness. They might have struggled in game 2, but this game 3, wow. I don't know what you do if you're Na'Vi. I think it really might be, as you say, time to just think about Game 4. Because it's a complete Liquid
It's
show.
horrible to say it, but yeah, it's... Honestly, they have to they'll probably stick it out, like I said. They'll probably stick it out, talk about things, wait for those next items, and hope that Liquid makes mistakes. But honestly, that's what it feels like. It has to be some unbelievable mistakes from Liquid in this game.
15k down right now. The farm, yeah, it's absolutely getting to the point where, you know, one good team fight and the supports of Liquid are going to be overtaking the cores of Na'Vi at this very early kind of 20-minute stage.
Ace is, honestly, this is a pretty chill Batrider game for him. Even, of course, not the deaths that he's had, but the chill in terms of just being able to sit back and be that passenger kind of in this game. PMA has to sack his entire game and just be this movement, like third support in a way as the Centaur this game, because of how things have gone down. If he just sits back and farm, there's literally 0 plays that they can make.
And we can see how confident Liquid feel. You know, Tofu just kind of confidently just showing, clearing the mid wave, whilst over on Na'Vi's side of the map. They can't even punish that right now.
Liquid is playing it cool, calm, and collected. There you go, Quinn. I know you're listening. So they can just wait for that Tormentor, probably set up for that one. Na'Vi, they can't do any type of exchange for a Roche or Tormentor, and I don't think they can fight by any means around that Torm.
Maybe they try for a steal. At least throw a Sunstrike, but we'll see. Comes in a little too early this time.
Hi, Tofu.
Does indeed mean that, you know, they get Tofu. But Mickey will still finish off the job. It's going to be the shard over for Boxy.
Making a move bottom.
Boxy's ready to make a jump with Ace. Doesn't quite get the connection onto Zayat. He's into the freeze. Boxy will still find him. PMA's going to come in with the counter play. Sunstrike in on towards Ace. Ace will put the BKB, but they've got him. Kill Ace off.
Good little bait play from Zayat. Shows himself. They've got the wraparound coming in. Won't get Boxy, but they will get Ace. I mean, Ace is literally just a sacrifice this game, it seems like. 4th death for him.
Around this timer, though. 21 minutes. Both Wisdoms going to be going Liquid's way.
Navi's trying to do what they can with the little space that they have. They'll get a D-ward at least as well. How's Got the Juice doing on his BKB? Because that's probably the biggest thing they can rally around in terms of the next 5 to 10 minutes or so, maybe 5-6 minutes, you could say. If they can get the BKB on the Razor, of course, it's still unbelievable how much he has to do with it, and there is a Kaz that can rip him to shreds, but
yeah, especially
gotta do what they can to do.
Mickey on the Kaz is pretty much an item ahead. He's also going to have that BKB done, but of course he's on top of this Battle Fury and full Yashikaya.
Zayat, he's found.
They found him. It's going to be another one here for Mickey and Ace.
Nisha full Ags done. Now that backline, this poor backline that has barely been able to cast their spells, also are just going to get instantly silenced and probably bursted down since he has also hit 15. I said bursted, that's not a word. Burst. Thank you. I always say the wrong one. Roche can probably just walk into it. I don't think that Na'Vi can contest. Maybe Na'Vi just, or Liquid just kills them though beforehand.
Now, Na'Vi, they need to try, right? I feel like
they need to try.
Go for these sort of crazy moves. They get the jump into the silence on Anisha. See if they can burst him. They'll give it down to half HP. They've got him. They've killed Nisha off. Now, can they get out? They're going to lose Friddies. We'll see PMA on the run. He's going to end up going down. So they get Nisha.
But they got
Nisha. Valuable kill. But they lose 3 heroes for it. But, hey, you know what? When they're in the position they are, it's got to still at least feel a little bit good that they're finally able to kill off that Void Spirit. Of course, does mean they're probably not going to be able to stop the Roshan going down. The Liquid, the members they have surviving, they can still finish it. But they get that jump, and they show that they can burst these important targets. It cost them something in return.
I actually didn't notice that Nico had finished the Ags. I thought they weren't going to get the kill with just a single Sunstrike. I was like, uh-oh, but the Ags did give them enough to be able to get that little extra to bring him down. But yeah, okay, the cleanup comes through. 19k lead. And yeah, Boxy did now surpass the Centaur, as we were mentioning, for PMA. Likely to get to the bottom 3 this game. He is the full-out sacrifice, you know.
Nico and Zayas were seeing if they could maybe find a chance to set up onto Ace. BKB is still on cooldown for 20 seconds, but looks like they're not going to stick around anymore up here.
Just keep waiting for Cataclysm plays. I think they can still at least delete one target every single time if they do get a catch. They just have to have the Soulbind on top because you can't let them get rebounded and move them out of position. So they can look for at least popping one target. It's just, again, the tail of the game is just that they're getting immensely outscaled, immensely outfarmed. But at least they can kill those one targets in the fights, perhaps. Yeah, PMA is literally gone. He's just a support. Blink Glimmer on the poor Centaur. One of the rougher games I think I've seen from him.
Yeah, Razor's a pretty strong hero right now, but don't know if he's going to be strong enough to kind of solo carry this one.
No, definitely not, especially not with him. If he was top net worth, all right, like maybe. Because Got the Juice has been able to do, but it's not even that case when he's top.
Riddies. They're going to be able to dive the tower. Look to punish the Grim. Nobody's going to be coming to help him.
Such a hard game to play these supports on Na'Vi, just for the same reasons I keep playing, right? Like just not having that body to play behind to throw your spells. And just overall also Liquid just having 4 heroes that can jump, right? 4 bypassing heroes to get to the back line. Level 20 for Kez. Greaves finished for Tofu. Liquid not letting go of this lead whatsoever.
Yeah, it's tough, yeah. But with that Greaves on top of the Glimmer, there's a chance now that they don't necessarily get that core kill if they throw everything onto them if Tofu's ready with the saves.
Yeah, Greaves, Glimmer, and can't forget about even Ash Legion shield. It is something, right? All these little extra barriers, they do protect.
Tier 2 starting to fall. Liquid still got plenty of time to get aggressive with the Aegis on Mickey. Level 20. 18k net worth here on the Kez. Having a phenomenal time, and he's got his eyes on Zayat.
He knows. Oh, Zayat saw it bounce up. He's like, wait a minute, what the hell was that? Will that save his life?
Oop. See if he's got any way out of this. He's got Bushwhack back up in a second, Zayat. So we'll have a little bit of control. He does indeed. So Zayat might be fine. If anything, Boxy might need to be a bit careful because they could maybe turn and try and take him down. They got the static link going. Boxy will pop the BKB. But with the static link for Got the Juice, they'll be able to catch and kill Boxy off. Now the problem is that they're coming in with backup. Can Na'Vi get out of this? Got the Juice tries to stand his ground, but the lasso's going to be there from Ace, locking him down. Nisha and Mickey bring in the damage. That's Got the Juice gone. Zayat will try and hide in the trees, but they've got the vision upon him. They get Boxy, but again, it's costing them each and every time. Liquid, they keep winning these trades.
To be honest, it's even better for Boxy than he could have imagined. If it's the initial start, he just kills Zayat by himself, right? That's cool, but now they actually kill the Razor instead and sacrifice Boxy, so it ends up even better for Liquid. Very quick to react. And they know the desperation that Na'Vi's playing in, you know, farming the outskirts of the map, looking for any small gains that they can get. Liquid are just on the hunt.
MK still ready to...
Look at this ward. The base ward. It sees Nico, sees Riddies. They'll blink down. They still see them with that ward. Oh my god, they're gonna jump with it?
They're gonna get jumped. The vision was there, the information comes into play. The message coming to PMA. Mickey's getting burst pretty low, but he still has that Aegis. It's going to be Riddies and PMA going down. Got the Juice, will get the static link onto Nisha. He's got to simulate in a few seconds, but that might be a few seconds too long. Yeah, they can kill him off. They get him. Tornado now, over towards Mickey. That's the Aegis out. Have they got any chance of looking for a second attempt on his life? He's no. BKB's up. Mickey's ready to start turning and running straight over towards them instead. Jump forward from Boxy. He's got his hands on towards Got the Juice. He'll put the BKB on Got the Juice. Trying to head back to base, but Mickey closes in on towards him. Got the Juice keeps his distance, though. Will survive. Echo Slash comes in from Mickey. It's enough to get the kill. Rebound forward over towards Got the Juice. He's getting the static link off and the plasma field. He's building up the damage. Got the Juice. They can turn. They can kill Mickey off. They can take down Boxy as well.
No vision. I think Boxy was running to the fountain to buy a dust to try to detect, but the Glimmer saves Got the Juice.
Ooh,
that was...
I mean, they had to use some buybacks, but you know what? They keep the game alive, Na'Vi, and Got the Juice. I mean, he got quite a lot of money from that, right? It was actually Riddies who got the last hit onto Mickey, but still, that's a little bit of a turnaround. It's a little, but it's something, folks.
It's something, but it's yeah, they did have to use buybacks in their fountain, Owen. That is pretty painful at 26 minutes in. Nisha, step bro, I'm stuck. Used his 2 steps. He couldn't move. He was stuck against the damn wall. Juice was able to full focus him. But you could, I mean, Liquid, you can see how strong and how confident they are. The fact that they don't just reset and run here, right? They jump into pressure, but Na'Vi, with some good reset plays, will get some cleanup kills with those buybacks at the least. That was nuts.
Good efforts from Na'Vi. Good efforts from Na'Vi. Whether it's going to be good enough to lead to a turnaround, who knows? But it's, you know, the effort it's in the right direction. Back in action though, Ace. It's going to find Zayat. Gets him with the lasso. It's going to be Zayat's gone. 70 seconds without him. And bottom
and that's
lane.
still probably step 1 of like 25 or 30 or 40 or something like that with the Dota.
Oh, yeah, they're going to need a lot more.
Yep, and Niku being stuck.
Tofu. Oh, but PMA. Oh, yeah, they don't even want to turn and go onto Tofu. They are just trying to get out of that. Niku does not want to reveal himself. PMA is going to be revealed. Try and stampede out of this. Remnant's going to be off the mark. He's going to try for the TP out, and he'll get away. Niku also able to start cutting the wave a little bit with the Forge Spirits. Gets out with the TP before they can swing
It's pretty
over and
wild
find it.
How heroes run into a Warlock and they blink away from him, right? This is the Warlock who's hunting them.
Na'Vi might look to try and set something up here.
Gotta just try to be reckless, try to catch Liquid when they're not set up. Yeah, honestly, that's probably their best opportunities. Razor has hit 20, BKB Manta Mjolnir. He does have some decent damage if he's able to survive the fights and get these big links, but it really is him versus the world.
Because he got a fair bit from that fountain diving that went a bit wrong for Liquid. Yeah, did
was at the fountain, though.
Got the juice, that little bit of a step up in potential.
Mm-hmm.
We will see how much that matters when Liquid are ready to bring this team fight to Na'Vi once again, whilst they still maintain this 21k gold lead.
This is pretty cool from Riddies that I'm seeing. He did get the greedy enchantment. He's going for a Hex. Even though he's quite poor on the Grimstroke, he's not that far from it. He's 2,400 gold away, so this could be a pretty interesting tool to just catch Liquid completely off guard. That instant disable that they're lacking on Na'Vi, if he can actually get away with getting it, could be pretty cool.
Let's see if they're prepared for this, though. Smoke time's coming in from Liquid.
I think Liquid's expecting a movement up here, looking for a fight, because they're the Tormentors back up, right? So, looks like they want to just check the area and then probably back away. Okay, they're going to take it as 3 and hunt with the other 2.
Sharp for Tofu. See if Nisha can get a quick catch here. Leading the way. Followed relatively close by Ace. They're trying to sort of wrap around him from both angles. So who gets the jump first? Ace will have to blink away. Nisha's going to look to try and go for the backlines. Gets him with the burst onto Zayat. With a second Astral Step, it's enough to pop him, but the Stampede comes out. They're going to go straight over towards Nisha. Soul might actually catch on to the 2. They got the juice. He's building up again. Another massive Static Link. He's taken Nisha down. He's going to try and stand his ground against Mickey and Ace. It's enough to bring down Ace. They'll look to Mickey, but Mickey turns, takes out, got the juice. Now looks to move over towards Niku. The Golem's going to get dropped down onto the Invoker. Niku will fall 4 dead on Na'Vi. They try their best to make these moves, and you know what? They're bringing down 2 cores, but it still isn't enough to slow down this lead of Liquid, and not enough to tackle Mickey this time round. Level 24, nearly level 25 here on the Kez.
It's feeling like that 1 core versus 4 almost, because even Boxy is kind of this core. Got the Juice has to get so much done. He did get that full link, which was pretty beautiful, but right afterwards, Mickey turns up to that high ground.
See how much damage Mickey's going to be able to do here before the respawns come in. With the tier 3 at least. I mean, coming in from the side, PMA's got eyes on them. I mean, they're going to try to make the jump. They get the chance to get the wraparound, open up with the Who Stomp into the bushwhack. Good force for side, dodges the sharpshooter, but Mickey is super low. Gets the ult, there's the heal. Oh. Mickey able to stand his ground, gets the Raptor dance off, and now he's ready to potentially pick up more. PMA has to run. Niku will turn with the Deafening Blast, double kill for Mickey as PMA ticks out to the damage from him. Dust is upon Niku and Boxy. He's in with the gap closed, jumps in. They get their hands on the Invoker. Triple kill for Mickey. It was a good effort there. They nearly burst him, but they couldn't quite. Raptor Dance comes off. Massive heals for him. He's back on with the push. Now backed up by the rest of Liquid, coming in with the respawns. It's the mid-rack's gone. Top rack's in trouble as well.
It was what, 1% HP, and he killed the Bog. He got that Raptor Dance off, got the immunity. Mickey, just too damn strong. Nisha may be sacrificing himself a couple times there, but Mickey, he's showing why he's the true carry on this Kez.
See if Na'Vi can go for that one final attempt at a hold.
Final chance.
The base in a lot of trouble. They're coming in with the smoke, but still 10 seconds without Niku. And PMA dead for 30. Can they do something crazy here with the three of them? They're going to try. There's the Soul Bind. BKB forgot the juice. He's trying to close in. He's going to get caught by the stun. The Bash is coming into play. He just can't do anything here. They have the full control on him. He's dead. And this game, it's over. GG's called. Liquid looking terrifying here in this game 3. Na'Vi, they tried their best, but they were 20k down, 30k down towards those last moments. They couldn't do anything to slow them down there, Fogged, at the end of the day. Liquid, they had this one in the bag from pretty early stages of this game.
Yeah, honestly, this one felt like a bit of a draft issue.
Wow.
Not just because of like these plays, but they didn't really have anything. Once the lanes went bad, they had nothing to really rally around, right? These double supports, they wanted to play with their offlaner, but their offlaner is like 3k net worth, and the Invoker's having a tough time. So it's really just the Razor who's having a good game, and they don't have anyone that can just like initiate fights or break this movement that's happening from Liquid. While Liquid is free farming on, I mean, we'll say, well, free farming in 2 cores. Ace was just kind of chilling on his side, but Boxy was just running rampant over the map. So Na'Vi probably having to fix a few things here in this upcoming next one.
Yeah, Boxy, honestly, the Tusks, the Clockworks, and the Marcies, he just absolutely destroys the game. He just completely breaks the game.
Completely took over, yeah.
Like, he is everywhere, and it just makes so much space for Mickey to pop off as he does. You know, we saw it before when Mickey gets this crazy Battle Fury timing. He just gets insanely farmed. Nobody can keep up with him. But what a game 3 there from Liquid. The series now standing 2-1 with Liquid in the lead.
Yes, indeed, Liquid in the lead now 2-1, and pulling back after that Game 2 loss. Game 2 obviously didn't go to plan. What did you guys say in the break to come back and win in such a dominant fashion?
I think we strayed off a little from our initial draft plan, and then also the game got like very chaotic. I think there was like, I mean, some misdecision, chaos and team fights a bit. We threw the game later when we attempted their high ground and were like not really on the same page. So I don't know, it was like in a way we played a good game, we threw it a little, we come back, mixed emotions, guys try to reset, take a deep breath. Like I enjoyed the game anyway. I think it was like really fun to play, probably also entertaining. And then I don't know, it's like a best of 3 from now on. Forget about this game, we play our next game, and it's all good.
Excellent. So these Na'Vi lads, they're very young. They're kind of unpredictable. What's it like playing against them? Because at times it feels like we think you've got the jump on them, and then they turn around and kill all of you. Like, how is it to play against them?
I'm not sure if it's related to age, but if you want to put it that way, maybe they're like a bit reckless, which like could lead into unpredictability. But they're just really good players.
They're really good players. So you guys, we cannot wait to see how this final concludes. Tofu, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Over to the panel.
Oh, well, we appreciate Tofu taking the time with Pyrian to give us some inside thoughts mid-series. It's very rare that we get to have that. And he's talking about that, yeah, it is a best of 5, but when you go 1 apiece, you get to treat it a bit more like a best of 3. And it really did feel like that there was that reset for them. Of course, they had the learning lessons when it came to draft, but in terms of gameplay, it was just as clean as game number 1.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to put a caveat to that, but just as clean.
this game was hard to watch for most of it, honestly. Na'Vi kind of just got routed everywhere, all the time. It was almost no stopping. It felt like.
I mean, it's just... go ahead. I mean, it's like Liquid get double wisdoms. We're going to watch them kill through the mid lane with Nisha. And then sure, there's like the odd stun strike here, but Mickey consistently getting off his ultimates on the cares. Like, it just felt like Liquid had the map play, had the moves, and Na'Vi, you've got very static cores, right? Invoker, Razor, Central. They want to kind of hold their lane, hold their farm, and then get into the game, and it just didn't happen. So the good points from Na'Vi were the blunders from Liquid, rather than it truly being like a positive for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, he's kind of owning in like these games. Even the Quap game that they ended up losing, he's kind of popping off. Like his movement as well. I think here in the Kez game and like his spell usage, you can just see it. Like in all these clips, same with, you know, Boxy on the Marcy and Nisha. And we talk about these players over and over again. It's like one of the reasons I personally don't like this X-Sword Invoker pick. Like I think you're playing into Liquid, and obviously it's not about draft, but obviously it's important like to talk about, you know, the Bad Rider versus Razor trade in the draft. Is it good for you? We've now seen it 2 times. Bad ended up winning 2 times back to back. So that's one thing you should consider. And the other thing too, you know that Liquid, if they can play through Nisha, and if Boxy has a good lane and he can go to this lane, which he did over and over and over again, I think this is how Liquid win most of their games. So if you're Na'Vi, you need to make at least a small switch up for the next game.
I mean, there is one constant, at least for Na'Vi, right? And he's got the juice. He's finding the net worth on the carry. He's finding his way to like stamp his authority in every game. I think the problem is like it's just not consistent from the other roles, right? There's been the question mark on PMA and his hero in the first game, and then you have like Niku going into Invoker in this game. It's like I feel like they're not, even when they like Na'Vi aren't having average games. It's either they're having a bad game or a good game. Like I feel like if they just stepped up slightly, then maybe you can enable Got the Juice. But again, it's just too much variables in Na'Vi gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure if this offlane from PMA and Zayats is like 100% due to heroes or if how much gameplay is involved, but this Warlock is clearly the problem. They lost the safe lane before as well. They just got some comeback kills, and I think they just can't survive against these lanes. Like and it's honestly the biggest problem in this game because mid is going bad and they counterpick themselves, which to me is like XD. You picked Invoker into Void Spirit. That's not great, but the other side, you pick the Centaur blind. We were picking it as like your stronghold here. We think we can pick this blind. They can't counter it. Clearly, they definitely can. And for me, you need something actually solid that can't be countered because a lane like this is not Dota. You can't keep having this double wizard happen.
Yeah, I feel like the only like stronghold lane they had, well, it was their safe lane. You talk about Got the Juice. He's been performing also very well, I think, in this series. But like you're saying, and that's also another reason why I think the Exort Invoker just isn't as good. Like you want to play off of like winning lanes. Sure, you can play off of Razor Grimstroke. I think he got 1 like Sunstrike kill in that lane. But your offlane, you're getting kind of clapped. So I think there's just a lot of things that aren't like that isn't making it much easier for Na'Vi when it comes to the gameplay. Because I mean, we've seen it. Like if Liquid get off to a good start, and they absolutely did in this game, they're just running you over.
I mean, to try and find a positive for Na'Vi for the Invoker, it's like when you do have Grimstroke utilizing Inkswell and you have a Centaur in another lane, like there is an argument that there is going to be aggression from Liquid matched with a stun to then get hit with a Sunstrike, right? But the problem is it was like only like the odd Batrider kill. It wasn't like constant Sunstrike oppression. It wasn't as if Liquid was falling into this trap. And meanwhile, you then had Niku who was getting ganked as well. So it's like the Sunstrikes weren't really connecting. You were getting pressured. I fully agree. It's just like, it just felt like a vibes pick based on game 2 rather than actually being good for this game.
Do you know what then Niku really needs to do for Na'Vi?
Tell me.
Huh?
He needs to have an out of left field pick for himself. It's been too stable. Ember mid and then 2 Invoker games. Bring back like the Kez or the IO, something funky. Maybe not so much the Dazzle. I don't want to get Quinn worked up
Please.
here. But
that's one step too high.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
No, I mean, I fully agree.
Yeah, I just think when you see an Invoker game go this way, it's like, yes, maybe you're not able to necessarily go toe for toe on Nisha. When it comes to the laning phase, you look for the Sunstrikes down in the side lanes, hoping to give yourself a little bit extra. But when it goes that bad, you have to go, okay, I want to go back to my roots. Yeah, I'm an okay Invoker player, but we can try and catch them off guard.
I just think it's like also one of his strengths is that like when he sees a matchup, he can like kind of own it and like find the hero that he wants. I think you could have looked for like maybe a DK or a Death Prophet, like insert whatever hero. I just preferred more when you see something and it's good for you and you also stop what the enemy wants to do at the same time. Like Liquid, Nisha wants a good lane, Boxy wants to go there, they want to make that happen. Of course, I don't want to only talk about, you know, they lost because they picked Invoker, because there's so much more. You're in the grand final, you can win with whatever draft you have. But the gameplay on the other sides, it also needs to be stepped up.
Yeah, Hoodwink could also be higher level. That's one thing.
True.
There. Next point.
I was going to say we should focus on Liquid, right? Because it is one of those things, it is always easier to pick apart what teams have done wrong for themselves. But on the other side, I really want to lift up Liquid right now. You know, they're 1 game up in a best of 5, 1 game away from lifting that Blast Slam trophy. And it was so much more that was going right for them. I did say it was a clean game, again, with a caveat. We'll get to that, okay? But everything else around that was so good. We've praised this team multiple times on how they're able to utilize the map for themselves, how they're able to make it feel like this map is half the size of what it actually is.
Yeah, I just think Liquid, once they have like a good grasp on the game, like I just want people to pay attention how they're moving. You know, they have very good vision, and now they're moving towards bottom. And you can see Mickey, he's going up to go to the gate so he can connect bottom. Ace at the same time is immediately pushing in the bottom side. So they're always playing with like this 3-man ball, you know, Nisha with the 2 supports, and then the other 2 cores, they act accordingly. If they have to back off, the other guy can push in, but here at this point, they can all come together to this play, and it's like everyone is protected. They also have lane wards, they have insanely good vision, so suddenly there isn't really a good play for Na'Vi other than trying to dodge, and if your best play is like just dodging the opponent, it is just about, you know, it's just a matter matter of time until you get picked off somewhere. So I think Liquid's map play, it's just the best thing that this team has going for them.
Yeah, the problem in that clip as well is like the Marcy was what, 800 gold below. I didn't actually read it, my glasses aren't that good. And like he was so close to the Centaur, right? So it's like the fact is, not only did they win the lane, they're making all these map plays. Marcy's about to overtake Centaur through this map aggression, through finding the kills. And often like when you have aggressive map play, the trade-off is a core in the enemy team who isn't getting ganked will be able to recover their farm. But I never felt like Centaur was able to recover because like one guy dies, and guess what, Liquid? They're now on the other side of the map again. So do not let Boxy be this conductor. Like when on the clocks, the Earthspirits, the Tinys, the Marcys, he feels like he's always just leading his team through Nisha as well, through, you know, Tofu's rallying behind that as well. Like they are so scary when they hit this rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can really see the impact of these lanes going bad and the supports are so free. I think that's one of the things Liquid did really well this game is they're bringing both subs to mid and they're killing around Nisha. They've done it a million times before and they will do it a million times again. And it will keep working unless you do well enough in your side lanes that your supports can also come mid and help your mid player. Because whenever you just let them ransack you like this, Niku is he's just AFK farming for a really long time. Nisha, we all know this guy. We all know what he's capable of. You can't be giving him free lanes. We talked about it. He counterpicked himself, and I think whether it's hipster or not for his next hero,
shut this guy down.
If you've got the last pick, figure out something different with the bans, because I think we saw similar bans from both the early bans and the later ones, and I think Navi maybe a little bit inexperienced. They sort of just expected the same thing will happen, and I think drafts rarely go that way. When you try to run it back after you just won a game, well, the enemy is going to adapt. They know that stuff wasn't good for them, so they're going to change things, tweak stuff, and they kind of just walk back into what Liquid changed. I think Liquid made very good changes, but Navi a little, I don't know, disrespectful maybe, and place it, yeah.
I mean, they wanted to try like the Razor Bat, I think maybe from the other side. Obviously, you know, it didn't really work out, but I do think it's an easy swap for the next game. And again, we are in like a BO5 scenario. You know, you have room to try some things, but in the next game, I think it just has to be like a mixture, you know, not just draft or not just the gameplay. Like try to talk about both, kind of like be clean about what are you prioritizing. And I do think it comes down a lot to the two supports and Nisha, like how they get to interact. Because if they can do it freely, I think that's like when Liquid look at their absolute prime form.
Yeah, we'll talk about that draft in a little bit because there are a lot more variables that are going to go into it with some of the information we have, but we got to talk about how it wasn't necessarily a clean game from Liquid, despite the fact I'm throwing that word around. I did say that caveat, and we're going to rewatch it and talk about it a little bit here because Liquid just really going all in when they didn't have to.
Yeah, this is a rare mistake, I think, from Nisha, first of all, getting caught out with no spells up in the base like that, gets stuck on this goofy little wall. And then I think after this, the fact that Liquid don't just reset, they re-engage here, they make it runs in, full force, whole hog, and they just dive the base. And this bit is maybe somewhat reasonable, but they continue to go further and further and further and further and further, all the way up until the base, behind the throne. And this is the kind of stuff that I think if the game is slightly closer will cost you. We've talked about Navi making these kinds of mistakes all the time. And Liquid, apparently, they're no stranger to them either.
They got Navi-fied.
Yeah, this is the Navi effect. Like, you have this happen to you in a series, you're like, we're going to do it back to them, we're going to show it how it's done. No, you're not. It's just not good. Don't do it.
I mean, there's even one cooler thing in that clip as well, right? Like, you know the late dust from Boxy? We actually have his POV. So when they're going for the dive, right? Like, with the utilization of Glimmer near the base, you're like, someone's going to clutch up by that dust. Boxy, he thinks about that early on. He does open the shop during the dive, but then when he has the shop open, he misclicks. He actually buys a Morbid mask rather than a dust. So then after that, he has to buy the dust, sell the Morbid, then use the dust. So the reason why it was late wasn't because he just thought about it too late. He just misclicked and then decided to sell the Morbid pre-dust. So again, all the small things in Dota, we wouldn't have seen that if we didn't have that beautiful camera POV. But again, if he bought the dust, didn't misclick, maybe the Razor dies, maybe the dive's kind of hype, but cool. Little addition to that clip.
No, that was fantastic. Can you alter what's in the book? By the way, I've never once altered my Dota shop.
Yes, that line you can technically alter.
Today I learned.
I mean, you can alter that line, and you can obviously alter what's in like your actual shop.
So that part I did know.
Yeah, like the early game, mid game, late game, whatever.
Yeah, that part I knew, but I did not know about that little. Just been a support play for too long.
I haven't changed that bar, so.
Yeah, I've never needed to. I've never needed to what, like hot buy a Morbid mask myself before.
I rate the fact that in that moment his mind was like, oh my god, I don't want Morbid mask, rather than just using the dust, you know? Like, it's like we're talking about like a 0.1 second decision, right? But still, it's so cool. I think Boxy is one of the few people that constantly thinks about things, because like, again, with his Tranquil Boots, he had Tranquil Boots this entire game. Oh, sorry, for the first like 15, he disassembles, keeps using, he disassembles, then he buys Phase Boots. Like, he is one of the players that I think thinks about his inventory a lot more than other people, where they might be a bit more stagnant with what's happening in there.
It's also, I think it's a good trade like for the role. I think you cannot be a good position 4 player if you're not using like every single second of the game like in a good way. I think even like if I think about like when Saxa played Slark post forward, it's the heroes like about a lot of small things. Where can you deward? It's nighttime here, you're walking here, you're blocking this camp, you're throwing a sentry into something else. So I do think it comes with his role.
Yep.
I mean, I think especially when you're playing these melee heroes and you're someone who's like played them for a long, long time, where you're standing and positioning yourself in aggressive areas for the enemy, like taking vision not only with your wards but with your body, like there is like time is money. Like you're not getting gold anywhere, so you need to be using your time because that's the only gold you got.
Yeah, and that's probably why he sold the Morbid Mask. He's like, I can't be wasting gold.
He knows he's about to die. He doesn't want to lose, have to sell it for half when he spawns. That's going to be like
You can't blame
sad.
him, right? He's definitely min-maxing over there. And our best of 5 is going to keep on giving because there's a whole nother game that we get to watch and dissect. But that's going to be happening after this break.
Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? Yes.
Pineapple on pizza? Yes. Why no? Yeah. Why no?
Oh, pineapple on pizza, yes or no? Listen to me, I have a lot of Italian friends who've been to Italy. You do not put pineapple on pizza. If you do, you cannot show your face in Italy. That's the end of it. Nah.
Yeah, it's a necessity. It's the best contrast in the world.
Why not? I'm sweet.
No. But I don't judge.
We have some very hot information. These are official Valve facets that they've proposed. These are 100% genuine facets, don't peek. And these won't get put in the game if you don't approve them. Just wanted your opinion on them. We didn't make these up at all, I promise. This is the first one. Record Scratch, this is Disruptor. Kinetic field pauses all projectiles inside it, and when the field expires, the projectiles resume.
I like this one. He's also support hero. It's gonna fit me.
Doesn't seem like busted. It could be like a facet in the game.
It could be.
It could work, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, some like special like moments.
You can do some cool stuff with Ghost Scepter and this, right? It would make playing range carries pretty annoying.
This actually can be OP, because then you can time items after it. You can time a Ghost Scepter. You can save your team. I think you can just end the game, right, with this thing. Like, you buy Octarine and then you're like, guys, let's go here.
The problem is the kinetic field has like a 1 second spawn timer.
Right.
So you can't really ever get any use of this.
It will be like trenches, you know? Yeah. Like, go here, let's go up. Boom, more, boom, until you get to the Ancient.
Final bargain. This is Warlock. This is my favorite, and you're a support player, so you'll like this. You can sacrifice an allied hero to instantly refresh all of your cooldowns.
Busted. But it sounds fun.
It would be so funny.
But insane, also insane pub grief.
I would love to sacrifice allies.
I mean, once again, everyone would just do this and grief each other all the time. But probably a bit too strong, I would say, because if people are about to die and you sacrifice them, does that count as a deny?
Big deny.
Or you like saving?
Yeah.
You can do that for late game. Just sacrifice your position 5.
Exactly.
Imagine. There is fight.
Yeah.
Your guy is dying.
Yeah.
Like you see he's dead. You just like eat him.
Just eat him.
Sacrifice. Yeah. Then you have like you refresh yourself and you like deny your guy.
Some of the players have been saying that would actually be too good because you could just pick someone that was near death, and it's like a perfect deny on that hero.
Oh, you're thinking? Oh, I was thinking like how to grief my team. Right. I was not thinking like how to actually use it.
Who are you sacrificing?
I don't know. Usually the position 5 for sure.
Just the 5? Yeah.
Whoever is pissing you off though.
All right, reverse timeout. This is Weaver. When Weaver dies, all other heroes are reverted to their position, health, mana from 4 seconds earlier. So when he dies, the whole game winds back 4 seconds.
Whew. Sounds very chaotic.
When you're holding position on other hero, then your Weaver dies, then you're gonna waste your good position.
I don't see it being in the game because, you know, too much chaos is not for Dota, I guess. But
And then you can sacrifice yourself.
And just wind it.
Yeah. It could be interesting. Imagine like again you blink in and sacrifice yourself.
Not only your team, you can also help your enemies. It's no.
No.
This is I can't even imagine like trying to balance this one.
Yeah.
I'm thinking you could kill yourself to save your friends then. I don't know if you would bring them back from death.
Oh yeah. Exactly
did.
where they were 4 seconds ago.
So that you could you can kill yourself as Weaver. Just jump into the black hole.
Yeah.
If it's globally, I could like sit in rush pit with armlet, wait for my carry to get jumped, and then I would just have like a global save.
Would people
kind of.
do that?
Yeah.
Dragon Knight, this is deep pockets. He gains an extra inventory slot.
What is it with you people in inventory slots? Like the game is just balanced around like a finite amount of inventory slots.
I think it needs to be like from tier 4 tower. Maybe then it could work. Like, but this is too much.
This cannot make it really. This is too broken.
You think a 9-slotted DK is broken?
DK, like, it's kind of a busted hero right now. Like, you see this DK scaling to like level 25 has like 70 armor. If he has 3 more slots, yeah. Good luck.
We didn't think about this, but like when you get this facet, you lose the other facet. So like these you're gonna lose like the OP part of DK, which is the part that he takes towers.
It's broken, but I think it can be fun to have something that scales on towers,
fun.
like the Pugna one.
I would say I don't like this one.
I would love to play this. Give this to me, please.
I'll pass that on to Valve.
Yeah.
That's a shame. They were very keen on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we've got 2 storied teams here. We've got Liquid and Na'Vi. So I want to go back in time. You've been watching Dota a long time?
A very long time.
Very long time. I want you to think, pick a team, pick Na'Vi or Liquid. Which moment do you think is the most famous moment, the most memorable moment for that team?
Liquid Miracle double damage rune on TI. Yeah, that's probably the most memorable one.
That's a good one. That's a good one. We're going to move down the queue. Thank you. See who else we got here. Young man, can I ask you a question? We've got 2 teams. We've got Liquid and Na'Vi in the final here, obviously. Pick a team and pick the most memorable moment you can think of for those teams. You can pick one.
I think maybe this Friday when Liquid beat Falcons. That was a big one, yeah.
That was very memorable. I enjoyed that one. Thank you, sir. All right, let's keep going. Can I ask you a quick question? Yeah, sure. So we got Liquid, we got Na'Vi. They've got long histories, these teams. Pick a moment for either of those teams that you think was like, man, that was just the best Liquid moment, or that was the most memorable Na'Vi moment.
Once Na'Vi figured out that if you hook from the bush and the IO went you on the fountain, you go straight away there.
The fountain hook, that was memorable. That was memorable. Let's do another person. Hello, can I ask you a question? Wait, haven't I already asked you a question?
Me, yeah.
Well, you know, whatever.
For the camera.
Pick Na'Vi or Liquid. I want you to pick a moment from those teams' histories, the most memorable moment you can think of for one of those teams.
I think Liquid winning TI 2 years ago, 3-0 against Gaimin, was like the most dominant Liquid run ever, so probably that.
That's a good shout. That's a good shout. Let's find one more person. Hello, sir. Can I ask you a quick question? So, we got Na'Vi, we got Liquid. I want you to pick a memorable moment for either team, the most memorable you can think of for Na'Vi or for Liquid. Not just this series, but all time.
The whole time, I think, when the Na'Vi won the TA.
Na'Vi winning TI.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. That's a good one. All right, well, lots of memorable moments. Let's see if these teams can manufacture any more in the grand finale.
Well, I feel like they definitely have. Well, at least Liquid has, as they had a pretty memorable moment there in game number 3 when they pushed it a little bit too hard on the high ground push. But either way, I'm sure there's going to be many more moments because the game number 4 will be coming up for us soon. But what have you guys enjoyed the most so far about Blast Slam, would you say?
Probably the BO5 playoffs, I think.
Well, that's a real shame.
What a segue.
Unlock.
Let's go,
Catcher. Let's
We're
go.
going to talk about the fact that Blast Slam 7
Keep it up, guys.
happening in Copenhagen. It's going to be returning back to Denmark. A lot of fun with the LAN playoffs June 4th to 7th. You can see it as well, the group stage and the last chance qualifiers happening just before that one. But there is also going to be a format change-up. So unfortunately, Kezu, your favorite part of the best of 5 playoffs, it's been changed around. We've got
Unlucky.
double elimination. We got the last chance qualifiers, best of 3s, but our group stage, I think, is the most notable change up, T.
Yeah, we're giving a break for the teams. You know, best of 5, they're a lot of effort.
You can't do it every time.
Exactly, right? But week 1, what I care about, these best of 1s with no elimination, boring. They turn up, they play like 11 games, and they get to play this like best of 3, and they survive. No more. The bottom 2 teams, you're not good enough. Get out of here. We don't want you at Slam. So we have elimination in the group stage, and to me, that's my happy change. That's what I care for.
And it's also top 4 teams going to playoffs. So again, different words like the 4 going to playoffs, there's elimination. So then the last chance qualifiers also looks a little bit different too. But you'll just have to wait and watch when Blast Slam 7 comes around, because that's where all the action's going to be, even though there is still action to enjoy right now in Malta with our best of 5 continuing. So game number 4, some change-ups. You guys already talked about it. Hopefully trying to give Niku a better matchup against Nisha, or supports that can help him?
I think so, and I think prioritizing this Warlock a little bit higher as well. I think Ridius is very, very comfortable on this hero, and it has caused them massive problems in the lane the past couple of times on Na'Vi. So to me, up the priority on that a little bit. Don't do this Razor Batrider trade, and just try something new. It's game 4. I think you got to mix it up a little bit. Don't run back into the same mess.
But if they do the trade, like at least don't do Hoodwink out of phase in second, right? Like I think just delete that hero from your thoughts. Take the Warlock that you mentioned, and I'd be a lot happier. I've not seen Hoodwink so far at Slam be like, wow, it's that impactful hero. Like there was an era where teams like BB and Falcons and Tundra would just lock it in as early as possible because you know it can do everything in the game. But right now, it doesn't have the same impact. I'm not really vibing with the hero. I think that pick then kind of put them in this kind of crumbling position where the draft integrity just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with both of you. I mean, I don't really want to see this trade of the Razor Bat. I think just go for something like maybe new and more clean if you're Na'Vi for the next game. Like to me, it's like the offlane, you have PMA versus Mickey. I think Mickey in the series has generally, you know, he came out on top, especially with the Kez in the last game. And then you have Niku versus Nisha in the mid lane. Like, help each other out. I think build on something better where you can protect each other, play with each other a bit more, and like have better matchups like overall that you can then play on afterwards. Because I think the last game, it was just not that easy. And I think we all know that Liquid right now, they're in a very good form. If they have a playable draft or good lanes, they will run back what they did last game.
One good thing to take away from Na'Vi, right? When they beat Yandex, they still were 2 games down in the series. Like they were able to have these conversations, understand the problems, and then fix them. So I feel like Na'Vi have proven that they don't just crumble inside a best of 5. That is the biggest question that we have for any team in this format, especially for Na'Vi. Because they had that top 2, we just didn't know what they were like in best of 5s. This roster, this organization does not appear in best of 5s. So again, I feel like they've kind of shown that, and I really am hoping to see that change up.
Yeah, I mean, the more we see from them, the more I honestly respect these guys. I think they're super fun to watch. They're really passionate about the game, and they're also like, you can see it on the cams, like they're not stressed at all. Like they're kind of just vibing and hanging out. This Niku guy looks like he's having a walk in the park. Not like he's about to play a best of 5. I don't think this guy's felt stressed a day in his life is the way it looks, and I think that's very commendable, and I think it's just cool to watch people who are just in their element, genuinely enjoying the game. I think they actually really, really love Dota. You hear it from people. These guys eat, breathe, and sleep this game, and so I think, you know, watching them actually see the fruits of their labor and be in a best of 5, that's a treat.
Yeah, because it's all about how you frame it, right? It's you're on stage in front of a crowd playing a best of 5 to win the tournament. But the other way you can say it is you're on a stage in front of a crowd getting to play a best of 5, right? If this is all you love and eat, breathe, whatever you were just saying there, Quinn, it is definitely in their element. And I want to focus up on the draft as it will be starting pretty soon. One of the big key things here is Liquid is going to have first pick again. So in game number 2, they had it. They overlooked the bat, took the Razor. Game number 3, they were first to pick. This time around, they went for the bat. And so I do wonder how big of a change up are these bans going to be? Do you really want to have that bat Razor exchange again? Is that potentially the way Liquid wins the grand final?
I hope they don't do that. I think that would be very bad for Na'Vi.
Good advice.
And I also don't think they will. I think oftentimes when you lose to a hero, it's just nice to just switch. We'll lose to something else if we're going to lose, but we're not going to keep running back into the same thing. I've made that mistake before, and you feel very silly after. And so see why I think he's learned the lessons from those finals we lost together, and they're going to fix that, and they're going to play against something different.
It's just nice to, I think, get into like a new game. Like you've now seen the trade twice, like it's fine. You know, you had your chance to play it from both sides. It didn't really work out. Just do something new. I think especially that, like also when you're down, like you want to take it one game at a time. Don't put yourself in like some deja vu. You're playing against the same hero. You just lost to twice. So just do something different.
But if they do give away the Batrider, I feel like there's at least a clear path to fixing the second phase, and maybe having the predictability of that might help Na'Vi have some comfort. So I fully agree with you, but I could see a world in which they want to have some knowledge kind of already given to them.
Yeah, and there's a lot of theory that we can throw at the wall in hopes of trying to predict what Liquid and Na'Vi will do for themselves in game number 4. But instead of that, let's just get the answers as we get our game 4 draft underway. We're going to see how our draft plays out. Again, Liquid with the first pick here, but also the advantage in a best of 5. They're 1 game away from winning Blast Slam 6. And is that going to be a surmountable amount of pressure on them where we see them play differently? Is this draft going to have a couple of unexpected bans as I'm looking at the bans for themselves in the first phase? The Nature's Prophet is what is now put to the side, put back into the pool, and it's the Kez that's taken out from Na'Vi.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet was the biggest question mark ban, I think, so far in the entire series. No other team has done it. Na'Vi, coming into the best of 5, started doing this. Of course, I think they're protecting their safe lane with both Jakiro and Kez, but they do give away the Bat Rider, which means they do have access to other options like Razor. They don't go for that. Instead, they just go straight away for the Tiny.
Very interesting. This sort of begs the question, are you forcing Liquid to then ban it second phase? Maybe you don't care too much about it. If you're taking this Tiny, that means you feel like you have enough cores you can pick there on the pick out the phase, that it's enough. And also, you maybe force Liquid to waste a ban on it, so there's some advantage there. But apparently, they just feel it's too important. And I think, I mean, at least he's not playing Hoodwink, so I'm honestly not too opposed to it. I think Zayat's kind of owned in the other Tiny games, even though they lost one of them, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, I do like that Liquid stick to the first pick Bat Rider and they don't just jump on the Nature's Prophet. I think they would have had a bad trade where you first pick Nature's Prophet and you give Na'Vi the Bat Rider. I think it's still a hero that Liquid can look towards in the next phase if Na'Vi don't take it out. I mean, Na'Vi prioritize, you know, taking out the Birdman, which should help PMA with his offlane picks. I guess he doesn't have very good matchups into this hero. You know, like most of the heroes he wants to play, like the Mars, the Centaur. I think these are still heroes that Na'Vi could look towards in the next phase.
I just feel like Na'Vi need to take the Warlock out of phase. If it's not banned here, when you look at Riddy's hero pool, like the easiest heroes that rotate in towards mid lane, it's the Warlock when you have the Grimoire charges, or it's the Disruptor. Disruptor's getting banned by Liquid in every game, so it's only really Warlock is his active hero. And the rest of them kind of want to play more into the lane.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with the sentiment about the offlane heroes against Kez. Mars, Centaur, both these heroes just got way, way more pickable. So that 16-17 got a lot easier, which I think is a big part of why their draft fell apart last game, is the 16-17 just getting massively punished by Birdman.
So out of phase, of course, we're talking about Warlock. You just mentioned Mars again because of the Kez. So which one would you value higher for Na'Vi to take, if it is going to be between those two heroes?
I would say not Mars out of phase, not with Tiny anyway.
So they do go for the Warlock.
I mean, this already does give them a lot better like team fight, I would say, compared to the other games. I wonder like how Liquid want to go about this. Obviously, Bat Rider, I think he's fine like in that type of lane. Do they want to like look for more dispels? Do they like want to do some swapperoo where you could look also for like a Darkseer later and maybe Bat Rider can play support? Or do you just want to keep playing in the offlane? It's looked good in the other games. He can still buy good items against the Warlock. So I'm just kind of curious how Liquid want to respond to it.
Yeah. I feel like if there ever was a time where Liquid would change things, it's when they see a hero to dispel and to pick Largo, right? Yep. It's the Largo plus support. Now Tofu takes it 5 again, like you were talking about. So
it is definitely an option. I just feel Bat Rider not on core is just so incredibly mediocre, and it's so powerful in core that it's like there's so many. Like Matu once said, like you don't counter a good hero with a bad hero, and I feel like that is very much the case.
I actually forgot that this hero kind of slipped through. This one is quite good. I definitely like it, like with bad. I think that's also something else. Obviously, Na'Vi had to choose, you know, between one or the other. Obviously, you know, they want Warlock with a bit more, like, help themselves with the team fight. But Liquid, they'll be very happy with the SD themselves.
Ooh. Okay, so it's definitely offlane Bat Rider.
Yeah.
And this is a lot of skirmish. It's a lot of fight. It's a lot of heroes that are pretty good against Warlock. Warlock generally likes whenever you have clunkier heroes who are sort of committing into an area. You can drop the rock and then chase them down. These heroes are all over the place. It's chaos, and it's a lot of heroes that have mobility or ways to sort of get rid of his garbage. So I think they've done a pretty good job picking against this Warlock, and I'm not sure if Riddy's will have the same impact as we have seen from some of the other Warlocks.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid have pretty much some of the best heroes at poking out spells between Bat Rider and Earth Spirit, and it's like one wrong golem, one wrong kind of initiation from a Tiny, and then the rest of the picks from Liquid, still Nisha and Mickey's hero, will be able to capitalize on that to try and break the fight.
I mean, I would like some double pick of like Mars Weaver, maybe. I do think it's a very good Mars game, like locking Bat Rider down, especially when this hero rushes Boots of Bearing. Same for like SD and Earth Spirit, like once these guys are in, even if there's a disruption, you lock them down. Obviously, you will have to run a Mars Tiny dual offlane, which, isn't the strongest, but you did take out the Kez. And I think also you most likely know the Bad Rider is the offlaner. I think you should lock in your Got the Juice hero here.
But is that where Liquid already have kind of punished Na'Vi because of the position 5 Shadow Demon, right? Like you can just follow the Tiny, you disrupt him. When he goes to wave pool, you're going to lose aggro on the creeps. It's going to be really just annoying to play the 4 melee bro kind of laning phase.
It's just, I think it's not easy to find a lot of offlaners here that you'll be happy with to play blind into like a Liquid pick. So I think you might just like, you take like the semi-L to help yourself more with like the mid-team team fighting.
Yeah. And to be fair, whenever you look at Na'Vi, this type of draft is the one that you want to see them with every single time, right? Like the lanes are, you know, going to go average, even, and they always have forms of fight. This is where I think they've just been missing it a couple times in the grand final so far.
I still need to see these next few picks. Like I am still worried that there's the potential they get ransacked in lanes again and run over. Niku Puck is always a good sign, and Puck it's a pretty good Puck game. I don't think 4 Earth Spirit has some good elements against Puck, but it's not the end of the world, and you've got a lot of help on your side. You've got Warlock, Heal, and Mars to sort of disrupt things. Same thing with Tiny. So I can see why they pick it. He's very comfortable on it. I think this probably carry DK, to be honest. And they last, like I think mid DK is just not very good, to be honest. I think carry DK is much better, and DK is also one of the best carry heroes against Mars.
I mean, it helps that Mars doesn't really apply kill threat. So now DK, also kind of tanky, so you're going to be fine there. And now Shadow Demon doesn't feel bad. Like if he has to TP and make moves on the map, saving from a potential coil gank where it's like Tiny plus Puck, it's not as if your carry is now left on an island and dying as well. It's like, it kind of simplifies the moves from Tofu. It kind of takes away some of that.
I do think that the drafting from second pick is actually pretty interesting, because if you look at the bans from Na'Vi, if you don't ban Kez in the first phase, you wouldn't have the Husker ban in the second phase. And I think this Mars Puck 16-17 is just illegal, and you can kind of lose on the spot to one of them being picked on 18.
Yeah.
I think it's like the future investment bans is actually very interesting. And I think also if you're first pick now, you used to have the ban like out of phase. When you pick the hero on 23, you don't really have that anymore either. So I do think like drafting has gotten like even more interesting than it used to be.
Yeah, it was definitely way too first pick sided, and second pick you kind of just had to take your lumps and get beat up. Whereas now I think at second pick you have like more chances to do things and actually potentially win the draft. Last pick, I mean, it's interesting to me that they've got the juice for last pick. I think every other game they've been giving it to Niku, and this time they're just saying, yeah, you know what, screw it, Nisha, you can have your matchup. And we believe Niku is so good at Puck that it doesn't matter, which I think is possible is the case. I think this is by far his most comfortable hero, but there is still stuff in the pool. There's Beastmaster, there's Ember Spirit, both of these heroes very, very good against Puck.
Yeah, that's where I was kind of leaning towards. Just heroes that kind of just help with the chaos. Like Na'Vi, they have all the control in the world, but outside of the spells, I am a bit worried for the damage. I think God the Juice needs to kind of help connect that a bit. We've already looking at Liquid being a bit more kind of chaotic on the map. Sure, Na'Vi will eventually be able to play on their own timings, but that is one thing I am slightly scared of. Na'Vi need to play a very calm game. Like, offer up the aggression, be in the position, kill them at their own towers, and then just keep kind of being efficient on the map that way.
I mean, do you guys have a preference between the two? I think like Beast gives you maybe like a bit more like, you know, summons and like annoyance, and you have a slightly better lane, I would say, against the Puck, but I think Ember plays quite nicely into Navi's draft. Like even if there's a coil or a Mars Arena on you, you have some SD disruption behind you, you're super annoying for the supports.
Yeah. Beast like gives you the Roshan, Ember gives you the chaos on the map and the poke in the spells.
Yeah, I mean, I genuinely think both are fine. I'd probably pick Ember. It's not bad at Beast. Niche is good at both, so I honestly think it's a coin flip what he feels on the minute. I think there's also a possibility that he's got some secret third option that I haven't thought of, but very likely between one of those two. I'm more thinking about Got the Juice and how he runs this out. He's landing as Bat Rider. There's this interesting... I think this situation is pretty interesting where the enemy first picks a hero and you know where it is, but you still leave your carry for last.
I agree.
So you essentially let everyone else be counterpicked so that you can, even though you saw your lane at the very beginning, that you want the last pick. I think that's very interesting, and for me, this pick needs to be ownage because you sacrificed a lot to get there. Like you got counterpicked in both other lanes. Will it be enough? I don't know. Really?
I'm not a fan.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, you can't just say uh-oh and leave it at that.
I mean, it's Ursa against Shadow Demon, pretty bad. It's Ursa against Bat Rider, pretty bad. And I also think Ursa is pretty bad against Dragon Knight carry in a lot of the game. Eventually, I think it becomes fine, but I think there's big chunks where it's bad, and it's also bad against Ember. So I am not 100% sure why they picked it. Maybe they felt like they had no better options, but this is worrisome for me.
To me, it feels like Na'Vi, they're really happy with their team fight, and they felt like they were missing out on like the Tormentors, the Roshans, the ways to kind of control that 20-minute mark of the game, which is so crucial. But that's kind of about it for me. Like, of course, you get Battle Fury, Blink, and then Abyssal, and then you're always hunting. But yeah, it feels volatile. Sure, you can combo break a little bit, but yeah, with the SD pickup, with the fact that DK versus Ursa, as you go later into the game, DK doesn't really care as much. He can buy Satanic and kind of shrug off whatever Ursa does to him. To me, it just feels like Na'Vi is just looking at that kind of 20-minute mark of the game. And also, your carry player, the big shot caller, the voice of your team, he's asked for it, so you just have to trust him, I feel like, in this moment. Because for the draft, it doesn't feel like the best carry pick, but if he's confident on it, then we have to see what he can do.
Yeah, it gives you the follow-up damage into Puck and Mars, but I'm not a fan of this pick. I don't think it's good, so I will absolutely agree. I think it comes back to like the comfort and what they were kind of looking for. I think they ran out of options. I would say Liquid should be quite happy seeing the Bear come out as the last pick, because they have a lot of good answers, and I think with how they have played, they should have the upper hand in this game. But Na'Vi, I'm just looking for them to show me what they got. You know, have Nico put on a performance here on his puck. He's done it many times before, because I feel like they need to show some good individual performance.
No, I totally agree. I think this is a game where they need to stand out, focus on yourselves. Don't worry about the draft. Don't think about, oh, do we scale better? Any of these worries, these inhibitions. Put it all aside, play an individual excellent game, and let the Dota do the talking.
Well, look, Boxy Earth Spirit hasn't lost yet, T. Is that enough for you to be convinced on the Liquid draft?
I mean, Liquid are playing so well, and they've got so much comfort, right, on their heroes. And
yeah.
To be fair, Earth Spirit in the forward position, Boxy's like the only guy doing it, so that alone is a treat to watch, but forgot the juice. The Ursa, second highest win rate hero for him. So if you are asking for a player to be comfortable on a hero, then it is that, but yeah, we'll have to see if the comfort can shine.
Oh, for sure. Both sides really getting comfort, I would say. And before today, it had been a whole week since we had seen Batrider. He was definitely in the high priority list of being banned out. Now he's won the past 2 games that we've seen him in. Will he be the hero that enables Liquid to win Blast Slam 6?
Game 4 here in the Blast Slam 6 Grand Finals. Liquid currently up 2-1 against Na'Vi. Fogged, Game 4's draft. It's an interesting one, right? Liquid, they're getting quite a lot of the strong stuff. Na'Vi, they decide to end the lineup here with an Ursa. As the panel said, it's one of his best, but it's not an easy-looking Ursa game.
It's a very hard-looking Ursa game, in fact. Playing versus Shadow Demon, playing versus Bat. These are 2 of the harder heroes to play around. And an Earth Spirit, we have to actually count this one in. It's a hero that can allow people to get kited. You have a built-in silence. I don't know, this looks very difficult for Na'Vi. I think maybe what they were doing is they were kind of running low on options. And I think it's maybe just like, let's just pick Juice, a hero that he's very comfortable on.
Yeah.
And then let's just hope that Niku goes rampant. Because the puck, I think that's the one that I'm looking at. Even though it's not an easy puck game, then maybe he can do some kind of crazy stuff, but... Oh, and this feels very difficult for Na'Vi. I hope they got some interesting stuff planned out for this game.
Yeah, it was a tough game 3. It was a tough game 3. This game 4, let's see if Na'Vi can step it up and push it to the game 5.
Yeah, my worry really is that
but yeah,
it's double melee, right? Playing versus the Shadow Demon DK, so it's going to be free for them. Shadow Demon can prevent pulls very easily with Dust of Disruption or with Boots, which he has. It does feel like they've got all the boxes ticked for them. So for Na'Vi, let's see what they approach. PMA?
He's in trouble. They've got the disruption.
Is in trouble.
Ready to set up the body blocking. He's going to try and run down the river, but the blood grenade will be there. They close in on him, and it's going to be first blood for Mickey.
Well, that's the dream for Mickey. A lane that's already completely free for him, and now he's going to have whatever he wants to bring to start with, either boots, gloves, etc., whatever it is. Or bracer, we'll see. Yeah, that's crazy. See how they deal with the lane. Let's see how Zayat's... They pretty much said, like, Zayat is our playmaker, right? They first picked the Tiny, so they're putting a lot of confidence in him. Let's see if he can make some magic happen as well.
And this mid lane, Niku, he can't get tripped up right. It's not going to be an easy lane for him. He's against Nisha on the Ember Spirit. The CSing, the animation, the denies, they're going to be coming in from Nisha. Niku, he absolutely cannot afford to die in this 1v1. And the problem is that can happen, right? You know, an orb in the wrong position, you get caught by a chains. You can die in this matchup. Niku, this game, he cannot afford to lose his life early.
Yeah, and I think overall, you know, they were mentioning the Beastmaster plus Ember thing. We were even talking about the same thing, actually, me and you, about the picks. I think Nisha is looking, and there can be some damage issues in a way versus Ember. Even if they do catch him with everything, if he has Flame Guard on, there can be some situations where he can just survive versus that magical burst. So I do think that's probably what they wanted. And it's a backline piercer versus, you know, Warlock, so always feels like it has its merits. Riddies. Oh, Riddies might just be dead. He went to contest versus the Batrider, but that's usually a death sentence.
Yeah, he's not getting out of this. Maybe he can deny to the neutrals. Not gonna happen. Ace gets the last touch on him. Riddies goes down. It's bottom lane.
They're doing the...
Not quite. They tried to set up with some sort of burst, but nowhere near enough.
At least Juice is going to be getting pretty much free farm up here because of that lane setup and all that, but Riddies, he wants to contest versus the... It's very dangerous as a very immobile hero like Warlock versus Batrider.
That does give some space here to got the juice, though. Getting the CS pretty nicely so far in the lane, with sort of the focus being shifted elsewhere. Boxy will get the courier. Wasn't able to snipe that from Riddies.
Mick has missed a fair few of CS. He does have a big wave coming under him, so he'll catch up on them, but I saw him he actually just missed 2 under the tower there. So a couple missed last hits.
Be careful, Mick. We're watching.
I'm watching. It should still be free for him anyway. There's no way they can...
It's going to get easier and easier for him down here.
Yeah.
Especially with Tofu at the side, able to pump out pretty significant damage here on the Shadow Demon to start zoning both of PMA and Zayat. Mid lane, though, so far so good from Niku. Keeping up with the CS of Nisha on the Ember Spirit.
He's the one to watch for me.
Yeah, not a bad start at all. Anytime you're able to sort of... Yeah. I mean, it's how do they... Are they going to have any sort of rotation coming? Can you kind of get an early support move?
PMA? It'll be okay. I don't know if Na'Vi really wants to break their lanes. I think they're probably just going to keep them like this. The Batrider is not really pressuring the Ursa, which I would say Navi's happy about that.
Mid lane, Nisha. Niku's going to get a jump on him. He's going to turn with the Sleight of Fist. He is bottling up, so we'll be fine there.
Pushing the limits. Niku is doing, I mean, amazing in the matchup. 20 and 6 to the 20 and 3 rotations.
They're able to get in on top of Riddies again. Got the juice, trying to see if he can find something in return here, but cannot fight in underneath the Firefly. Third kill here for Liquid. And mid lane, Niku is going to have to take the walk back to base.
That hurts a bit for him after such a good start that he's had. Top also, this is a lane that you have to be very careful in as this Ursa and Warlock, even though we're mentioning Juice is free farming. Got to be careful with positioning always versus Bat. There's always going to be the kill threat if Boxy sees the angle for a kickback.
On this bot lane, just having to eat through constant regen. That was the last of the tangos there from PMA. So, yeah, very unlikely to see these two do anything to be able to slow down Mickey in the laning stage. And if anything, they've got to be careful themselves that they don't die.
They're looking for potential spear back plays with the way that PMA is walking. I'm seeing the Tiny looking for the tossbacks on Tofu to go for the spear under tower. That is one thing they can do down here, but in terms of getting much more CS, it looks like it's very hard.
Liquid just not giving those opportunities for Na'Vi to make that play.
Level 3 Flame Guard now online. He can just stay in that position, sustained versus Niku. And Nisha is going to hit 6 first, so it's not that situation where the puck did get that level 6 early, can ask for a rotation and go for that gank. So it's going to be hard for them to kill Nisha at least. This is an interesting move. Look at this. Na'Vi, they are breaking the lanes. They're bringing the whole safe lane.
I think it's necessary. They have to do something pretty crazy here to try and slow down at least one of the lanes from Liquid. They're looking for Mickey, but Boxy's able to get the kickback on towards him, so Mickey's back under the tower. He'll be fine. They'll turn towards Boxy instead. They will get him. So they do get something out of this with the 4 of them down on the bottom lane.
Mickey's punching back. But there's still the 4 heroes.
They're chasing on. Now, got the juices like, if I make the move over here, I want more than just a support kill. But he probably isn't going to get the chance for it. You know, Mickey and Tofu staying safe on the high ground.
This is such an interesting move. They're giving Bat a full lane now. He did have the lane under his tower, so that's probably why they wanted to make this opportunistic move. But yeah, like you said, maybe just not wanting to fully sack PMA. This is quite a commitment, though.
That's decent damage on the tower. Tier 1 half dead.
Mickey.
Got the juice is going to find Tofu. A slow with the God's Rebuke. Na'Vi. They should be able to pick up another kill from this play. Got the juice. He'll get the kill. He'll get the bounty rune as well.
Nicely done. Tower took quite a bit of a beating, but the catapult did end up dying, so it is going to survive. Mickey, still 5. Zayats is looking for another play. But with these 3, they don't have the damage. They'll have to break things. The Ursa starting to run across the map. This looks really funny.
I mean, hey, you know, got 2 kills out of the move. I don't mind it at all, honestly. I think they have to do stuff like this, Na'Vi.
Mickey. It's got Nisha, but there's 4 Na'Vi.
It's a good spear. Ooh, they get inside the range of the Wisdom in time, though. PMA's not quite able to finish it, but he has got backup. The Dream Coil comes down on towards the 2 of them. Nisha trying to stand his ground, but Mickey's going to fall. Nisha, can he get out of this? He's got a remnant, but he's not quite far enough away, so Na'Vi, they'll be able to look to kill him off.
Beautiful stuff.
2 big kills there for Na'Vi, and they get that Shrine of Wisdom secured for themselves. Elsewhere, Ace is able to dive the target, got the juice. But, you know, Na'Vi, they're doing some fun stuff here, and it's working out. They're able to kind of match what Liquid's getting from this early game with some of these maneuvers.
At least they're not getting the double Shrine stolen. The concern is that Ace is getting an unbelievable amount, but maybe that's just the call from them that they're like, you know what? We did pick, you know, Ursa into the bat, so he probably just wants to avoid him at this point and look to play elsewhere. So very interesting kind of movements coming out from Na'Vi.
8-minute power in. Both teams want to have a look towards it. They get a good toss back. Zayat set up on a Boxy. He is going to be able to get the chance to roll away, though, from the 3 of them. Didn't have anything else to quite lock him down. Zayat was a little short on the avalanche to follow things up, so Boxy gets out.
Playing to their strength, playing around Niku. Ursa now got the juice, as we said. It's time to hit the jungle. Doesn't want to play near that Bat Rider. And let's see what unfolds now that these lanes, they've kind of broken. Na'Vi did do some kind of cool movement to kind of fix the lanes and all that here, but we do see that Liquid are coming out ahead in terms of gold. And they did get the first tower themselves, even though it was a 4-man committal from Na'Vi to take 1 tower.
Yeah. I think pretty much the big thing that achieved for Na'Vi, right, was just ensuring that PMA didn't get completely left behind in farm in this early game. You know, he's in an okay spot now on the Mars. If that sort of focus didn't come in and that sort of play down bottom didn't happen, he might have continued to get just completely bullied out of the lane and be in a really rough spot.
Yeah, and now they do at least have like the ulti combos with the Puck and the Mars, but they won't have the support levels just yet. He does have 4. Okay, he's just shy, so 50 XP until he does have the 6 on the Warlock. They're about to have all the ultis at the ready.
They're going to want to use them. You know,
they'll be strong around those tower fights.
To sort of sit and AFK whilst they have these cooldowns.
They have vision of Mickey as well. If they can get a kill and a tower with all these ults, that would be pretty massive.
It's been hit by the scan.
Boxy.
But know that something's coming here. Boxy.
Ace is coming.
Get caught first. Further backups on the way. The Golem's going to get dropped down on towards Boxy. Boxy's surviving, though. Finally falls here as they come in with the Dream Coil. They have the arena out as well, but Ace turns with the lasso onto PMA. The Firefly is down. PMA starting to tick down very low. Niku has to get out of the fight now. So they do get a kill. They lose 2 heroes for it. The Golem's going to get farmed here as well as Mickey and Nisha chase it down. Plus 100 here for Mickey off the back of that one. You can see what they want to do there, right? They want to bring everything together, as you say, as soon as they get this ultimates, but it doesn't quite go as cleanly as they would hope for. And Liquid, they're ready to respond. And now, Niku.
I think he's got him.
Yeah, he has. Sleight of fist in the urn of shadows will get him the kill.
Oh, that's a concern.
2K lead now starting to build up. Yeah.
Na'Vi had everything available. They catch the Boxy, but Boxy's only level 5. It's not really that big of a grab to even kill the Earth Spirit. Ace just gets free reign inside the fight as the Bat Rider comes in towards the end.
I mean, pretty huge if they could find Ace.
Pretty chaotic, yeah.
I mean, they might be able to steal the stack.
It's very low.
It's pretty low. If Sai chooses the sort of combo, I think they clear it, don't they?
looking for a kill first, maybe.
Okay. All right, I guess they felt that they wouldn't be able to do it. Maybe it wouldn't have been enough damage.
Maybe. They really want this kill on Ace because he was low, maybe? That's the case. They're really trying for it, but they just can't. Now they lost their mid tower.
Yeah. It's a shame they couldn't do something about that stack. That was pretty much, 3 or 4 Ancient stack. That I guess, yeah, they felt that they just wouldn't have had the damage, really. I mean, probably wouldn't have been able to cleanly do it. Would have been a bit messy for sure. If the toss back on a Boxy, he's able to roll away. The Avalanche not putting a stop to that one. Boxy gets out of there, and he's got backup. Ace cleans up Zayats. Continues.
It's just a lot easier for Liquid to make the moves, it looks like. Just they can pair up as 2 heroes. They have so much overwhelming damage. Na'Vi, they need a core and perhaps both supports to look for any of these type of moves. It's difficult to see how Na'Vi pairs up at the moment after losing so much control of the game.
30 seconds, they'll have the Golem, so I can almost certainly imagine that will be when we see Na'Vi try and respond.
Nisha has Vessel done. He's got backup. Boxy has a point in silence.
Oh, and they've got the setup. Chains come out. Nika's going to try and jump away. Look at the Dream Call off onto the 2 of them, and the backup's here with the arena. They can burst through Boxy, look towards Nisha, but he's got the Remnant prepared safely. Back in the river. Will manage to jump out, but Na'Vi react. They keep Niku safe, and they kill Boxy off.
Great positioning from PMX. I think that's probably how he has to play with the Tiny. Just look to play and catch whenever Liquid does make those aggressive moves, but it is difficult because you don't want to get too far behind on this Mars at all either. Got the Juices getting some space to finish up that Battle Fury. His timing is actually not that bad in comparison to
not bad.
Okay, all things considered.
Now, if they can continue to make space for him, he should be able to kind of keep on track with the farm that Mikke's getting on the other side of the map on the DK.
Let's see if they can slow pace down a little bit more here too, because they do have Golem, but they want to ideally kind of combo Golem with one of the 2 ultimates. Liquid looks like they're pretty content with sitting back and hitting to get that next timing of items, as you said, that quad Ancient stack. I think now it's a 5x.
So much here. Yeah, this is going to really fuel that sort of pipe timing. And this was one of the things, right, you're a bit concerned of with Na'Vi's lineup. Sure, they had these big ultimates, but in terms of the damage from them, you know, it's a lot of control. But I was going to see actually quite a few of the creeps, though, sniped there by Niku. Yeah, he got a fair few of those there with that orb. So
yeah, like 3 or 4, actually. Not bad.
Yeah, I think, yeah, but the majority of it, I think, honestly, on this last hit. So a good bit of gold there sniped by Niku.
Yeah, this pipe timing could be pretty massive, though, if Ace doesn't want to fully commit for it, which it does look like he does. You know, versus that heavy team fight we've seen multiple times. One player gets BKB, the other one gets pipe, and you can counteract it. Na'Vi, they do not have the heroes that can go pipe, of course, with the Mars.
And Liquid want to try and go for the 14-minute Wisdom Steal. Nisha and Boxy heading over.
No Vessel charge on Nisha.
PMA is going to be careful up on the high ground. And it looks like he knows he can't contest this, so it's going to be Liquid getting both of the Wisdoms.
Liquid controlling that early game again. 14 minutes, gold lead, experience lead. It's going to be a long time before Zayats has Blink, too. They're going to have PMA with Blink relatively soon to be able to look for some aggressive plays, but Liquid they're getting a lot out of the map. Feels like they're farming a little more efficiently.
Yeah, not easy for Niku to keep up on the farm. Starting to fall behind a little bit. Really relies on Na'Vi as a whole finding those team fights. Finding that chance to go for the sort of pick-offs and plays around the ultimates.
It's just hard for Na'Vi to want to make these type of moves versus Liquid. As we said, they do have the defensive Shadow Demon who's just getting these constant stats. Liquid is extremely content with just being able to sit back. So it feels like Na'Vi, the onus might be on them to look to make a move.
Nisha,
that efficiency.
they found him.
Nisha.
They're going to get the setup. See if they have enough control and damage. Got the Juice coming in with the swipe. They'll drop the Golem. It's Nisha gone.
That's a lot used. They get the kill, but what can they turn it into? Can they look to push a tower with this? Because that's a coil and a golem used. Ideally, you want to try to at least hit a tower a bit here. Nisha's respawning soon, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Maybe they can catch Tofu as well. See Zayats have his eyes on him, but tier 1's falling pretty low. But Mikke's ready to hold it here with the dragon form. Yeah, Na'Vi, they're not really going to be able to push into the jungle quite yet, especially with the respawns in play and Nisha being back up. And Nisha, in fact, being hot in the chase here if Na'Vi did stick around a moment too long. 16-minute power rune coming up. It's going to be up top, just an invis, so nothing too crazy. Boxy looking to scout out the situation. We'll see the invis pop to meet him, but Sentry is down. So they're going to be able to get the chain set up on towards him with the vessel down onto Niku. He has to try and jump up to the high ground. We'll get away. There's going to be the lasso on towards Zayat. Does manage to deny himself to a neutral. But Liquid, they don't go empty-handed. They still kill off the Tiny. Instead, it's going to be sort of those painful moments where Niku still off the map. It's going to fall further and further behind in farm. They found him farming this top line of the map. He's going to try and turn and stand his ground against them, but has the backup of PMA. Arena's down, spear control onto Ace. Defensive disruption comes out. Tofu trying to bail Ace out of this one. Be able to get up to the high ground. Shadow Amulet providing him a little bit of safety, and in fact enough to sort of fight back. He's able to get the Firefly off, turn with a few stacks onto Riddies. PMA and Zayas, though, will ensure that Ace does not manage to sneak away completely.
Might catch another. Tofu also under this ward.
Ooh, the TP.
Wow.
Shadow Amulet helps him out. TP's out just in time.
Dude, PMA's making some really nice moves, gotta be honest. The positioning that he's in, he's always in the right place at the right time now. That mid play, then top immediately shows up on the Mars. Counteracting the aggression of Liquid pretty beautifully. This Ursa's keeping neck and neck with the DK.
Yeah, he's holding the game together, PMA here for Na'Vi.
My worry is the overall matchup of the Ursa, right? Since we did preface everything with how hard it can be versus the Shadow Demon, versus a lot of these silences and all that, but keeping up at least with farm, having this Blink Dagger, can contest these objectives very early, very nicely.
It's not been an easy early game for Na'Vi, but I don't think they're going to be feeling too rough about the start to this one. It's, they've been through some tough times in this series so far. Game 1 and Game 3. This Game 4, definitely potential here.
Golem's back up.
Easy.
Liquid, they've got the blink on Mickey. They've got to be in the right... I mean, PMA, it's a lot of pressure on him, but he's got to be in the right place a lot of times to read the moves, because Niku can just get caught very easy. Ooh.
A waning rift coming in just in time. We'll get the Dream Coil off onto Mickey. We'll still get clipped here by the Dragon Tail stun. He'll jump out to the side, but the Magnetize is going to bring him down low. Boxy closes in. Another attempt to jump away, but another stone's at the ready. The Magnetize continues. Niku's game continues to slow down even more.
Oxy's really hunting him. This the Earth Spirit in general, we don't see almost anybody playing it, but just the silence. Honestly, these little silences, the gap close, problematic for the puck.
Ooh, and taking a Roshan away from the Ursa lineup. Liquid's going to try for it.
They've got Shadow Demon.
They go.
You always can do it with Shadow Demon. The menace is building up, 37%.
I mean, it's been hit by a scan, but can Na'Vi actually get anyone over here to interrupt this? It doesn't look like it. Yeah, they're on the complete... Maybe they could just go for a kill instead. Can they try and at least punish Nisha being alone?
Not going to be the case.
Oh, he's not alone for long. Yeah, Shadow Remnant's still up on the top side of the map, so quickly swings over back into towards the area of the rest of his teammates. Roshan gone. Aegis now on Mickey.
Heads up play from Liquid, getting that kill, immediately turning into a Roshan. Yeah, like you said, denying it away from the Ursa is always going to be a big deal. Dragon Form still up for half duration. Na'Vi looking to contest her on Tormentor timing around their ultimates. They've got everything at the ready. Got a pretty cool flank, too.
Yeah, I don't think Liquid will expect the move coming in from this angle.
Unless, wait, Niku might show on the ward. Niku is shown on the ward.
Okay.
They might expect it.
Now, yeah, they're definitely going to be prepared for something. They smoke up themselves.
They have a pipe on Ace, a fresh pipe.
Ooh, that pipe is going to do a whole lot against what Na'Vi have.
Dragon Form wears off.
Mickey's still looking to go. He is charging in. He'll get the jump. He's going to get the jump stun on Azayas. We'll see him return. Irina's going to get laid down, but the disruption comes into play. Golem's dropped down straight on towards Ace. See if he can get out of this. He's been glimmered up. He's pretty tanky. He's healing up as well. They couldn't kill Ace off. They're having to bail out of this now. Riddies tries for the TP, but Mickey's in with the Dragon Tail. Sets up for Boxy to get the double kill. Boxy gets the kickback onto PMA, as PMA is going to be left surrounded by Liquid. Liquid take down the four of them. And off the back of that, they can move to the Tormentor. Take this objective as well. Not losing anybody, not even losing the Aegis there. I mean, they just confidently walk straight into them, knowing that they couldn't
save.
really do a whole lot about them. We'll see it again here. You know, Mickey ready to just go straight in for the backlines. Indeed, the power of the Shadow Demon era that's maybe gotten through the draft 2 times too many this series, Fogged.
Perfect save, perfect awareness, and perfect ward. It saw all of Navi setting up. It really is the vision, right? If they don't know that's happening, it could be a completely different story. But they just jump in. They have the Aegis too, so Mickey can do that. And yeah, you saw the pipe effect too, and the Shadow Demon. Not only just disruption, the Purge versus the Ursa. No Fury, no nothing, right? You're not building up any of these overpower. You can't actually attack fast. You're just hitting very slowly.
And now they might just start hemorrhaging kills. Riddy's caught out around the cliff. Another kill for Mickey. And that's going to push him very close to having the BKB done on top of the Mask of Madness. And now Armlet. It's starting to happen in 9K lead now, 21 minutes in. Liquid hitting their timings.
Just charging in. They don't have a blink on Zayats to even go for a reposition play. He's so poor on this Tiny this game.
He's just pretty much got to stay hidden on that cliff.
Navi, this next team fight has to come together somehow better. They have to somehow have to get the Shadow Demon, right? Stop him from being able to go for these save plays, but someone has to just commit, I guess, into the backlines. It's not easy to see how they do it with their draft.
No,
they have puck
no,
blink now, so maybe that's it to bypass, but yeah, very complicated.
I mean, it's just, Tofu on these heroes, these sort of backline heroes like the Shadow Demons and the Warlock, his positioning seems to be, pretty top tier in these engagements. He rarely feeds on these heroes. It seems to be so hard to find him in any of these games.
He tends to have heroes that are, he does get liberty of having heroes that go in for him a lot though too, right? Like they usually have some like DK, Ember, no Void Spirit, something. So he does get the, liberty to sit back and cast spells a lot of the times for his team.
Yeah, they draw very nicely around it.
Yeah. That's why they like playing double saves. Like they play Tusk Shadow Demon for a reason on Liquid. Besides its aggressive, the defensive potential. Top.
The tier 2 is going to be taken, and at the same time as taking the tier 2 mid, they're also looking for kills up top. Riddy's, they'll try for the TP, but the sleight of fist into the change from Nisha catches him. It's going to be Riddy's gone.
Map feels so small. 2 heroes around on their side too, on top of the triangle box. He's TPing over. PMA has BKB. They have Blink on Tiny now. But Liquid's just running at them.
Yep, they're ready to just keep charging in. They get the jump stun on towards the park. They've caught Niku. They'll get the chance to live a little longer. Lasso's going to be on his side, so they catch him to the side. He has to use the Dream Core to try and hold them back. They'll get the toss follow-up, but there's no further damage to threaten Mickey. Niku still dies on the tower, and they're ready to roll up towards the base. Clean Zayats up, bring this top wave in, and look to take what will be this 3rd tier 2 tower, still at this early time at 24 minutes in.
Insane. I mean, Boxy's getting too much done on a 4 Earth Spirit. It looks like a mid Earth Spirit almost. He's got Yules on his way toward BKB, but yeah, he's just committing forward and getting on the puck.
I mean, Navi's sort of posturing outside of the base, but it's just the 3 of them. They've got to be careful. Boxy, not going to be able to gap close yet. Navi will manage to retreat back up to the high ground.
Super oppressive gameplay. All 3 tier 2s have been taken. Both of, the Roche plus the Tormentor, everything for Liquid in these last 10 minutes. Navi, how can they work things together? Will they be able to rally around this BKB? It looks like the Ursa does at least have that done. I think you got to try again. He still can get Demonic purged, but a step toward another right direction if they can get the back line.
There we go. They've got to find success with this Navi, otherwise this game is going to fall into a pretty dire position.
They have quad blink daggers, so you better find that back line. You better have a detection for him too.
They might be able to all in on Mickey. Oh, Mickey just in time. They're moving away from this camp. They might still find the chance. They get the vision down. Mickey's playing safe though. He's backing away. It's a little too hard now for them to get the grab on him. Mickey a step ahead.
That was insane. Was it Vac? Call it. That was insane. How do you know?
I mean, the game sense, I guess they're all off the map. Mickey not taking any chances and avoiding what could have been a big hit there from Navi. A hit they really need.
That was crazy. He didn't even finish the... Yeah, that was some awareness. Maybe just the experience. He got less XP from the creepers. Oh, no, that was crazy awareness. Navi tried to find a catch there with that BKB timing. Not gonna find it. Have to back up and reset. Liquid reposturing, regathering. Feels like it's probably about base defense at this point, at least for me, for Navi, right? They've got tossbacks, they've got spear plays.
They do have some cute stuff they can do on the high ground. Yeah.
But there's also Liquid also does have like the saves, right? The problems of being able to bail people on. PMA
just has to BKB and run.
Defensive. Riddies
just
steps outside.
Controlling the map. Nisha's heading up towards the top.
There's no space for them.
He's gonna get his hands on Riddies. He's gonna drop the golem. Riddies will fall, and got the juice. He'll try and jump in, but Remnants are still there. They do have the Dream Call on Anisha, but he's able to just BKB and walk it off. And now Na'Vi, they've got to run. Niku Zayatson got the juice on the retreat. Boxy closes in. He's got the Yule set up. They'll turn with the avalanche to toss onto Nisha. Got the juice, bringing in the damage. Can they kill him? Get the swipe stacked up. They've got him. They do manage to kill off Nisha, but it's not without the loss of their own carry here. Got the juice still falls. Mickey cleans up the double, getting the 2 big kills. Both Niku and Got the Juice gone. It's just not enough, Fogged. They're trying. They're
trying.
Sometimes kill Nisha. I mean, it's kind of the same in one of the other games, right? They could kill Nisha, but each and every time it cost them so much.
Yeah, Liquid just kind of forcing the issue, right? They're just chasing anybody who shows outside the map, and yes, maybe you can get one return kill, but the rest of Liquid all arrives and they just in turn. But at what cost, as we used to say? You know, you do kill Nisha, but you end up drastically losing so much more control. But like you said, it feels like almost desperate. They kind of have to do these type of moves because they've lost complete control of the game. No way to step outside out of the map too with all the vision coverage that we see Liquid do. Aghanim's pretty much done for Boxy, so they can actually also kick people out of the base. Limited space for Na'Vi.
Boxy. He's going to catch Riddies. He's going to try for the TP out, but the sleight of chains comes in. Another death outside of the base. It really is looking like it's absolutely going to get close to Na'Vi just having to hold the high ground. Stepping out in the base, even for the more elusive heroes, is not working out too well. Mickey cleaning up Niku pretty much solo. Liquid just absolutely dominant in 3 of the games so far this grand finals, and they're ready to push it here with the advantage. Stepping up to the high ground. Fortification comes out.
How do you stop the push? Golem still cooldown as well too. Even if you catch targets and pull them back, you even have the damage at this point. They're so durable. And there's the save, of course, too, from Tofu.
So yeah, still 20 seconds till the Golem, so not able to do anything about the melee Rex getting taken out by Liquid.
And they can back up, reset. Liquid playing very safe. Can go for the Roche. Na'Vi, do you want to take the risky play? Do you want to smoke and go contest it? I think they might just do so.
I think you do, but whether or not you're going to get there in time, that's another question. Roshan's going to go down pretty quickly here to the damage of Mickey. Na'Vi, can they make the move quick enough?
Let's see, can PMA get a double spear of truth or something? I don't know. It's going to have to be something unbelievable from them.
Liquid's being careful as well. They'll actually wait rather than full commit for the Roshan. They know as long as they take it easy, take a team fight first, they're going to be in a better position. Tofu might get caught at the front. Got the juice. He's in with the jump. They're going to try and get rid of the Shadow Demon. Golem dropped down, but he's already out to the side. The quick save's there from Fox. He takes Tofu completely out of the fight, and Niku's dead. They've got the lasso on and got the juice. He'll try and turn towards Ace, but Ace able to get over the high ground, get over the cliff, turn and get the kill here. Triple for Nisha. My goodness, Boxy just immediately bails Tofu out, and it ends in Na'Vi getting team wiped and Liquid losing nobody.
It's a desperate move, but I cannot believe they can't even kill the Shadow Demon. I mean, Boxy just kicks him completely away.
Drags him out, kicks him out of there. What a... Yeah, sometimes the hero doing the saving needs to be saved, and yeah, Boxy bailing. So we'll see it again here. They go in on towards the Shadow Demon. Got the juice, desperately killing it, trying to kill him. And then Boxy with the grab and the kick. Tofu's out of there. Nobody dies here on Liquid.
You heard it from Boxy the other day. You know, he was like, I felt like I was just dying all over the place. I'm the saving hero, and I was just feeding. This game, he's definitely getting a whole lot done. Aggressive and defensive posture. Perfectly played there for Tofu.
Another base. Certainly going to be on mid racks cleaned up in its entirety. The top racks as well now gone. 2 full sets here for Liquid, up 27k. Just 31 minutes into this match.
Making very little mistakes too. They're making this one painful. Niku, bottom 3 of the entire game, not even just of the cores.
Liquid now.
They had his number.
The safety.
They really did.
Get back into the Roshan, get this Aegis. And the massive items just continue to fly out for Liquid. Shiva's Guard now done on Nisha. Mickey's super close to having the Swift Blink done at this early timing. He'll grab the Aegis here. Mickey.
Liquid just play. They just approach things with the draft, like very comfortable kind of style. But then it's also the shot calling in the game is crazy on top of itemization, right? Just getting that Roche fight, getting the move toward top to Tormentor, predicting the plays, having these wards. It's just been 1 or 2, maybe even more steps ahead of Na'Vi. Na'Vi, can they get these tossbacks into the fountain? Feels like they need that fountain.
It's got to be something ridiculous, yeah. Well, we did see last game, you know, Liquid did get a little close to the fountain. Gonna start though with Ace getting the grab, gets the lasso on a PMA, we'll see the jump from Nisha right over towards the backlines, destroys Riddies. They do have buybacks available.
They just had to watch him die. Niku toss back with a teleport attempt.
I don't know, does that even work?
Does that even work? I think it has to be.
I don't know, they tried it, it's game over, this series is done. GG is called, Liquid take game 4, and with that, take the series 3-1 here against Na'Vi, taking the championship title here at Blast Slam 6, and my goodness, folks, we might have had one of the games was close, but the other 3, Liquid just continuing to show the dominance that we've been able to enjoy from them in their run here, especially in the playoff stage in these best of 5s. This team, they're really gelling right now, coming together in a way that they weren't kind of a month or so ago, right? This was a team that was losing qualifiers. There's some events coming up they didn't even qualify for, but here at Blast Slam 6, sort of the work has paid off, and the wins they're getting are phenomenal.
The whole team has leveled up. You know, I know a lot of people are always just going to be like, it's the Nisha show, right? Things like that, because Nisha has had a pretty explosive tournament here, but I have to credit everybody. I think Tofu had some pretty standout games when he played not even some of the heroes that are as expected. You know, he had a Wyvern game, which nobody's playing. Played super good on it. I do have to give Liquid a lot of credit.
And the Rubik game
huge shout out
the other day, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I do have to give tons of credit to Na'Vi. You know, they made it to this grand finals in a pretty hard tournament, especially with all the teams that were here. They're still, I mean, I want to call them a young squad in terms of because of their ages, of course, but a super fun team to watch. When they have their explosive games, they are very, very good at their team fighting control, but they're pretty unpredictable, which I think is one of the more interesting things for them.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see even with the tough results, some smiles still there for Na'Vi. They'll be back in the future. We'll see what they can bring. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team Liquid, the champions of Blast Slam 6.
Congratulations, lads. Congratulations. Mickey, you must be absolutely delighted. That looked like a really cracking series. Was it fun to play?
Absolutely. My most fun series in a while.
Really? Okay, and what about your team? How do you think they performed?
They did great, I guess. We did okay. Yeah, I don't know. We did great.
Fair enough. Boxy, come over here and let me talk to you. You must be glad at least you didn't have to play Tusk again in the final there. That must have been a relief.
Yeah, my coach trusts me now to pick my own hero. So that's nice. But he was like, shouldn't we pick Tusk? And I was like, I don't know. So yeah, I got lucky.
Fair enough. You guys had a cracking run in this tournament. Were you doubtful at any point, or did you really think this was your tournament to win?
Doubtful. I mean, I was doubtful we were gonna make it here at all. I think the group stage started pretty rough, and I'm not the best, or like we're not the best traditional at best of ones. So this is the first time we didn't get like last in groups at last, I think. But once we made it to playoffs, yeah, it was pretty good. So yeah, that was the doubt, I guess, the groups.
The groups, well, thank you, Boxy. I'm going to bring Tofu over here if I can talk to you, Tofu. Let me have a quick chat. Give it up for Tofu. Obviously, one of the relative newcomer to Team Liquid. You must be happy with the first LAN win under your belt.
Very, very much. Like I was hoping for a better start the season with some very mixed results. I think great progress overall, but a lot of setbacks, and I'm just like really happy and relieved that we like trusted the process, everyone believes in each other, and that we actually get rewarded for it now.
Well, you certainly did. Well played to you. I'm going to bring William. William, come over here. The mastermind. Maybe. You must be very proud of your team. How do you think they played?
I think they played really well. I feel like they put a lot of effort in for this event. Special shout out to like our staff too. Chloe for bringing me and Jabs together, making sure that we were having the right conversations. Jabs for doing like the best thing ever and forcing our team to actually play pubs. I think without that, we probably couldn't have, I mean, it's a meme, but like he was actually like the MVP for me in this tournament. And so shout outs to both of them and my mom watching at home. She was really happy too that we won, so.
Shout out to Mrs. Flack, she's watching at home as well. It felt like a bit of a coach-off where you and CY are sort of going head-to-head. Was it good to sort of lock brains with him?
Yeah, I mean, I think like the score is now like 7-2, so he can take this L, like it's fine. You know, so he'll bounce back. I think he's a really talented coach. I feel like he's one of the people in the scene I really respect just because of how he carries himself. You know, there's no sauciness. We shake hands. We're like, we'll do it again soon. They're super talented. I'm sure this won't be the last time we see them in the finals.
Absolutely. Well said, Will. Ace, can I get a quick chat with you as well? Must be very proud to win a LAN here in Denmark as well. Oh, we're not in Denmark. We're in Malta. I'm going absolutely mad. Danish production. Everyone's speaking Danish backstage. My bad. How does it feel for you to be on Team Liquid and already have a LAN win? Like the same question I asked Tofu.
Yeah, it feels amazing. Like these are like our arch nemesis always for a long time. So I always respected them a lot. So yeah, now we joined together. So that feels really cool.
And the performance overall, were you happy with how the team sort of grew throughout the tournament? It felt like you guys really peaked in the final.
Yeah, I think like we put a lot of work into it like these past few weeks, and like it really shows. Like now, it's like yeah, we are just getting better and better, and now it feels really good.
Fantastic. I'm going to have a word with Nisha as well now, if I may. Nisha? You managed to avoid me all week, so congratulations. I think most people had you down as their player of the tournament. I certainly would. How does it feel to sort of really turn up and deliver on the big stage yet again?
It feels amazing since like I kind of sucked for like 5 years. So this tournament, it was like decent. So
5 years, I think that's a bit much. It must be good though to get a win in 2026 already under your belt. How are you guys going to keep the momentum going forward for the rest of the year?
I mean, I think we play in like 2 days, so whatever we're doing here, we'll try to keep up and see how it goes from there.
Well, we're all going to be watching and rooting for you guys as well. Once again, congratulations to Team Liquid, your Blast Slam 6 Malta champions!
And special moment for everyone on stage when it comes to Liquid. Of course, now the supporting staff, Chloe, Jabs, Blitz mentioned them in his little speech there as well. How much everyone behind the scenes really does for them. And I want to call Nisha out. I think this man's exaggerating a little bit. A Drought wasn't playing his best. Bro won TI within that 5 years he's talking about. Now they come on, they win Blast Slam 6. I feel like this is pretty good if you feel like you're not even at your peak just yet.
I respect that though. You don't puff yourself up too much. You don't get too big of an ego, but you still own kids and you keep improving figuratively and literally, I suppose in this case. Literally, are actual children. And he put them in their place. Nisha showing he is one of the best mids of all time, arguably the best mid of all time for a good reason. And I mean, mad kudos to all of them. They played awesome. I
mean, as always for Liquid, it's just going to prove how their systems enable them, right? Like, they formed the roster after TI, making some really big changes. They don't get the results. There's a bit of a trophy drought as well for Tofu and Ace. And then, you know, they find the problems, they fix them, they keep doing it, keep iterating, keep evolving. I think this Slam was true proof that it truly connected, right? Because from their group stage to their first day of playoffs to now, I feel like every single time we saw them, it was a different Liquid, improving and evolving. And again, this is what we expected to see them soon after TI. So now for it to connect at the start of the year, TI down the road, like this is when you want it to start working out.
Yeah. I feel like you could even go a little bit further back than that, because you know they had all those qualifiers that they had to play, and it's just so insane to think that they lost one of those ones and they come into it, they're feeling a bit shaky during groups, and then there they are on stage holding the Blast Slam trophy.
No, I mean, they're obviously like putting in all the right work, and if this is Nisha saying this is his like decent level,
right?
Like I don't want to see him anything above that, because no one's going to have a chance. But I want to talk about the others too. I think everyone immensely stepped up their play. I think, again, like Tofu just swapped roles earlier this season. 2+5 is a completely different thing. Ace having to lane with someone different. I think Boxy, in like every game, in every tournament, he's more free. He finds more moves, more different types of heroes. And I think Mickey as well, this tournament especially, or even like just the playoffs, he owned. Like different heroes, different playstyles, great performances, good movement, very active. Like this team, they've got the sauce right now.
I mean, across the board, their drafts, they feel like they're coming alive each time, right? Like they showcase the strengths of the Largo offlane. They were playing the Rubik in the support role. They had a little bit of Moran in the group stage. Like they're picking heroes that other teams are trying, not really succeeding with, and they're showcasing what their strengths are. They even played what was the Lycan Beastmaster in Nature's Prophet draft that we hadn't seen from like 2019. Like they bring these three heroes, the Zoo to Blast Slam. So yeah, they're doing these things, they're feeling comfortable, and yeah, I'm scared to see what they can do, if they can carry this momentum through into the other tournaments we have in this month.
I mean, this is also a roster that when it was first formed, everyone was like, holy crap, this roster looks amazing, they look so scary, holy crap. And then over time, I think they've gotten more and more haters, more and more doubters, and it's got to a point where people are like, this Liquid roster was actually a mistake, they bungled it, they didn't think about the structure of the team properly, but they're proving the haters wrong and saying, no, we knew what we were doing, we just need a little time to cook, to actually put things in their place. Now they've been cooking, they've shown that they are a top-tier team, and I look forward to see if they can keep that going. And I'm also really happy for Ace and Tofu that they were finally able to win a tournament again. It was a long time. We had a drought there, like y'all said, and they were finally able to pick it up again. It feels good to see players I know are so incredibly talented and hardworking get the results they deserve.
Yeah, does it feel a little extra nicer being on the desk and seeing some ex-teammates win a trophy, win a LAN like this?
Yeah, it's very sweet. It's very cool. And
you don't have to cry.
No, I'm chilling, but I think they should be chilling as well. As they played really well, and I'm happy they found success again.
Also, like I would say, I think the appreciation, like they talked about, you know, to the staff around them, you know, like making sure that everything is nice for you, that everything is chill. You never have to like worry about anything but like playing the game, you know, whether it's your support staff or coach or, you know, player management here or anyone. It's just, I think, very important to like understand that you're doing your job, other people are doing their job to make your game easier. I think that's also how you want to feel in the game, that like your teammates, they have your back, you know what you want to do. So I'm just really happy to see that, because I think the ego of them, I don't really see it. And I think that's also what, like you want the right level, you know, you want to feel good and confident, but you also need to understand that you need to keep pushing, because like Nisha said, in 2 days, they're going to play the next tournament.
I think it's less than 2 days. I think it's like 12 hours.
Yeah, there you go. Straight into the next.
Man doesn't know a sense of time.
The good thing is at least they won the important one, right? They locked in the important Slam trophy, you know, the grueling format of the best of five. Like that's the true test of a team, you know? So
which, by the way, I'm pretty sure this trophy is like doubled in size since the last one.
It looks humongous. Like I'm like Jabs is a large man,
yes,
and
they're
it
not
looks
tiny
large.
people.
It's actually like full metal, by the way. This is like some like double-digit kilogram trophy. So that's how, you know, jacked these Liquid players are, just not even showing.
Can we get Will to bring it down to the desk? I want to hold it.
We might have to help you.
Be careful what you wish
genuinely. No, you're right. It is nice to hear about everything that went in. And the node to the meme as well, that the Liquid players, you know, they're notorious for not really playing pubs. And Jabs had to really crack the whip. He put in the hard work to be like, guys, come on. Just a couple more.
Like sometimes, like there's just, it doesn't matter how good you are or who you are, you will always have haters. Like I think even players like GH is gonna have haters out there. But
what are you, sorry?
Trust me, there is someone out there that somehow hates the angel of Dota
I hate
too.
those haters, but back to your
point.
So
do I. But I will say, it's just good to have those people around that like remind you, yo bro, you know, we need you to be like rank 20, we need to be rank 10, like step it up, do it. And you also heard Nisha, and I think William said, you know, at some point Nisha was like, guys, it's my fault, I'm not playing well enough. He puts in some of the work, you have Jazz behind him, like firing him up. and suddenly, you know, you turn it all around, boom, tournament win.
Yeah, Nisha is a terrifying player whenever he's not playing any pubs. I think I played against this guy about 1 million times in mid matchups over the past few years, and he wasn't playing a single pub during that period. So
that is nasty, scary.
So to get to watch him like in Nisha playing pub state, that's a monka, and I'm glad I'm not leaning against him now, I guess.
And don't forget, guys, Nisha, you say playing pubs, he's also playing unranked. I've had the joy of running into him in the unranked games. Like, why? He's playing with the support staff of Liquid. He's randomly playing like Shadow Shot offlane Blitz.
Get a room.
That's a tasty trophy, huh?
We're not getting that trophy. It's not coming down here.
Valentine's Day was yesterday.
We don't want it anymore.
No. Okay, well, either way.
Moment ruined.
Yeah. Kind of took the wind out myself. Go.
They really did. Well, we can focus up a little bit more just about how much you guys enjoyed the whole format, the best of 5, the grand finals of Blast Slam, because it really delivered. It wasn't just walk in and Na'Vi and inexperienced roster and team sort of rolling over in 0-3. They put the fight to Liquid. This wasn't just we get to lift the trophy.
Yeah, 100%. And I think I'm really impressed. And I'm hopeful for Na'Vi in the future. I think while they'll be a little bit sad that they lost, I think they shouldn't be too beat up about this because they're a young team. Second's their best placement ever. I think it's only up from here. Yep. And the best of 5s are a great format to show that and display how good this team is and how much potential they have.
I mean, we cannot forget what this roster has done for Na'Vi, right? To bring them from a team that was like kind of a laughing stock in the qualifiers to never really make it to LANs, to then consistently make it to LANs, get a couple top 6s, now to get to a grand final. So I feel like there's nothing but praise for the Na'Vi roster. And sure, a second place, it can hurt you, not getting the trophy being so close, but if you learn from it, again, it's going to be inevitable at some point with Niku, with the gang, they are going to be lifting a trophy at some point for this legacy team.
Yeah.
No, you go, Kaiser.
Yeah, I think that this format gave us like a lot of damn good series. And I think looking at Na'Vi, you know, I will say they're very young. And these grand finals, they teach you a lot. Like some of these losses where you feel like you did something wrong in the gameplay or there was like a crucial moment in the mid game or even just a drafting mistake, you know, where sometimes maybe you trust like your gut too much or you should like, you know, go more with like what someone else is saying. Like working in the mixtures, I think is very important. So losing this it's not even that bad. You got second place at an incredibly high skill tournament.
Yeah, and that's the thing that you're saying, to learn these lessons when you're so young and to have someone like CY behind you, that coach, it feels like there is only so much more momentum and potential for this team. And whilst there is a winner, we do also want to catch up with Coach CY about this grand finals.
Yeah, hi, I'm here with CY, coach of Na'Vi. CY, first of all, commiserations on coming second there, but you guys had to qualify to get to this tournament, and then you made it to the final. With such a young team, you must be proud of them.
I mean, I'm extremely proud. From my perspective, it's like already a win, you know. I've been in many finals, some a lot won and a lot lost. I know it feels really bad because once you make it to a final, you kind of always believe that you can win. Like, you should believe it anyways. So of course it's sad. We're all sad right now, but I'm super proud of them. I think they improved so much in the 5 months I've been in the team. I saw a lot of potential, and I think there's even more to come from them.
I think absolutely. I mean, they're such a young team. The potential is all you can see, really, with a team this young. In terms of this series, this felt kind of like the Batrider show in some ways. What is it about this hero that means he's so contested, especially in the late stage of tournaments like this?
So, first of all, we gave it in game 4 I think it didn't have the most impact maybe in that game, so we felt we can maybe play against it again, and we didn't have priority, so we didn't have much choice. We tried to switch things up a bit. I don't like our draft in game 5, it's my bad. I think the hero itself is insanely strong laner. It farms very fast, even if it cannot lane that well, it can like drag waves around, like farm the camps too. It scales incredibly well, it buys like good items right now. So overall, it's just a really strong hero, yeah.
Fantastic. Obviously, this is a learning experience for these young players. What do you think they've learned, not just about the tournament overall, but about maybe closing out a tournament, closing out a series? What do you think they're going to take away from this?
I think one big focus I had for them in this LAN in particular is that, like against Yandex, it was very close. We were down 2-1 as well, and we pulled it back in some incredibly close games. And what I've focused a lot on is like having very calm communication, not getting ahead of yourself, not like thinking too much about a lot of chaotic things or like how you're feeling. You're more like trying to keep your mind on like Dota itself, the specifics in the game. What are you playing? You know, what can you do at all time? Because Dota is a complex game. If you keep your mind occupied with what is about to happen all the time in the game and what you want to do, then like you can distract yourself from, you know, thinking about the fact that you're in a finals or you're playing an important game or something like that, you know. And I try to like always direct that focus to my players as much as I can. And I think they actually did that quite well. I'm quite proud of the Yandex series because they did that and pulled it back. Like, that's incredible.
Absolutely, they did. A lot of Na'Vi fans were here watching, a lot rooting for you guys. Do you have any words, like, as a team that you'd like to express to the Na'Vi fans rooting for you guys back home?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, guys. I didn't honestly expect, like, maybe many fans here, but you went all the way out here to Malta, and, like, it's incredible. Like, I'm super happy, so thank you.
It's so sweet, everything about shouting out the fans, of course. I feel like they've gotten even more fans now after this grand final, despite not getting the win. We can hear the Na'Vi chant in the studio. Yeah, it's nice. And then, of course, just hearing CY say just how proud he is of all these young players.
Yeah, I think he has very much taken a mentorship role. I think not only just as a normal, like a Dota coach, which I think a lot of people are, but I think also he's a lot older than these players. They're very, very young, and CY has been around like the Dota scene. He's had real jobs, and so I think he can also teach them a lot about just like, you know, carrying yourself and how to handle losses, how to deal with a lot of these things. And so I think it's very cool not only to see them as like a coach of the team, but also as, I think, mentors some of these people, just as people.
I mean, just having maturity around any roster and being able to kind of facilitate that is really important. So I think the way that he carried himself there, if he can actually impart that knowledge and they start utilizing it, then it feels like we've been saying, it is kind of the steps towards success.
Yeah, I don't know, I really like watching him or like hearing him talk. I think he's like very confident. He takes ownership of what he thinks is like right or wrong. And like you guys are saying, he's kind of like the father figure, I think, to like this team of like young players and young kids. I have very high hopes, like not just for him, but also to the 5 individuals, if they can just stay together and keep working on it. They're a great team.
Yeah, well, look, we've crowned our Blastic Slam champion. I do want to give you guys your final brief moments about this tournament, everything that's unraveled in the last 2 weeks. You only get a brief moment, though, each.
Brief moment.
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I had a ton of fun. I think it's a well-deserved victory for Liquid, and yeah, cool format, unorthodox, and Malta's been really nice. Thank you.
Yeah, I think giving you the moment. No, I think just being here, I think the production is nice. Obviously, you guys, lovely to work with.
We loved working with you too.
Let's go.
XQCL.
XQCL in the chat. It's nice to be here. I think it's nice to work, like, you know, where there's also like people and not just, you know, online. It makes it feel like more real. You also see the players. I think the format, like, it brought more emotion, I think, out of like not just us, but, you know, the viewers as well, and out of the players. So yeah, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for everyone coming out to the studio event. Having actually fans in the audience made it so much better. Hearing the passion of the Na'Vi fans, even though they couldn't do it, Liquid as well. So again, the fans make it possible. And on top of that, I mean, maybe we get best of 5s again in the future. I have no idea. I hope so. Please, Blast, if you're listening. You obviously are listening. You're in production. But I kind of like the best of 5s a lot. And, you know, you can see how much it means to the players and the fans. And also you saw it on Reddit. But anyways, I love best of 5s. I love this format. I love everything about it. So thank you very much. And Nat, back to you. Boom.
He's really pleading his case. But it's so true. Everyone's enjoyed the format. It's been amazing having an audience here online. Special shout out to production who put in so many countless hours. Our sponsors as well, Malta. And we'll see you guys back in Copenhagen for Blast Slam 7. Bye!